Oh my gosh. All right, we're in. Let's go. Oh no. Okay. Also, Richard, when you sent that, I was not even late yet. All right. I want to make that clear. You sent that at like 5:29, and I'm all ready to go. I've got my OBS open. I'm ready to come in and be like, ha ha ha. I am right on time. And then I opened up OBS and my camera was dark as shit. So I had to open up the camera software to turn the exposure up. But I still don't like that you said that shit. Oh man. What's up, AKL? Thank you very much for the thumbnail credit. I was just talking to someone about this. I have like 2 or 3 thumbnails that I'm gonna start rotating between because I cannot be fucked. I would I would rather put my time and effort into like more ideas and more time streaming than thumbnails. So you're gonna start seeing the same couple of thumbnails pop up, but I'll try to spice it up occasionally. What up, John? Oh, thank you for the time codes. I love it. Potbellies, goated sandwich shop. I actually think I'm not like a huge sandwich guy, like just in general, but I do love me some Potbellies. You can just admit you left the Let's Go. All right, I wish I was fancy enough to have a camera with a lens cap. It's a what is it? It's the Logitech one that you're all thinking of, like the little like webcam. It's kind of horizontal. It's that one. It does have a cover, but I almost never put the cover on because I should probably now that I'm streaming, but my thought process was always like, I don't really do anything that like I'd be like worried about someone seeing me at my computer. I'd be much more worried about seeing them seeing like what's on the computer, not me. But now that I'm streaming, I should probably be better at putting the cover on. I did not quite manage to finish the last VOD. Would you kindly summarize everything particularly clever or funny you said in the last hour or so? Dude, I don't remember. I don't remember anything I said last episode. I don't remember everything. I forget things about as quickly as they come out of my mouth. And that's just true. I might be able to remind myself. I know it was a joke, but I honestly might be able to remind myself if I just like skip to the last hour. Let's see. What were they doing in the last hour? Oh! Okay! Again, it's funny. I know you were making a joke, AKL, but pretty much the only thing I talked about in the last hour is actually like what the title and what my takeaway from last episode is, which is that holy shit, Matthew Mercer does not know how to make the party feel like they're under threat. And I don't get it. I don't understand. I shouldn't even say he doesn't know how to do it, but he just does it so little. Like that, for the level that he is doing it, I feel like they're exploring like the fucking Nottingham Forest, where like it's as likely for them to run into like a nice person as an evil person. I don't feel like they're in the Underdark, where like things are dangerous and like they're in this extended dungeon crawl where like safety should feel like a luxury or they have to like earn it. Yeah, he has. It's weird. It's honestly weird. That is my takeaway, is that I don't know why, but Matt just cannot seem to get it through his head that he should make them feel like they're in danger. The CR cast like waffles. They are very pro waffling, both in the professional and in favor of sense. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I think it's something that, I mean, people have very often told me, like, Underdark Arc, worst part of CR. You know, all the critters are like, get through the Underdark and you'll see the real CR. And a lot of people tell me that the real CR is in campaign 2, but I've heard that the Underdark arc is especially egregious. So I have a feeling that he will probably get better at this specific critique, but holy heck, if you are watching this, keep in mind the type of environment that they're in, and also keep in mind the level of fuck around that they can do with absolutely no consequence. I'm a huge supporter of fuck around, by the way. I'm also a huge supporter of finding out. Like, and it again, like I kind of said last episode, you don't need to like punish your players. But there was one thing that Matt did last episode where he actually made a piece of armor cursed. And excuse me. He made a piece of armor cursed. And he almost instantly healed that curse. Like, Lady Kima had remove curse on hand, but it actually kind of shook up the party. It made them do some character work, and the next time they approached a bunch of dead bodies, they did it a little bit more cautiously. Like, if we're looking at that objectively, he didn't punish them at all. There was the facade of punishment, where, like, he gave them a punishment and then immediately healed said punishment. But even just the facade of punishment, the facade of danger, actually made them take the story and the situation and everything that they were doing a little bit more seriously. It's something to keep in mind. That annoying warlock spell remove curse. She's multi-class. She's multi-class, Richard. Don't be... Or she could be. I've come around to the idea that she's a full paladin, but that she's just gone rogue and maybe she's like an Oathbreaker or what the fuck ever, and she's just going after the horn. I've also come around to that theory. But we'll see. I still think that my original theory was super cool. And if not for all of the interaction that we've now seen with Kima, could have still held water. It held water at the time, at least. Also, I'm very sad. The chat is supposed to be appearing to the left, and Stream Elements is making me look the fool. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. No, that's not it. Uno momento. Chat only. That's negative reinforcement. Applying an averse and then removing it to incentivize the desired behavior. The second phase is that the subject avoids the averse completely but still fears it. Yeah, exact. Oh, the chat is there. It's just really fucking light. What the heck? Okay, 1 second. I'm raising the opacity. I think that's maybe the problem. Oh, yeah, look at that. All right, save. Let's see. Can I actually see your guys' chats now? No, I still can't see them. What the heck? What's going on? But yes, I I know you didn't, Richard, but I was really excited for chat to be there, and then it wasn't, and I got sad. So let me see. I also kind of... Oh, actually, I'll make it white. I'll still make it white, but I want to make it bigger. Because I was thinking about, like, the just chatting, stuff that I do, especially with the, with the takeaways. And I was like, oh, it'd be cool if you guys could, like, have your little area on screen. But yeah. So, like, I'm just in... I think it's working now, if you guys chat. But... I think you're totally catching what I'm saying, AKL, of like, I am in full support of like punish your players if they do things that are like reckless or dangerous. I'm not saying fucking TPK them. But like I'm totally in favor of like reasonable, like in fiction makes sense punishment. But also, with what you're saying, AKL, you don't even really need to punish the party to make it feel like the heat is on them, to make it feel like they're in danger, and make them behave in a more investing way. not just for you, but for them as well. Sounds good, John. I love you. I've gotten on my soapbox before about how much I really enjoy the fact that you guys have speed controls on the YouTube playback. But I'll get on my soapbox once again. I love it. Speaking of soapboxes, this was not even an intended segue, but everybody come look at this shit. I'm all over the place today. But that's okay. That's what you guys are here for, right? Look at this shit. Everybody go to my channel. And I'm also just going to show you on stream. Everyone go to my channel. Look at this nice ass banner that Eden made me. Holy shit, doesn't it look good? I think it looks so sick. And I love the tagline. I did not come up with this. Full on credit to Eden. Who needs a soapbox when you have a megaphone? Oh, what a tagline. Holy shit. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. I'm excited about it. Yeah, that's all I have. In regards to that, that's my takeaway from last stream. That is the new banner news. And very, I guess, just slight reminder, announcement sort of situation. Remember that this Thursday is the Baldur's Gate 3 release. I will be doing a 72-hour stream. It's gonna be insane. I'm so pumped for it. And I hope that all of you can stop by at least, just say hi, see my slow descent into madness. With that, there will be a stream on Wednesday, normal time, normal place, but it will not be a normal 6-hour stream or 5.5, whatever. I will be doing a much, much shorter stream in order to conserve my voice. It'll probably just be some hanging out. I might even do sort of a quasi-music stream to see if you guys like any particular playlists. Also, might even let you guys submit some music. The Q&A from this, maybe AKL, maybe. I'm debating. It'll be I'll tell you this no matter what. It'll be a shorter and a kind of a less focused stream. I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna do yet. Some of it might be related to the weekend stuff, because I want I'm making a new overlay for the weekend stuff. That's one of the things I was testing with that scene and the chat and everything. So it'll be a weird one. It'll be a weird one. All prepping for Thursday, and then Thursday 7 p.m. confirmed. We are starting on our Baldur's Gate journey. And I will also note, we won't be playing Baldur's Gate for 100% of the time. I definitely
welcome everyone.
Would not have the mental capacity for that. We'll be taking breaks. Obviously, I'll have to cook food, even if I meal prep it. I'll be playing with Bug, because she hates it when I stream. So occasionally I'll be getting off to, I'll still be on cam, but I'll probably be muted, playing with her, cuddling with her, whatever. Same thing with my wife occasionally. I won't be on cam for that. But it'll be a good time. You might have some surprise guest appearance, potentially even some guests, taking over the stream. Can we donate for doggy playtime? AKL, unironically, I wish. I didn't think it was going to happen, and it's definitely not. But there is actually a lower monetization tier for live streaming on YouTube now. They just recently added it. And you only have to have 500 subscribers and 3,000 public watch hours. And, I mean, for your guys' reference, I'm like halfway on watch hours, and you guys can obviously see the subscriber. I'm like, 2/3 of the way there on subscribers. So in the future, I do want to like legitimately have more ways for you guys to interact in that way. Some things that you can maybe donate very, very small amounts of money for, because I have a day job. I don't need this to be my income. But I do think it would be cool to have that level of interaction of like things that you guys might want that I may or may not want to do. I also want to do Pay Eden Mondays eventually, so that all of the proceeds from that can go towards Eden, who is doing all of my editing pro bono, because he's the GOAT. So that is in the future. Unfortunately, will not be there for this 72-hour stream. But if the 72 hours goes well, I might do it again. Who knows? Editors do rock. Eden super rocks. Also, speaking of Eden and editors, I've never actually shouted out. Eden has a channel. Go and look him up. It's Eden Maine, Mayne. Eden Maine looks like this. If you're interested in editing, especially like movie stuff, he makes some really, really dope trailer edits. So go and check it out. If you support me, you implicitly support him. So might as well go and check it out in the meantime. But with that said, I'm going to go to the first John Forsyth. Let's see. Code 1633 is what we're looking for. 1633. Ding, 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 ding. There we go. And let's see what they have.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Critical Role. First off, I want to thank the chat for buying this amazing cloak that came in. The most delightful Dungeon Master cloak, which is...
I recognize that cloak. That's crazy. I think I've seen that in like fan art. I haven't recognized a lot. Like I didn't recognize like Skull Fire Keep or whatever, but I know that cloak. Huh. That's funny. Okay, very cool. And then at 20, Matt starts his recap, and then we are there. Let's see, 2020. 2002. Yeah, we'll start right there.
Let's go ahead and get this on the road then, so we can get into the story.
Yeah, let's get it on the road.
So, to get everyone caught up to where we are, the party was initially sent on a quest into the mountainous region beneath the dwarven city of Craghammer to find essentially a folk hero of the region named Lady Kima of Vord, who's a halfling paladin who had gone missing while on a vision quest that apparently led her to some evil that was brewing beneath the city. As the party went in search of her...
Also, may I just point out that the discussion of her, like, being on the vision quest that led her towards this evil, while, yes, is equally... it totally could fit that, like, that vision quest is, like, from her god. It's a quest that is supposed to lead her towards defeating this evil. Is there not... it feels equally as likely to me that this is a subterfuge, that this is a trick from, in Christian mythos, the devil. This feels totally like a devil trick Bible story. Or even outside of like Bible stuff, even going into mythology, this feels like a Greek trickster god that tricks the hero into thinking that they are Zeus or whatever, and only the character's sharp wit like lets them see the clues that this isn't actually from them. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I think that this also very much could be the situation where Lady Kima maybe is getting tricked. I think it's very possible. But that is neither here nor there. I'm not going to start the Kira is Kavarn thing. Plus, we're gonna find out this episode. I am smirking. Oh man, we'll see. We'll see. Zeus was always the one that was actually doing the tricking. Fair. Are you saying that Kima's an IRS agent? Yes. Yes, I am. I think all of those are reasonable. We will see. Kavarn revealed is the name of the episode. So all of my theories will be collapsed. That's honestly why I'm pausing ahead of time, because I'm actually kind of nervous. I won't lie to you guys. I'm a little nervous because I've been spouting these crackpot theories for 10 episodes at this point. And I'm about to find out what's up. Now, I still have a small theory that Kavarn is totally someone else and Kima's going to try to steal the horn, and I wouldn't find that out until next episode, but we're close. I'm close to getting to knowing how right or wrong I was. Just make sure you keep an eye on Kavarn. Oh, I will. I will not let her, him, it out of my fucking sight.
They ended up finding themselves climbing deeper into the Underdark, a very scary portion of the subterranean world, encountering numerous beasts and talking cell phone.
Sorry.
Also, AKO, you're right. Full cast episode. I think there's only been one or two of these. Very exciting.
Disadvantage.
Discovering that there was apparently an alliance that had been forged between the Illithids, the Mind Flayers that live down there, and the Durgar, who normally are at odds, have forged some sort of pact.
Right.
And upon battling their way deeper into the cavernous regions below, the lava-encrusted obsidian walls, they began to uncover a plot that apparently some monstrosity, some new dark leader by the name of Kavarn had been the one responsible for uniting them, and currently resides at a temple in the center of the subterranean Illithid city of Yogg-Voril. You guys made your way down to what seems to be the cavern that contains the island that Yogg-Voril resides upon. You managed to scavenge a few broken boats from the lake that surrounds the island.
For no reason, I might add. I still have no idea why they did that. Percy repaired them, you rode around. I kind of get it in retrospect. I was maybe, misinterpreting the scale of this island, which we also talked about last episode. The scale is a bit confusing. But, yeah, just silly. Making my way downtown.
Percy repaired them, and you rode around the outskirts to what seemed to be some sort of a beachside cavern. Upon entering the cavern, you found a partially buried, a chest or some container of some kind. It looks like some sort of a...
Oh, dude. Speaking of things that I said last episode that I want to re-highlight because they're in his recap, they found a chest. I legitimately thought that Matt would never have treasure chests. He would never have loot chests. Because there's loot on every goddamn body. And to me, you should do one or the other. Either people are keeping their valuables on them, or they are, coalescing them in a single place. And if you ask me which is better, I think you should have, little to no loot on the bodies and the occasional treasure chest or treasure chest loot trove equivalent. I think that's the way to go. Matt's doing both, which I guess he has loot goblins. He needs to keep them fed, otherwise they turn into gremlins at midnight. But holy shit, that metaphor didn't even make any sense. But I'm flabbergasted at the level and consistent and just the sheer amount of loot.
A camp that had been destroyed and scattered, and a few rotting corpses against the walls. As you continue to inspect the area, the corpses begin to rise from their sitting positions. With previous experience in the realm of undead, you, however, know that these eyes of these creatures carry far more intelligence than your run-of-the-mill zombie. And that was where we left off at this point in time, which requires a music change.
A music change.
Jumping right in.
Right into it.
Right in.
Oh, God.
We have a good number of the party that is still out.
Okay, I just it's kind of a funny leak. Nico was asking me for some pictures that I had of myself for a thumbnail for a meme, and I sent him this, and he saved it, and that's what I was just checking to see what the file name was. And the file name that I saved it as is just sexy_face.png. Silly. I wish I could make it not pop up on the screen that I am showing all of you. Going back to the streamer's one job is not to leak shit. I will unironically have to figure that out for Baldur's Gate. I need to test that shit. Because it's funny right now. It could be less funny during a 72-hour stream where I might sometimes have to do stuff not related to stream. What up, SSH? It is not a full 4.5 hours. I will, kind of hedge that. There's a Q&A on the end. I don't know if you're trying to gaslight me. I don't like that that's become an integral component of my chat. That they're constantly trying to trick me on what the reality is. I guess there are worse chats to have. Matt may not quite have internalized that he now has a continuously trapped audience players in a way he didn't back in the home game. Fair. He certainly does. I think that there's a lot of things that they probably haven't fully internalized about their situation. And that is, I have the exact same thing. I think that my Critical Role streams have gotten better. Hell, I think my streams in general have gotten better the more I've done them. So, I can't be too critical. Like, when I am critical, I am under the assumption, honestly, with like most of the critiques that I give, that it will be better. I more just give them as examples for you guys on like what to avoid. So yeah. Good combat hint to display these aren't just low CR zombies when Matt mentions intelligence in the eyes. Oh, totally. I 100% agree. I love taking existing enemies within the book and adding a little bit of a flavor change. I did talk about at the end of last episode that I was like, I would prefer for there to be a more cohesive theme in this cavern, maybe around like the fungus. So, maybe narrate that these are more like Last of Us type zombies with like fungus growing out of their eyes. And, instead of having the blue crystals, make it like bioluminescent fungus. But all in all, separate from the theming, I actually really like the cavern that they're in right now. I think the scale is a little confusing, but that is not actually an issue with design. It's an issue with description. And so like from a design standpoint, separate from the theme, I like the where they are a lot. But yeah.
In the boat is being towed by Keyleth, currently in shark form.
We're in a boat.
We're in a boat.
I'm in a boat. I'm in a
Motherfucker.
There's Keyleth's shark form.
Oh, nice.
Where? Awesome.
Right there.
Shark Week.
Shark, exactly. All right,
Totally Shark Week.
so in the cavern, I believe we had Vax, we had Scanlan, Tiberius, and Vex on the flying carpet that were making their way down. You scattered ahead, began to check the interior before this happened. So, as these creatures are now rising up off the ground, looking kind of insidious in their expression, all glaring at you as you're the most apparently nearby individual, what are you doing?
You have fuzz in your hair.
And it's gonna stay.
No, you got it.
Oh, damn it. Something that would bother you for the rest of the game. Okay.
Part of the game.
So, that being the case, we're jumping right into battle at the top of this game in the center of this kind of beachside cavern. Roll initiative.
Oh, Richard. Feel free, dude. I'm playing the game. I am under absolutely no illusions about what is going on, and I know that you guys aren't under any illusions. To give a peek behind the curtain really quick. In terms of, my priorities, like what I'm thinking about during these, I am focused on providing good transformative content. Everything else, I'll play the game. I do not consider thumbnails and titles to be like a moral question or an art form. I'm putting shit up there that'll get people to click, and my hope is that one of the people that clicks vibes with the chat, vibes with the community, just like vibes with the group that we have here, and they will find a place that they like, and that they will they'll hang out and they'll have fun. So that is, and I'm willing to do whatever. I'm not good, honestly, at making like the hyper like rage bait. I like my mind just doesn't go to those places. So like I almost have to do the ironic funny clickbait, otherwise it just gets weird. But yeah, I'm getting people to click, and then I'm trying to actually like provide, decent entertainment once they get in. Yeah. And you'll actually see I have some streams coming up that are planned that the thumbnails are very you'll be able to tell how much I did not give a shit about the thumbnails. But I think the streams are going to be really fun. So you'll see. Yes. Yeah. Megaphone, sexy face man. Yeah.
Everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, AKL, man. That's the goal. And it's honestly something that I am not like the best at doing all the time. Sometimes I get like too concerned that the thumbnail isn't good enough. And I'm like, dude, I'm a streamer. I'm way, or like I want to be at least. Like I don't really care about the thumbnails. I just want to like make good content and hang out with you guys. So yeah, sometimes it's something I have to pull myself back from, but yeah. I'm glad that you appreciate it.
Yeah. First roll of the night.
First roll.
Yeah.
Yay.
Bam.
All right, so
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
top of the round. Who's got 25 to 20? Anybody?
25.
20.
Ooh, Percy with the rolls.
I got good initiative. Nice.
Also, something I've never asked, but I'm curious about, is the chat actually big enough to where you guys can read it, like, comfortably? Or do you want me to make the font size bigger? I'm looking at it, and, like, kind of for the first time, I'm thinking, maybe the font size could be bigger on that. So I might do it, and just let me know if it looks bad.
25,
20.
20 for Grog and Vex.
Higher than I can count.
All right. 20 to 15.
16.
16 for Tiberius. 15 to 10.
Really strong 13.
Really strong 13 on Vax.
Why do we always have so
Good
low?
man.
12
All right.
for the shark.
Me and Pike, worst rollers in the game.
Don't say that.
Yeah, we got
Well,
this.
we roll well when
This
it
is
counts.
fine.
Yeah, but whenever for initiative, we always.
Always
do the
roll.
last.
Well, it's the plate armor and the.
And the little legs.
I don't know why. All right. So, and what have you guys got initiative wise?
4.
Oh wow, I got 7.
Nice.
Let's go.
Good size. Is there a way to bold? Yes, there is. I will do that now. And I know that you guys just said that the font was good. I'm going to turn it up just a little bit, because I think I would like it to be slightly bigger. Maybe if we had more chatters, like, going quicker, I wouldn't be as concerned. But when I'm, like, reading, like, basically everything you guys are saying, I think I would like it to be slightly bigger. Okay. So it is now changed to be bolded, and it bolded, and it's a slight bit bigger. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I can already read that easier, even in my little preview window on OBS. So, yeah, let me know if that doesn't work for you guys, but I'm already liking it more. Okay, Cool.
All right, so top of the round.
See you guys in 20
Percy,
minutes.
you are out in the ship. Are you going to stay on the ship?
That's definitely better.
Puppies are really good.
I know, timing is
Very
everything. What are you doing? Quick.
Okay, I'm going to tug on the rope 3 times in succession to let our shark friend know that it's time to boogie. I'm going to take the rope. I'm going to jump
No change.
out
Very
of the
nice.
boat. Is there anything to tie the rope to?
This beach is just gravel. There is no particular physical element. I mean, maybe on the far end, there might be a part of the wall.
Okay, lame. I've talked so much about design, especially when it comes to the battle arenas, and that's lame. I don't know. It's like there should be some manner of physical element. I'm not saying that everything has to be like a crazily involved battle arena. But I don't say there's nothing. Don't say it's a blank white room. Highlight the gravel and that, you know, there's the potential for maybe some additional slipping and sliding or something on that. Like, you should never, ever, ever be battling in a blank white room. And they're not right now. He's about to go into how there is gravel. And if there is, like, highlight that. Highlight how that could potentially be useful. Because right now he's looking for options. And that's like the fun thing about D&D is like interacting with your environment. That's why we're not, you know, out here playing chess. Is because like everyone wants to do like the cool environmental combos. You know, it's kind of the difference between Pokemon the TV show and Pokemon the video game. We don't want to be in Pokemon the video game where we're in a blank arena just smacking each other with attacks. We want to be in the TV show where we're bouncing off of rocks and like using tree branches and shit like that. That is the much, much cooler situation, in my opinion, at least.
But it's going to be an awkward hinge. There's really
No,
nowhere to latch.
is there something that if I had an adhesive that I could adhere?
Well, I can't beach
I
the
mean, you
boat.
could, if you have an adhesive, you might be able to stick it to the wall on
Duct
the far
tape.
end of the beach.
I'll just
And
beach
you
it
need
up.
the
I'll just
cavern
beach
wall
the
you're
boat.
up against, but there's nothing actually on the beach floor at all.
Okay, so I'm going to take the.
To that point, though, there doesn't need to be the physical attribute that they are asking for. So, like, he's saying, if I had an adhesive, could I stick something? That doesn't have to be yes. I talked about this in, like, episode 1, where I was like, yeah, I like that, like, you know, Matt was willing to put up walls in front of his characters of, like, oh, yeah, like, that just doesn't work, or whatever. I would say, generally, even in this case, though, especially when it comes to a battle arena, I am more willing to give them, like, ludicrous options. So I was like, I would be like, the only thing you could do with an adhesive is either try to reach the back wall, or there are stalactites on the ceiling that you can't reach, but, you know, maybe if you got some height or you shot something up there, you might have access to, like, you know, give them ludicrous options to get their brain working, even if, like, functionally those things are out of reach. But I'm gonna move on because at this point I'm nitpicking a little bit.
The piece of rope with the I'm gonna attempt to take the piece of rope, place it against the wall, and take an ice shot just slightly above the rope and freeze it to the wall.
Okay, so as you hold it up, you go ahead and line up your
Sure.
enchanted ice chamber of your pepper box. Fire, and with the extremely loud, echoing gunshot sound throughout the cavern, you see a blast. The bullet itself ricochets and spins off into the distance, into the darkness, but you do see left behind where part of the rock had chiseled from the impact. Ice has coalesced, cracked, and has, for the time being, held the rope to the edge of the cavern.
That's sick. Very cool and creative use of, I talked about, like, Orion using telekinesis as essentially a combat spell, and Percy's kind of doing the opposite with his ice shot. Very cool. Very, very dope. Also love Matt narrating the echoing out of the shot in the cavern. You can see some of them kind of make eyes when that happens, which they should be. And honestly, like next turn, like right after he does whatever he does, I'm narrating. You hear some like birds shifting, and you see if any of you are looking behind, you see some foliage like rustle in the jungle way across the way or whatever. And let them imply that dangerous things are happening because of this loud noise. Again, this concept of keeping on the heat, not necessarily punishing your players, but making them feel like they're in danger in this dangerous environment. Percy achieved ludicrous speed.
Running in is for the rest of my movement.
All right, so Percy is there. All right, Percy, it's going to take you a few rounds to get there. It's a long,
That's fine.
winding cavern, but you're in the process of making
my
the
way.
cavern.
What did you get?
All right, great. So that brings us to Grog and Vex. Grog and Vex, what you got?
Would you like to go?
Well, you're outside. You can go.
Is the boat beached on the shore yet?
No, the boat is not beached. It is the rope that the boat is attached to is currently
Attached to the wall.
attached to the wall. So I mean, it's anchored.
Okay, good.
And I'm in the boat,
It's solidly.
You're in the boat.
so I'm just chilling.
Grog's in the boat.
The Lido deck.
in the boat.
Clarota, Kima.
I would like to bust out at a full dead sprint after Percy.
All right.
There's been no blood being had without me.
As Grog leaps out of the boat,
Run right past me.
splashing. It's shallow at this point. You're about waist deep in the water. You trudge up to the shore, run across the gravel beach, and start heading straight into the cavern after Percy.
Screaming.
Just yelling into the cavern.
Almost high-pitched
Big old
scream.
Goliath scream. There's your pointer if anyone needs it, by the way.
Goliath falsetto.
I'll just take it because it's fun.
There you go. All right, that brings us to Vex.
Which one looks biggest?
You're still on top of the flying carpet, the three of you guys lifting in.
Does one of the ghouls look scarier
Best
than
you can
others?
tell, there are these three that all look kind of similar in stature. There was one over here that is generally larger, taller, more lanky, and appears to have kind of a semblance of armor on him still. And he almost seems to be giving looks and silent commands to the others.
He's a master zombie. Hunter's mark. Him.
What's the range on your hunter's mark? Because you're back here.
Hey, Laura.
What?
Laura.
I did it! I did it!
Laura. Okay.
Hunter's mark, 90 feet.
Yeah, you can get there.
Okay, good.
Says the chat.
All right.
Says the chat room. There.
Yes.
Well, I don't need it, because I'm going to conjure barrage of cone at them all once he's Hunter's mark.
Barrage Cone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like an
Sacha Baron
Italian
Cohen.
porn
And
guy.
I'm
Hunter's mark on that one.
biggest
While
cone
I
this side of
whistle for Trinket to get his butt in.
And then the east side.
Comes trinket.
Oh, Goliath falsetto is dope. I love that. Especially I feel like it's almost like a barbershop quartet, but all four of them look like Travis. Like it's just like the beefiest dudes you've ever seen, and they sing you sweet lullaby tunes.
His ear perk up from the distance, can hear your whistle echoing through the cavern on the beach side. Stumbles out of the boat, sploosh, big splash, and
chases after
chases her
them.
way up after Grog.
Okay, and then I conjure barrage.
All wet and soaked, the fur kind of pushed against the body. Conjure barrage. Oh, what's
a
the?
cone.
All right, what's the range of that?
It's a 60-foot cone.
You are quite a distance from most of them. You might have to hop off of the flying carpet.
I
She can
will.
move it just fine. Just think
Well,
forward.
can we fly the carpet forward, and I?
You're currently not in control of the carpet. Tiberius is. So.
Oops.
What? Can I delay until? What's your initiative?
Well, 16, but it's fine.
I'll delay until his. Can I do that?
You can do that.
Nice.
All right. So.
I've talked about this. I think that she's not delaying temporarily, or maybe that is like the rule that Matt allows. But I've talked about how one of my homebrew rules for initiative is that you can actively change your initiative if you are making it lower. So you are fully within your rights. If you roll an 18 to change your initiative to 16, you can never change it back to 18 after you've done that. It is now permanently the lower value. And at any point during initiative, you can always make it, or during the combat, you can always make your initiative lower until, you eventually hit 0. Yeah, that's something I fully allow my players to do. And then once they hit 0, they can't go, lower than that. They're just last. But yeah, I'm always down to let my players do that.
Delays on that. Grog runs in.
Okay, they're
All
gonna
right,
start
so-
hitting.
Because it's just to be clear, because it's just actively making themselves worse, right? Like it is gaining a temporary tactical advantage for long-term tactical disadvantage. And the interesting choice there for the players is how long do they think the combat will last. So I think that's a super interesting thing, like basically question to put to your players is how long do you think this combat will last? Like, is it worth it to delay your initiative? Yeah. Hello, Inspire Red. Stream's going well. I am only like 5 minutes in to the actual episode, per usual. But we're trucking along. It's gonna be a good night.
The undead take their turn. So as all the entities rise up, they all swarm in, rushing around with an unnatural speed.
Oh, I should have
Missing a
just.
toe.
Age ain't slowing them down, nothing. Wow. Hi, fellas.
They all kind of leap up, their faces kind of, you see portions of their jaw kind of dangling with these sharp kind of awful blackened teeth that are broken and gnarled.
I feel so popular.
You kind of glance around suddenly as this darkened room, which you're able to make up just a little bit of light from.
For 4 years from now to watch Exu Calamity spoiler free. Dude, I will say, I mean, again, this is the stream where we're kind of taking down the curtain a little bit. Ideally, one of my goals is, or my main goal is to eventually be able to do this full time. And, if I was doing this full time, I would have like a nightly episode watching, or maybe like every other day. So my hope eventually is to be able to get through these real fast. So we'll see. I mean, if things stay the way they are and I'm not making money at it and I'm just, doing it as a hobby, that's all good with me. But yeah, it will probably be like 4 years from now.
Tiberius's light on the edge of his staff. They move with a blur of speed and they're right up in your face.
Oh no.
28 days zombies.
You are getting.
Oh god, get out of the middle of them.
And see, this is okay. Oh god, this is gonna be a pause-heavy stream. I can already tell. This is a way to narrate anime speed and have it feel okay. Is to get into initiative before you do it. Be like, oh, they move with a blur of speed. Because like you haven't narrated them moving around in real time yet. And so it's okay to talk about like the blurs of speed within initiative because like everything is kind of a blur of speed within like the turn-based combat of initiative because like everyone is moving like quasi instantly, but within like the suspension of disbelief, we all know that they are not moving around that fast. So I think it's okay to narrate it like that within initiative. It's not pause heavy. It's profoundly transformative. Exactly, AKL. You hit the nail on the fucking head. I like that.
First thing you notice, one of them is giving off an awful stench. The smell you heard earlier. The smell.
Sheesh, Sam. Okay, giving me some real shit to anticipate. I'm looking forward to it. I've actually had it mentioned to me before that like that should be like my intro to Critical Role if I wanted to like it. Everyone like directs me towards Calamity. So, we'll see.
You heard the smell you smelt when you first entered the cavern that was terrible is now so strong that it's nearly overpowering.
The one specifically?
You can't. It's hard to find a source to it.
Okay.
However, you are taking a claw strike from each of them.
Oh,
Oh
good.
god.
Naturally.
That is going to be 6. You got misses. That is a 19.
Yeah.
Hits. 18.
Yep.
Hits, and then 20.
Hell yeah.
Oh no.
All right. So 3 claw strikes.
Yep.
You take
Hell yeah.
7 points of slashing damage, another 7 points of slashing damage, and then a 10. So that's a
About
total.
right.
So 24 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
As all these like horribly muddied and half-rotted claws start sinking past the armor into your flesh, the back of your neck. One catches you in the side, and it all happens so fast you feel like you're almost spun around entirely by the sheer force of the impact. I need you to make 3 Constitution saving throws.
Oh, they got poison or something. They got magic. They got poison magic. Okay.
Come on, new dice.
Matthew, who's
Come
next after
on,
him?
new.
15.
Okay. What plus? What's your
Plus
constitution?
nothing.
Oh,
Plus
really?
nothing.
What was it?
It's all in speed, man. 15.
15?
6.
All right.
19.
Okay. So, 2 of the impacts, you feel this kind of sense of strange rot impeding upon your system, and you shrug it off, but one of them still manages to sift through and your system seizes. You feel all the muscles in your body begin to tighten up, and suddenly you're unable to move. It's just your
1.5 for combat. Oh, dude, you're so right. I totally forgot.
entire body.
Dude, 1.5 is something that like I need to do for combat, and I just constantly cannot remember. Yeah, math does hurt. It's one of the reasons. Like, there's so many. It's hard because like there is one advantage to playing in person, in my opinion, which is vibes. But playing online has a lot of advantages. Like, you know, endless canvases, like really easy character sheet stuff, instant rolling of damage, and like, tallying the totals. But also, in-person vibes are pretty unmatched.
It's one tense, giant flexing muscle, and you're unable to shift anywhere from your position.
Feels like rigor mortis.
Yeah, you're currently paralyzed, my friend.
Paralyzed?
What?
Yeah.
Oh no, I can't do anything because I won't be able to dodge
Great
it.
start.
Yeah, all right, that brings us to Tiberius and Vex.
Send a fireball right here.
No.
I'm gonna. Actually, how far away am I right now?
Right here, I'd say you're
Give me
approximately...
the push. Well, I'll move the carpet the minimum distance I have for her to get in range.
Okay, you can probably push it. I think it's 20 feet about there.
Okay. So that's where I'll stay.
This doesn't look good. I cast an obelisk of stone on my dear friend. I'm going to raise him up out of harm's way.
All right, so as you finish casting, you can see there's like some of the actual sand that fills the bottom of this cave begins to swirl up in a wind around Tiberius' hands, and as he lifts his arms up, a single column of stone kind of shakes and shifts out of the ground, lifting your paralyzed body up into the air, 15 feet into the air. Thankfully, the actual cavern itself is about 25 feet tall, so it doesn't crush you against the ceiling.
No, I only raised it about 20 feet.
Okay, you can only go 15 for level 3.
Oh,
or 20, I'm sorry, 20 feet.
yeah.
So, so you're just like barely brought up to the ceiling. It kind of crests the top of your head, but not enough to actually crush you or do any damage, but you are seemingly out of harm's way from the current undead onslaught.
And I go, give us a good idea.
And I spend 3 sorcerer points and I huck a fireball. Shred out those fuckers too.
All right, so Tiberius, as you lift up the pillar with one hand, the dust settles and falls from your hand, the sand. As it does, this hand back here begins to coalesce this small bead of red burning energy. You fling it out with your offhand. It streaks across, hits the base of the pillar, and explodes with a blast of red, fiery, magical energy. Go ahead and roll damage. Your DC on that is 17, right?
Gotcha. Good to know, John. Good to know.
Yes. 2, 4, 6. Is it 6 or 8?
Oh, they all failed their saving throw.
Huh.
It's 8d6.
Yeah.
8d6?
Yes.
That's.
Jeez. That seems unfair.
Same damage lightning bolt does.
That's.
I will say this is something I've never brought up because I kind of didn't realize that it was kind of floating around in the back of my mind regarding what Matt just did.
Oh, they all failed their saving throw.
Saying they all failed their saving throw. I am kind of an all or nothing kind of guy when it comes to telling players what happens behind the screen. I almost never tell players if monsters roll 1s or 20s. But I almost never tell players if things fail or succeed saving throws unless it is like specific, like unless there are specific spell effects that only take place if they do. But like for Fireball, there's just increased damage. So I would just say like, hey, roll full damage for me, and then I'll apply half damage where necessary on the back end. That is just my own personal style. And then I normally describe narratively what is happening. But I like the thing that I prefer about my style, and the reason that I do it is because in this case, let's say that half of them did not fail their saving throws. Half of them failed, half of them did not. And I narrate how, this one and this one seem to screech and squeal in pain because from the fireball, whereas these other two seem to shrug it off more stolidly. If you are the player, there are a lot of various reasons that could have happened. It could have been saving throws, or it could be that there is a difference between these zombies. It could be that these zombies are resistant and these aren't. Could be that these zombies are vulnerable and these aren't. Even if they're the same 4 zombies. You have no idea. I like keeping that veil up because I think that it keeps the players thinking about the game. Which is a real struggle when you're playing D&D, is keeping people engaged and invested. To that end, though, I have before rolled in front of my players. So that's why I say that I'm kind of an all or nothing type of person when it comes to rolling. I either roll behind the screen and keep any mechanics locked behind the screen unless I have to and just describe effects narratively, or the dice are in front of everyone. Everyone can fucking see what's going on. So I'm kind of either one way or the other. I love the Box of Doom. I've never really watched through a Dimension 20 actual play, but I've seen shorts of players rolling in the box in front of everyone, or the DM rolling in front of everyone for really important roles. I love that. I'm all about that for big dramatic things like that. So they Star Wars it though, and it takes place pre everything that has been covered in the CR timeline wise, talking about Calamity. Interesting. Yeah, because that's right. Because this is post the world getting wrecked, and we're in rebuilding. Interesting. It does make a lot of sense because, in a way, giving that kind of info is kind of a normalized path of metagaming. Yeah, sort of. I mean, it enforces the line, or not enforces, but it sort of encourages the line between the fiction and the game. And one of my overarching kind of core tenets that I've talked about all the time is one of my core thing that I'm looking to improve is investment within the story. And I don't think that metagaming inherently reduces investment. I think metagaming can be a way towards improving investment, but you have to be really, really careful with it. And I think that this is a scenario where thinking about results of saving throws is maybe a little bit too on the bringing people out of it end of the spectrum. D20 is fun. Big fan of Fantasy High S1, the Unsleeping City S1, and a Crown of Candy. Hell yeah, man. I mean, it's one of those things where I've talked about potentially after big arcs in Critical Role, I might watch a D20 because they're, much more contained. So I might watch a whole D20 show in between arcs. We'll see. Perv on? Is that related to something I said 5 minutes ago? I know that sometimes I'm slow to read through chat and I go on a little bit of a tangent. I don't get that otherwise. There's a different vibe in getting a number moved in response to your actions versus getting a narrative outcome from your actions. Yeah, exactly, Sam. There's a very different vibe. Okay, inside joke. I was I'm not grasping the joke. Okay, cool. Good to know. Kind of like Sam's square dick. But yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Sam. There's a very different vibe towards getting the in-game response and reaction versus the number. So yeah.
It's 8d6.
You.
8d6? That's, jeez. That seems unfair.
Same damage lightning bolt.
That's 6. Oh, you're right. Man, I'm a bad member too.
32 damage.
32 damage. All right.
Nice.
So, as you guys are running into the cavern, you hear this loud, familiar explosion sound that kind of has this weird dull thud and then flaming heat. You see like flickers of light from across around the bend, and this wave of heat hits you. The explosion, as it finishes, you can see these 3 undead are completely incinerated. That's these burning cinders in the ground.
See ya.
This one's still standing. However, the force of the explosion also destroys the pillar from underneath.
Oh shit.
Causing you to
Okay,
fall.
hold on. As he falls, do I still have a movement after this or no?
You use your movement to move the
Shit.
carpet. Sorry.
Well, it's like the Tower of Terror.
Oh, I still love lightning bolts as well. And Spire spoilers. Obviously, you're not telling me anything about Pervon, but I don't even want to know that it's an NPC. Spoilers. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. But yeah, oh man, I have a story that I can't repeat, but I can generally talk about. I'm not saying anything. I know. I'm just hands off. I have a story that I can't repeat fully, but I can allude to. Where in my first campaign, I was very inexperienced at DMing. This was probably my 3rd session I'd ever DM'd. I was 14 years old, and I was playing with other 14-year-olds, and I'd been naming NPC after NPC. I had not predicted how hard it would be to come up with names in the moment. And someone asked me the name of someone, and I was kind of annoyed at them at this point, and I was like, I don't know, what the fuck do you want his name to be? And that was not good power to give my players. That was, I will let you infer based on the fact that I cannot repeat the story, and I do not support or condone our actions, but we ended up with a very badly named NPC that was in several sessions, and I ended up abbreviating so that I didn't have to say it every time. Whitestone Andy, worse, but I will not go into it further. But yeah, I definitely know I now have a method for generating NPC names that I think are good. And then I also have another method, which is looking up a name generator. Having a fucking computer and just looking up a name generator is easy enough. I also record all of my sessions nowadays, just locally, so that I can always look back and remind myself of what I said, how I voiced a character, etc., etc. But yeah, we all make mistakes. Yeah. But yeah, naming NPCs is hard.
For temp, you only take, I'd say, 2d6. Okay. No, 1d6, because it's only a 20-foot fall. You're fine.
Okay.
Do I need
You'll
help?
catch yourself.
Okay.
And it's also sand, so it's not too hard.
Okay, cool.
All right, so that finishes your turn.
It sure does. You finish
yes,
that bastard
yes,
off,
of
will you?
You did land on a bunch of rocks with a broken pillar. Roll another d6 pointed.
That was more substantial.
I was just saying it wasn't so hard, but the fact that there's a whole crap ton of pillar rubble now that your paralyzed body fell upon, was unable to brace your fall. So that's gonna hurt in the morning.
DM hindsight.
Vex, what you're up?
Okay, well, there's no really anybody else, so I'm gonna there's no really anybody else, so I'm gonna shoot through my. I can shoot through my fire thing, right?
If you want to, yeah, you still have use it for the day.
Or should I save it for the day? I'll hit him twice. I'll attack him.
Okay, so you're attacking twice. So as you're sitting on top of the carpet, you pull out, and rapidly release 2 arrows in succession against this.
Oh, natural 20!
Yeah! All right. And what's the other attack?
Easy peasy.
21.
Both hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Hit him.
You did
Oh,
the-
actually, 23. I forgot I had bracers on.
That hits. Well, the braces only affect your damage, not to hit.
Oh, cool.
Good to know. 21.
You get +2 to all of your damage rolls with ranged attacks.
What do I do for a critical then?
You roll the regular damage, multiply it by 2, and then add your modifier at the end.
Okay. Oh, that's not that one. 15 for the first one,
All right.
and 12 for the second one.
And Hunter's Mark on both of those?
And Hunter's
'Cause
Mark
it's
on
the
both
board.
of those.
The chat room's like,
That
That
was
was,
your mark.
that
Roll
was
that
a
again.
6.
It
That
was-
was definitely a 6. That was a 6!
There you go.
Alright, cool. 7 then for.
All right, so as the smoke kind of filters out of the way and you make the...
Yeah, players really do know how to nitpick every single decision that you make as a DM. Every name you come up with, they they know exactly how to twist it into a joke. Oh, man.
Visual of the form, you see your brother on the ground currently seizing.
Related to Samuel's comment, nothing is safe. Nothing is safe.
And in the rubble, you see the shadow of one of the undead still standing angrily. It rears back its claws forward and gets this horrible, like, gnashing sound as its jaw opens and actually widens. This long tongue kind of whips out on it. As you bear down, you release one arrow, piercing the side of its shoulder as it reaches up to kind of break it off. Its tongue's still out. The second one goes into the tongue, out the back of the throat. It reaches up and breaks off the arrow in the throat, looks towards you, goes to lunge, and as it does, you can see it just collapses on top of his body, no longer moving.
Embrace him. Embrace him.
Give me some sugar.
All right, so the rest of you finally make your way into the cavern. You manage to go ahead and shrug off the rest of this paralyzation, stiffly get up and find your way out of the
Can we
rubble.
land? Tiberius.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Tell me it's not over.
Oh, sorry, Grog. The fight's over.
I can often push the dead body.
I live for one thing.
Am I close enough to get out of the boat?
Yeah, you can stay out of the boat.
Are you alive?
I'm live.
Keyleth, you are left out there currently as a shark as everyone
I
else.
go look at the treasure chest.
Oh, I'm going too. Good job, badasses.
We are down to
I'll stay with
normal
the
time.
boat.
You okay? You need some
Good
help
job,
there? You
guys.
okay?
All right, that was.
Also, I've said it before. I love comp stomp fights in D&D and TTRPGs. I love moments where the players get to feel like badasses because they just absolutely decimate a fight. I think it's one of the main, and I also really love presenting players with fights that they have no hope of winning. I think that both of those are incredibly fun, and presenting your characters with fights that are correctly balanced every single time can lead to the on rails feeling that a lot of people complain about. And I think that presenting them with both things that are too challenging and things that are easy is one of the main sort of driving forces behind people wanting more sandbox style games. Is I think this is one of the like really core things that they want are a bit like places to just absolutely decimate and places to be decimated and to have like foreshadowing of those things. And I think that even if you're playing a super linear campaign like Matt is, you can still have those moments. Those moments are not integrally linked to, you know, a sandbox style situation. You can present your characters with a challenge that they cannot overcome. You just have to foreshadow it correctly and make sure that they have plenty of opportunities to get out. Otherwise, they will feel, you know, inappropriately trapped. There's only so many syllables in the world when you think about it. Terry Pratchett, multinational corporations regularly struggle to come up with brand names that are not obscene somewhere. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. That's very fair. I can imagine that that's a huge struggle.
If it's easy for somebody.
I didn't even need to get out of the boat. You guys just handled it like that.
I'll go back to the boat then. That's fine. I don't care.
Everything's
I'm sorry, Casey. Listen, I'm sorry, everybody. If I knew you wanted
Overlooting.
I didn't mean to.
Short rest.
I didn't mean to kill everybody so quickly.
Treasure chest.
Rage
I'll
loop.
let you kill
So,
everyone next
guys,
time.
go
Are we gonna do a short rest?
Lift the top of the chest, which was unlocked previously by your brother. As you lift it up, for a split second, you see what looks
Sam the Shusher makes a return, and I'm with it. Look, I mean, they're having like kind of fun, you know, character interactions, but I am also I'm down for a player to be like, hey, we've had the fun character interactions. Let's take it down.
like a flash of orangish energy, a familiar one, a very familiar one. As suddenly, a secondary fire blast emanates from the treasure chest itself.
Do nothing.
The blast radius sends the top half of the chest careening off and scraping off the roof of the cavern itself as you just turn the corner, see this giant explosion, sending you about 20 feet backwards.
Awesome.
Go ahead and
Good thing
make
you didn't get there and yet.
Avery,
That chest 10 feet away.
We're punishing the players finally. Okay. I will oh God, not to critique everything. Traps have to be used sparingly and with great thought. There's there's a meme that summarizes my my exact thoughts on it very well that I actually posted to my community tab a long time ago, and I'm going to bring it up because it is exactly what I think about this. Let's see. There we go. Yep. All right, bringing up the community tab. Yeah, there we go. Traps behind half the doors. A fourth of the chests are mimics. The BBG might as well be the reincarnation of Sun Tzu. Lol, my players have analysis paralysis. This is a risk. This is a risk with using traps in general. One campaign, I was a rogue. We come to a sentry. I'm hidden. He makes a move on my party. My attack, first attack of the campaign, crits. Easy combat elates the party. Totally, Richard. Yes. This is... yes. And this is why I think... Okay, this is a side tangent from what I was talking about. This is one of the reasons that I like Assassin so much as a subclass, is because you get those moments super often with Assassin, and it just feels nice. It just feels good. And like easy combats. I had to, one of my friends is running a Monster Hunter campaign, and there was like a couple of sessions where we were just blowing through every fight he presented to us. And it was not on purpose. He was trying to challenge us in those fights, and he felt really bad about it. But all of us were like, dude, we are having so much fun. Because we were blowing through it because we were making clever moves, and he was rewarding us for it. And like sometimes an easy combat it can be really fun. It does have to be handled somewhat carefully. Like not every combat can be super easy for no reason. But it's super fun to have a couple of grunts standing in front that you just absolutely blow through to see how much your party has advanced. But back to the traps bit. Yeah, if you overuse traps, you run the risk of having every single door, every single entryway, every single chest always be, I check for traps, I check for traps, I check for traps. Ah. I generally like to give, this is also sort of related to what we talked about last time when Matt described the races of the bodies that still has not come up. Maybe it will later. But occasionally it is good for the DM to over-describe benign details in order to throw the party off. Because I normally indicate that there is a trap somewhere in the narration. I normally give a little bit of a clue. Either a stone floor is weirdly clean, there are odd markings, like I will foreshadow it. Almost always. But I will also use the same sort of language and techniques that I use to foreshadow them randomly. I will say that a door is oddly canted on its access, and then they'll check and there's nothing fucking there. I've already told you guys that I have a habit of rolling dice behind the screen when for absolutely no reason. I love to give my players all of the narrative foreshadowing they will ever need so that they are not checking at random and they are not checking on every single fucking thing. You know, even if they are on a third of the doors and I describe how half of the doors are weird, that means that they are only checking half. If I were to not describe anything and put traps on a third of my doors, you best believe they would check every single fucking door in my entire campaign. So, I'm not saying that my strategy is the best strategy for mitigating that, but it is something to think about where, like, if you find yourself getting annoyed at certain player behavior, think about how you as a DM might be incentivizing that behavior. They have analysis paralysis. They keep checking all the doors for traps. Lol, only a quarter of them have traps. Well, maybe a quarter is so much that having an invisible fourth of your entryways have traps is making them too scared. Something to think about. You check for traps. You don't find one. As you're checking, a mimic bites. Yeah, man. Yeah. Like, and that's the thing with all of what I'm saying about, like, keeping the danger up, making them feel uncomfortable. All of these things should be, like, rooted in the narration, where they're not getting constantly mechanically punished. They should just feel uneasy, so that you are keeping the tone of the campaign appropriate. Or the tone of the setting and the biome that they're in appropriate.
For me as well?
Yep. So a reflex saving throw for both of you.
Okay, cool.
Come on, twins.
Alright.
Big
I
money, no
have,
whammies.
I have a thing I can do too.
What's reflex? Is that like
evasion.
dexterity?
Or dexterity, sorry.
Shark.
Carry over from Pathfinder. I'm in dexterity.
I went back to the boat.
30.
30.
This is a dexterity check?
Yeah.
20.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Wait. What are they rolling? Dexterity. A dexterity what? Just generally?
A
Is that chest 10 feet away from me as well?
Yep. So a reflex saving throw for both of you.
Oh, a saving throw. Jesus Christ. At level 10, you can have probably more than a plus 10. You can't have expertise. So she must have like 5 in dex, and they don't have a plus 6 though, do they? I have no idea how she got 30 on that. That's crazy. Rooms full of gas are very funny. Limits use of combustion fire in the room, so dark vision becomes a lot more important. Smelling gas is pretty easy to know if the room is safe. Yeah, totally. I have an entire video concept that I'm pretty sure is going to come out sometime after Baldur's Gate, where I talk about challenging paths. And you guys kind of got a little bit of it, and the idea for the video was kind of spawned from my description of why that bit of the Underdark, where the war camp was so bad. And I was talking about a challenging path, and a room full of gas is a perfect example of what I consider to be a challenging path, where, like, there is some sort of challenge throughout the entire path that is, like, persistent. Where it limits some abilities of some characters. Maybe it heightens the usefulness of other characters. Like, it is some divergence from the norm that makes normal strategies more or less effective. And a fucking room full of gas is almost like the quintessential example. Or like a corridor full of gas, or a cave full of gas. And it's so easy to narrate to your players that it's there. It's so quick. It's so simple. And it also allows dumb characters and smart characters to shine about, like, what a room being filled with gas actually means.
Okay, cool.
Come on, twins.
Alright.
Big money, no
I
whammies.
have a thing I can do too.
What's reflex? Is that like
evasion.
dexterity?
Or dexterity, sorry.
Shark.
Carry over from Pathfinder. I'm in dexterity.
I went back to the boat.
30.
30.
This is a dexterity check?
Yeah.
20.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You both managed to just find a way to dodge most of the impact, but you still both take 14 points of fire damage
As a
each.
rogue with evasion, if I succeed, it's nothing.
Then you take nothing.
Well,
Sisters,
a twin of a rogue.
you take 14 points of fire damage.
Can I have your thingy?
My thingy?
Your eraser
I
thingy?
don't know where it is.
Oh,
There you
thanks.
go.
You're welcome.
Oh, right.
So the familiar whine of the trap about to emit catches your ear, and you just dodge out of the way instinctively. Your sister not so lucky. It takes some of the brunt of the damage, but not the
Oh
full
no,
effect
did I
of it.
destroy the loot?
If you want to go ahead and inspect
Yeah.
what the chest once was, okay. So as you go back to where the chest was,
Hey, there's something in there.
most of the chest is destroyed. Like, it's knocked off its hinge.
Totally, Sam. Totally. And the exact opposite. If we're talking about, what I would consider the challenging path from earlier in the Underdark episode, it was the cavern with the aboleth pool at the bottom of it. That's perfect for flyers or jumpers. Like creating challenging paths creates interesting divergence within your party's skill sets. it creates opportunities for people to shine, and also for the party to use cool magic items that they've come across. Another example that I think me and you were talking about in the Discord, Sam. It might have been someone else. Maybe it was Undead King, or I can't remember. But we were talking about a dungeon that is the domain of kobolds and has a ton of tunnels running all over the place that can only be comfortably traversed by small-sized creatures. Again, challenging paths. These are paths that theoretically a large or medium creature could like squat or prone into, and they can theoretically get through them, but they are put at a huge disadvantage compared to your small party members. So adding these sorts of challenging paths are fantastic ways to increase the complexity and the moments of star power within your dungeon crawls. And you might get into a situation where like you have the challenging path and you have a path with like an obstacle, or potentially just an interest point. Maybe there is a clearly challenging path and there is a path that is being blocked by a clearly demonic altar. You have no idea what the altar will do if you touch it. And so now it becomes a risk reward. Do we touch the altar, or do we go through this clearly challenging path that's small or full of gas, or whatever? These provide interesting decision points for your characters to assess.
What you do find inside, though, is what looks like a very, very which one's here? There we go. What looks like is a slightly charred two-handed blade, like a giant.
I will also say, specifically to the example that Sam just gave, a low, narrow structure can create a really interesting interplay between flyers, jumpers that are outside the structure and are maybe providing like intel to the people inside the structure, or vice versa, where there's like a rogue sneaking through the structure and they have, either a whisper or some manner of telepathy, and they are communicating information back and forth to each other from different perspectives, both highlighting their respective strengths. That can be a really engaging way to go about a dungeon crawl, or just a structure, what would you call it? A structure assault. So yeah.
Sword that is currently laid inside. It looks like it's been there for a while as storage. There was a set of armor, natural armor, that's been completely destroyed by the blast.
Come on.
There are a number of coins in there. There's probably like a
Let's
good
go! 15 gold!
Old, what looks like kind of slightly molded by the moisture that's been kept inside this chest until it was detonated. Gathering it up, you find approximately 420 gold pieces.
Awesome.
Yeah, 420.
Not as mad as normal. At least we're getting into percentage points of the total gold that we're doing this job for, right? Look, and I'll fucking say that. I'll make a rule right now as player advice, or as DM advice. If the characters are on a quest that is for a lump sum of money, you should at no point give them a pile of gold that is less than 1% of the amount that they are on the quest for. I think that's a very easy fucking rule to follow. And I think that it will lead to way better pacing long term. And it will lead to Megaphone Man getting up on his soapbox a whole fucking lot less. Because hashtag Laura loves gold.
What's that mean? Is that a reference? What is that?
But for everything that was damaged inside the chest, the sword, which would be considered a great sword, seems to be largely unaffected by the blast, other than just a little bit of soot that you had to rub off the blade.
So I'll take it to Grog, because I figure he'll probably be able to use it.
There you go. She hands you this fantastic sword.
I don't know if it's magic or anything, Grog, so you might want to have Tiberius have a look at it.
Well, hold on, let me check. I take it and I shake it really hard.
That's not how you really.
Don't you dare say Electrum in this fucking chat. Literally the worst thing that Wizards of the Coast has ever done. I will go to court. I will testify about that shit. Electrum is the biggest piece of horse shit design I have ever seen in a video game, in a TTRPG, in a game, in my entire life. What a useless fucking currency denomination, and I will go to my goddamn grave on that shit. I know most campaigns don't even use copper or silver. But no, let's throw in one that has a weird conversion rate. Fuck you, dude. No way. Bro, who the fuck uses Electrum exactly? Exactly, Inspire Red. It's insane.
I think I know what I'm doing. Check it. All right, you can check it.
As he's doing that, I get 18, trying to see what's up.
Okay, there's definitely a magical aura emanating from the blade. You take a moment and kind of inspect it, and you ascertain the magical nature of the falling book.
As he's shaking it, what you have there is a great sword of frenzy, Grog. You have the +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Ooh, when you attack a creature with this magic weapon, roll.
Holy fuck! Wait a second. Wait, have I been missing chats? Okay. I don't think I have. I am sorry if I missed any of your chats. I don't think I have. I saw Inspire Reds come in on the on-screen chat, but I didn't see it in my chat window that I normally read chats off of. And I realized that I was on top chat versus live chat. No idea why it singled you out, Inspire. But I switched it to live, and your comment showed up. So weird. You find fucking J8 shillings and a penny. Yeah, exactly. I think statuettes, busts, gems, paintings, chess sets, or other luxury items are better to find, which also foster PCs using skills, connections, experience to sell them. Oh, Sam. We're not even getting into the fact that gold as a loot reward is trash. I'm trying to meet Matt halfway here. I'm trying to say, if you insist on giving them liquid gold, which you seem to be obsessed with, at least do it better. I completely agree with you that giving them tangible items that they can then go and barter with or use connections, potentially get screwed on, potentially be used as quest hooks later if you decide that you want to as a DM. Like, all of these things are so much better than liquid gold. Do not, dude, I am so fucking done. It's not even like a takeaway at this point. I can't even like come in at the beginning of the episode and be like, haha, guess what Matt did? The gold situation of him giving them like 10 GP on a body is such trash, and I hate it. And I will never not say that. If you have a cleric, give them give them diamonds, please. Yeah, true. Accurate. So yeah, I'll also say liquid gold totally gets like abstracted as like who has it. It becomes a little bit iffy. Whereas if you have something like a magic item that has to be kept in like a bag of holding, suddenly if one of your characters is separated or goes missing, that can be more of an issue. Counter argument, gold is gold. It makes pling sound in the back of my brain when I get some. You know, and you know what, AKL? I'll give you that. I'll give you that, which is why I feel comfortable coming to the middle ground of it has to be 1% at least, and give it out less often. Because the aspect of getting 8 gold off of a body when you're on a quest for 10K is insulting. Like, it's like being on it's like mowing someone's yard for $100, and after you cut a fourth of it, they come out and hand you 5 cents. It's like, dude, why? This is, I don't want this. I don't want this 5 cents. I would rather you just have not given it to me. I know in this case they're little gold goblins, so they want all of it. And it's also a little bit of a different story when it's all the same denomination, when it's all gold. I think they'd be way more upset if he was constantly giving them copper. But my point still stands that it has to be an appreciable amount in order for it to mean anything in my head. It's like if you're mowing the yard for $100 and he comes out and hands you $1 after you're a 4th done or a 10th done. It's like, okay, like kind of weird, but like, I'll take it. Electrum sounds like D&D crypto. It's a scam. Totally. Holy shit, that's a great NPC. A fucking merchant that shows up that only deals in Electrum. He has like great deals. He has fantastic deals. Maybe even has like a MacGuffin ingredient that you guys have been looking for, but he refuses to deal in a denomination that's not Electrum. He would get on the party's bad side like that. They might just murder him for his stock rather than deal in fucking Electrum. Oh man, Laura Bailey's out there ready to fight the lawnmower for that 5 cents. She really fucking is, man. It's crazy. If I was on a courier route that paid 10K, I would still stop and pick $8 off the street. Yeah, but, okay. Let's take this analogy further. You're on a courier route that's gonna take you 8 hours, and you see $8 on the street every 10 minutes. At a certain point, I mean, it's like just finish the route and then you can pick up another route for 10K. Like, I don't know. It feels like wasting time for it's not good bang for your buck in terms of time spent. Is I think what really gets the worm going in my brain. I'm cornering the market on Electrum. Yeah. You have one psychopath NPC, or not even a psychopath, but just like someone who's played to be like really out of touch, or like a mad scientist that's talking about investing in Electrum.
With 20 on the attack roll, after dealing damage, you can immediately make an additional attack for free.
Glad I shook it.
Pass that piece of paper over here. So Grog can
Maybe
try to
Scanlan
read
could
it.
use it.
Scanlan could?
It's bigger than you.
It's a little big for you, though. You'd be at probably disadvantage using that. If you like.
Give it over.
All right.
Here.
Nice.
And see, in this case, I think that this entire sequence, if he had waited to give them the circlet as well as those bracers, which they got, I think, both last episode, or maybe one last episode and one the episode before, put both of those items in this chest as well, and now this is a fucking magic item frenzy where they're thinking about all the shit they can do with it. And I don't know. I think that would be very. I think that is a much better vibe than breaking up the pace repeatedly to give them these magic items in single. That would be $384. I wouldn't sneeze at that. Neither would I. I'm not here doing the math on my examples. I wouldn't sneeze at it either. And I know that they are gathering an appreciable amount of gold through this, but I'm saying that I hate it as an audience member. I hate watching it because it is constantly breaking the pace of the episode and just getting so bogged down in the minutia and the bookkeeping And it's like, even if you're going to give them $384 extra, instead of having it be $8 every time, give them $100 4 times throughout the course of the courier route. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it feel better, in my opinion. You set up an eccentric NPC who hires the party to find his buried treasure at hill. He assures the party they will be able to keep a percentage of the buried electrum they mine. Yeah. I mean, that's just like a fun, like, world building type thing at that point. You're just making a good NPC now. we're out of the realm of joking, because that's just fun. Except there is no buried electrum. The NPC has delusions of grandeur. Oh. Yeah, that's just fun. I go back and forth on screwing NPCs out of, or PCs out of reward. I always try to give them some manner of reward, so maybe, you know, the reward that they were promised wasn't there, but they learned something about something during their time, so that they don't feel like they've wasted time. But not giving them promised rewards is okay. I just like giving them something. That is, you know, generally on par, even if it's like information or, you know, whatever.
Yeah, man.
Like great sort of frenzy.
Yes. I'd like to rage frenzy.
Rage, frenzy, berserk.
Is there,
How many
are there any
synonyms
bodies that we can
we get?
You guys, after inspecting what remains of at least 3 of the undead creatures, they have been turned to ash, pretty much. Like, the force of the explosion, the arcane nature of the detonation, you find pieces of them, and most of them have been charred and burned away from the bodies. They're already in some kind of partially decomposed form. The larger one, the one that you had Hunters marked as well, though, upon inspecting it, while most of its armor is destroyed, it does manage to carry a partially mildewed.
I mean, Samuel, at that point, just make an alternate foreign currency scheme that is more confusing. Like make the conversions even weirder at that point. It's kind of like what I was talking about with, like, the cave. Like, either make the cave horribly claustrophobic and tight and uncomfortable, or make it huge and monumental. Don't make it a normal ass cave. Unless that's, like, you know, a side area. Like, the main areas should be extreme. If you're gonna have a weird foreign currency, don't just make it Electrum. Like, that's almost not weird enough. That's almost why Electrum is so annoying, is because it's almost not weird enough. Like, give me an entire, like, dwarvish counting scheme where, like, each you know, next currency up is like the square of the previous currency. Like, give me something odd, you know? At that point, paint with broad strokes. It's more, this is, people don't tell stories about boring things, and we are telling a story. So inherently, things should be interesting. Like, it is okay for some things to be boring, but you should abstract and skip those things. It's like we were talking about with fast traveling through the cave. Either the part of the cave that you're in should be interesting, or you should fast travel. Like, it's okay to have boring areas and to have boring things, but you need to abstract those things. So if you're going to have a weird foreign currency, don't make it, like, kind of weird. If it's only kind of weird, that's sort of boring, and you should just abstract it and treat it as if it's gold. And just, like, handle the conversions in the back end, right? But if you're going to have it be an actual plot point or narrative beat, it should be real fucking weird. That's more what I'm kind of getting at here. I made Electrum a foreign currency, but 4 Electrum made 1 disc, and the disc breaks into 4 pieces. That each piece is a single Electrum, essentially for change. That is very interesting. That is, so you're basically saying that, like, Electrum is $1, and 4 Electrum form into this like compound currency that is like a $4 piece. That is interesting world building where like the denomination isn't the interesting part there. It is like the way that this the way that the society has developed their currency. Because I would hope, and I guess I don't take this as criticism if this isn't what you did, but to me that immediately speaks to a society and a civilization and a people and a culture that really value the number 4. Like that 4 is like a very like sacred value to them, because like there's no reason that you would do that, right? Like part of the thing with like denominating currency of having like 10 silver as a gold is because the gold is easier to carry around than the 10 silver. But a disc, in this case, does not sound easier to carry around than Electrum. And that's okay. That goes to a separate part of like something we do with our currency, which is stamp it. There's no reason that currency has to be stamped. In fact, in the long, far away lands, people would have gold that was weighted the same, and so it was considered like the same value, but it would be stamped differently because it came from different mints. And same thing, we have quarters that look different. And those stampings are symbolic. They tell us things about the culture of that society, what they value, what they don't value. And so that setup that you're talking about with like Electrum and like into these like 4 discs does sound very cool as like a symbolic construction of this society. I almost picture like 4 peoples, Avatar style, that have like a council of 4, and like each of the council members' lands is split up into quadrants, and you can really get into a lot of that 4 symbology with that. So very cool, but sort of different than the denomination, I guess. Mithril pieces valued as gold pieces, but 1/3 the weight for grindy campaigns using encumbrance. Sure, kind of neat, honestly. Like and that does come into like tone at the table, like what you guys value. Because to me, in this case, mithril pieces are almost equivalent to like a magic item, where they are an item that carries value but has some special attribute that makes it more desirable than an alternative, which is sort of how denominations go. But most denominations are not like 1 for 1, right? I guess, although, dollar coins are, so that it kind of reminds me of dollar coins, which do have legitimate advantages over dollar bills. And at one point, the fucking treasury tried to switch America over to dollar coins. Fun fact. But yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different shit you can do with currency. Currency tells you a lot about a people and a culture. So I love all of the thought. I like giving thought to currency. I think the thing that pisses me off about Electrum is that it brings nothing to the table with how it's denominated, like with what it is in D&D. There's no cool symbology with Electrum. It is only a less convenient form of denominating currency. It completely was designed that way because I, as the DM, wanted the party to have gold they can't use while surrounded by currency they couldn't understand in a foreign place to emphasize a new place. Hell yeah. Yeah. Like that is just like a world building tactic. Like and this is kind of what I'm talking about with like extreme stuff. Like if you want it to be like easily grokkable denominations, like you don't want to like introduce this weird denomination scheme, making it symbolically interesting and extreme, like this currency that you can like break apart like Lego pieces, and like you see people doing that, and like maybe they use discs symbolically where they wouldn't use for Electrum. Like maybe I'm even getting into this even more. Maybe they're at like a poker table and it is symbolic for you to ante a disc. You should not ante 4 Electrum. That's rude. And that's seen as like, kind of like a smug, like throwing it into the table. If you just throw in 4 Electrum rather than putting it together and putting in your disc. Like that sort of symbology is fantastic for world building and narrative and themes. Totally separate from like denomination and like mechanical usefulness. Can't snort coke through a $100 coin. Richard, when you're right, you're right. I mean, I think you can get kind of creative. I don't know. There's something there.
Coin purse inside. Looking inside, you only find about 5 or 6 pieces of gold, but you do find one really, really nice. It looks like it's taken a little bit of damage, but it was once a really, really pretty diamond, and it's probably still worth.
I'm just gonna keep this with the party.
Oh,
gold.
with the party treasury?
Yes, of
All right,
course.
sure.
Actually,
Yeah, dude. Exactly, John. Platinum is just so stupid, man. It's copper, silver, electrum, platinum. But you know what? I'll even be honest. I don't even know what the actual like denomination conversion. I think that an electrum is a half gold. But it could also be something weird. It could be like a third gold or something. Wealth. Let's see. No, it's a half gold. Still terrible. I hate it. Okay. Cause they're sort of doing the same thing as like a penny to a dime is like 1 to 10. And so in this case, an electrum is like a nickel. Number 1, I hate nickels. So already I think that you're going after a denomination that is bad. But separate from that, we have, like, in American currency, it's not penny, dime, dollar, right? It's not penny, dime, dollar, $10. It is penny, nickel, dime, quarter, half dollar, dollar. Like, there's a lot of steps between this, right? So you're almost kind of not overwhelmed with denominations, but like there are so many denominations that having those intermediate steps doesn't feel like such a slap in the face. So like it doesn't feel so out of place. But Electrum feels especially terrible because it is 1, 10, 100, 1,000, except for Electrum. Like, it is this nice, like, metric system progression, except let's throw in 1 in the middle just because fuck you, I guess. Like, why? Why? You know?
Plus 1 diamond.
excuse me,
to the treasury.
Vex, let me see the diamond for just a second. As he's shaking his sword, I go into the bag of holding and take out the mending wheel.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. So
Did you turn it back into coal or something?
That's not how it works, Vex.
Tiberius, you reach into the bag of holding, you pull out the mending wheel, which is a magical artifact that you found earlier in the campaign as part of your personal quest. It looks like a large spoked, almost like a roulette.
Hey brother. Okay. You know what? I do like the metric system. I like the metric system. However, I have one thing that I'll give the imperial system is that especially in the way that it is used in terms of feet and inches. Feet and inches are very like human scale units of measurement because they are literally based, you know, way back when on parts of our body. So I think Imperial actually kind of feels all right to use. Like you get like these nice, it's also really nice to be able to cut a unit of measurement into a third. A third is like a super common thing to need to have. And so having something that is easily thirdable, I mean, that's just a whole commentary on base 10 numbering in general, that base 10 does not easily third, which is a core and fundamental flaw of base 10. But I digress. And so, but Electrum is not even like human scale. Like, it does not provide like an easy and like nice usable and like a nice feel to it. It sucks. It feels bad. I don't like it. Yeah. I love how I started this whole digression just by typing, yes, I will talk about it. I will make fun of Electrum all day. Americans have a foot fetish? Hey, man. It's not defending the metric system to say Electrum sucks for being the one coin that messes up the consistency of the other coins. Exactly. Yeah, Sam is a foot freak. That's I've been saying, man. I also think that Fahrenheit is superior to Celsius for weather temperature. For cooking temps, Celsius seems great. That's my hot take on metric versus imperial. Yeah, imperial. And also, like, when we get into like objectivity or whatever, like imperial is now based on metric in all ways. Like, imperial is defined based off the metric system, so they're the same. It's just like what feels better in which contexts, in my opinion. Base 12 is better, true, but all the same, I've got a liter of maple syrup waiting for you when you finish converting and move north. Yeah. It's pretty good. I'm out of this. I'm out of this diatribe. I'm not talking about Electrum. I am not. This is a D&D channel. I'm not talking about imperial versus metric anymore. Fuck you guys.
Wheel when it's laid down.
You guys can
Strange
continue
kind of points
to
that come
talk
out of
about it.
Once you spin the wheel and you place an object in the center of the wheel, it's kind of lifted without gravity and mends itself back to its undamaged form. You place the diamond in the center. As you spin the wheel, you can see the cracks on the surface of it slowly begin to mend, and eventually the diamond is brought to a solid, undamaged, finely cut example of a diamond.
Sparkles.
There you go.
It's so pretty.
Nice.
It's really big. No, I'm
What?
I put the.
What time of day is it? How long?
You have
We have no idea.
How long?
We have-
How
we
long
have
has
not-
it been since we rested?
It hasn't been too terribly long. You rested at the camp
We've had
after
a couple
taking out
of
Queen
rests.
Ulara.
Sure.
So I'd say it's probably been about, with the travel to get to this point, probably about 6 hours since you rested.
Okay.
Plus nobody's hurt.
Well, he's hurt.
Well, I'm
And-
not hurt.
I'm happy.
Can I
So-
perception check around the cave to see if I see
good
anything
idea.
other?
Go ahead, roll perception.
Can I remind our party of a couple things? Pike, it might be a good time to try to heal Vax's foot again.
Yes, that's what was my next.
And also, while we have a moment, did we ever discern what is in that yellow vial? That
Oh, this thing?
yeah. Do we know what this is? Does anyone Lady Kima?
Cohen's a good dude. Shut the fuck up, you two. Also, so I've gone on long I've gone on long rants about obviously Matt like keeping the heat on and not allowing them to like rest and take breaths while they are in unsafe areas, like areas that I am not convinced are safe. This is actually a notable exception, and I want to highlight it because this is and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a like kind of like inlet cavern that is kind of shielded from the island, like from potential prying eyes, and where someone would have to actively sail in or fly in or swim in, whatever, would have to actively swim into their view from only one direction. Honestly, that is safe enough as a DM for me to tell them, like, yup, like, you're good, you can short rest. Maybe I'll still interrupt it, maybe I'll present some sort of complication, but that is not so terrible that I don't think they should be able to short rest, especially after they've taken out the clear and obvious threat in the area. So yeah, I wanted to highlight that because, you know, it's something I've criticized them for in the past, and this might seem like another example, but I don't think it is. Given ancient length. Oh, we're still talking about this. Is this something I want to comment on? Does that imply that World War Sapiens range in size from half hundred giants? Hi, Kale.
Or
I could drink it.
Clarence?
I'm gonna do an Arcana check on the vial, which is not great.
I don't know. It looks.
Let me.
Said about 45 minutes. Yeah, the time warp during combat can be disorienting. I will say that.
Take a look. Icky. Let me take a look as well. Oh yes, 24.
You take a look at the liquid, and it looks enchanted, but the way its mixture is, you can see the colors seem to swirl and shift in a very caustic way. You can see from glancing at the glass vial it's contained in, the interior of the glass looks slightly pockmarked, almost like the viscous fluid within has actually damaged.
Oh my god! Oh. Everyone, predict right now whether I like this or hate it. Cause you can pause if you want. Cause I love it. That's great. That is great. Great. That's a fantastic way to narratively foreshadow. I don't know what this does. I don't know what it is, but it's something dangerous. Do that with everything. This is exactly what I was talking about with the saving throws and with like being behind the screen with the trap conversation. Like, this is grade A example of how to narratively tell your players something, keep them in the scene, keep them in character, and not have them like distracted reading a stat block. Chef's kiss. They don't even need to know what the potion does. That's the crazy part of this. They do not need to know what it does, but they can still feel confident throwing it at an enemy. And that is honestly more exciting. For them to have no idea what this potion does. They just know it's something bad. And they just toss it at an enemy and they see what happens. That's so much fun. I'm not saying you have to do that with everything. There's no way to foreshadow every part of every mechanic in your campaign. But when you have the opportunity on stuff like this is a fantastic example of how to do it. Very good.
The glass from the inside
so
slightly.
Bad news.
You're unable to really ascertain what the nature of the liquid is, but those are the details you can make out currently.
Okay.
I went over to Vax's foot again.
Hold on.
Oh no! Come on!
Oh, there's a little zombie poo on it.
28 points.
Zombie poo.
I'm tired of your shit.
All right.
Number 5.
Go
I
ahead
rolled
and make
22. On the
Nico. I forgot that I'm not even in the voice for someone coming and join. But look, I'm expressive. I like using my hands. I can't contain all this energy. I was talking with someone earlier. We were talking about like content voices. And like I don't have a content voice really. Like my voice is pretty much the same. It's just that like I get so much, like I get high off of streaming. I get so fucking excited that like I just have all this energy bubble up, and it just like naturally fucks with like my voice and my mannerisms. I can't help it. Yeah.
Perception check.
All right. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
So, does this cave like bottleneck?
Oh, that's
It ends here. This is the end of the cave. It kind of curved around and ended at this little portion here.
So we can steal off.
We don't even have
I
to
don't like
so
this
did you make a
dice
perception check?
anymore.
What'd you roll?
Oh snap!
The second whisper.
Secret.
Down into frame! Down lower it!
Show them the fun secret time. Wait, what was it about? Perception check. Curved around this little portion. Does the cave bottleneck?
Does this cave like bottleneck?
Oh, that's
It ends here. This is the end of the cave. It kind of curved around and ended at this little portion here.
So we can steal off.
We don't even have
I
to
don't like
Did you
this
make a
dice
perception check?
anymore.
Oh
Okay.
snap!
Interesting. I was really is I said last episode that I really don't like secrets in D&D, and one of the secrets from players, not characters, can totally have secrets, but I don't like secrets between characters. And one of the commenters was talking about, like, you know, I'm generally don't like secrets from players, like between players in my games, but Critical Role does it repeatedly really well. What are you saying, Nico? You got something to say? But she was saying that generally Critical Role does it pretty well, so I am open to having my mind changed. The Keyleth secret didn't do much for me. Didn't see a reason for it to be a secret. It was pretty whatever based on the fact that it was a secret. Oh, okay. Director Sam strikes again. Fair enough. Sam is also the one that is constantly shushing people because of fucking clouding the mics. So fair enough. But I thought you were being based on what I was saying. I shouldn't be so self-centered. But yeah, I thought the Keyleth secret was pretty nothing. I'm interested to see if I think that this is an additive secret or a subtractive secret. We will see. I think that most secrets, this is kind of like my core thesis, welcome to my TED Talk, is that secrets are like 10% positive, like 50% neutral, and like 40% negative. So we'll see if my ratio holds true. And that's why I generally avoid them, like player-to-player secrets in my campaigns. I've never disagreed with you once. Hell yeah, you better not start now.
The
second whisper.
Get down into frame. Down into frame. Down lower. Lower into frame. Pull them down.
No.
Pull them down. Pull them down.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bunch of shirts to sell tonight. Okay. Oh.
You look weird. What's up?
We should just not be kind of hanging out in this
This room right now. Can I try to get a better look at what I saw?
You see best you can, and as you guys kind of follow her eye line, you look up and you see what looks to be some... At first it looks like it's just part of the cavern ceiling. It has this weird texture that looks almost like the smooth rock that the interior of this cavern comes off as. However, as you see it shift and move, it looks almost like a portion of it is moving and slowly crawling. It looks like there's a slight source of looks like a red gleaming eye, and then two, and something drops down from the side of it, almost like a tail that seems to dangle for a second. At which point it detaches, comes up almost like a giant ray, with a screeching mouth that screams out to you. It lands down in the center of the room.
And we're in combat again. This might be the first. This is only the second whisper total. I think someone did a shill during the last whisper. I can't remember though. It might be. Again, I'm feeling very confident in my thesis. Why? I would literally only interpret that as a negative so far. Because it broke the pace of the scene. It made all of these people, like, bored. And it didn't fucking matter that it was a secret. He just narrated it separately. I mean, not a huge negative. That's why I say, like, 90% of it is, like, negative to neutral. Like, it kind of didn't matter. It just kind of wasted time. I'll call it out when I think it's positive. Like, when I think, like, oh, the fact that that was a secret actually was, like, additive to player investment. But it hasn't happened yet. We're only 2 in, though. We'll see. Not a large enough sample size.
Well,
There you go.
wait, I rolled a 9 for medicine, just BTW.
Yeah, Nico. It depends on if that suspense is actually going to get paid off. So here's there's a famous Hitchcock line talking about suspense, and he's talking about how if you show a room for 10 minutes and then you blow up the room with a bomb, that will have a moment of shock and horror for the audience that will then very quickly fade. But if you show the room with 10 minutes and you show us the bomb that is threatening this room, that builds up the suspense. So I would say that in this particular situation, I don't think that the whisper built suspense because we didn't know what was wrong. I think something that actually builds suspense is if he had just stopped his description at, like, you see the part of the cave wall shifting, you see the red eyes, and it's like, and nothing happens. And Laura was prepping for it. She was like, guys, like, no sudden movements, like, you know, you're showing the horrifying thing, you're showing the danger, but you're not actually putting the characters in danger yet. So the whisper didn't show us the dangerous thing. It's not actually suspenseful. We don't know if she saw something dangerous, if she saw something cool, if she saw nothing at all, and Matt's just fucking with us. Like, we have no idea. So I think that the lack of knowledge for the players is an active detriment towards their investment in the scene. I think that moment could have still been played off really well if it's like you see something shifting, but maybe, and again, I'm trying to think of how I would make the whisper additive, where like Laura's the only one that knows what it actually is, and even as she's looking up, like no one else sees it, or maybe they only see like vague shifts, but they're like, Laura, what is it? And like then we can start to build suspense with this with this difference in knowledge, and we can use that. But that requires a little bit more restraint on the DM end, which, you know, maybe is the issue with this one specifically, but I don't know. Also, FYI, I think the cast secrets is mostly a C2 thing with respect to character backstory stuff. Interesting. A lot of times, whispers are used for things a specific character notices or determines the other characters would not. Then it's up to the player. Yeah. I'm getting that. And that's where I'm saying that, like, I think when you introduce that sort of dynamic between players where they have a different set of meta knowledge about the in-fiction world, that you create this weird power imbalance at the table. Sometimes it's neutral. I'd say most of the time it's neutral. It's like 50% of the time it ends up not mattering. 10% of the time it's cool. Like sometimes the player and the DM are really responsible with that power imbalance and use it to really heighten the experience for everyone else at the table. But I think like 40% of the time they don't. They use it to act as an active, not on purpose, mind you, but it actively detracts from everyone else's experience at the table because you have essentially elevated one of the characters to a main character. They know more about the fiction of the world than the rest of our characters. They have been elevated above us. And like, it's okay for characters to feel that way. It's not okay for players to feel that way. You should never feel like one of the other players at the table is a more important player than you. And I think that has a lot to do with what you know and what everyone knows. You should role play your knowledge appropriately, like your character's knowledge. But this is the generic reason that I am against secrets within player versus player secrets. For suspense, I would tell Vex that she sees something and let her take the reins on how she directs the party from there. I think you can certainly. I really do think that it's sort of a fumble to describe anything else to the players, to the other players. I think that Vex has the opportunity to build suspense. And again, kind of hit on that 10% that I described, where they use the power imbalance well. Where she, because then at that point, Vex is the one using the power imbalance to promote suspense. But also, if you just narrated that to Vex out loud, and everyone at the table knew it, but their characters didn't, you have now not only created suspense, but you've created dramatic irony within the scene. So everyone is under suspense, right? Like they are all feeling the suspense of these eyeballs on them, but they know that if they're role-playing their characters well, they can't do shit. Right? That's now a level of dramatic irony that us as players have within our characters. And we are now glued to Vex's actions. Like, what the fuck is Vex gonna do to get all of us out of this? And we're wanting to help her. We're invested in her actions now. That's my pitch. Now, full disagreement in the comments or the chat is totally welcome. But, this is my hot take of the day, I guess. We'll see.
That
How's my foot doing these
your
days?
your foot is still healing, but unfortunately, based on the medicine roll, it is getting better, but not enough to complete the process of you.
Also, I saw that thing out of the corner of my eye and it was just
Can we run?
distracting.
PT, you know?
Do you guys want to run?
What?
It's
What
in.
is it?
It's
big?
in.
It's a
What is that
spray
thing?
of death.
It's,
I don't know.
it does look like a
So,
spray.
let's go roll some initiative, folks.
Oh, come on!
Get out of this cave, cheeky bastard.
Really?
just wanted to
Really?
keep it
Really? I just rolled a natural 20. Why couldn't I get that for the
Get it up top.
That's okay, Mike.
That works.
Sorry, Max.
Just throwing it out there. Still the shark with the boat.
That'll do too.
Double 20s on the table.
You guys want to run? The keys are in the car. The engine's warmed up. It's ready to go.
Oh, that's the
I've
point
got
of
the heat turned on. It's nice and cozy.
Seat warmers.
Oh, that's a good roll, though.
right.
That's a good initiative roll. But hey,
It might be smart to just
initiative roll.
So, this thing seems, it just leaps out from...
You are totally correct, Angus. I don't disagree with you that it gives that single player more agency. But and again, that's where I'm talking about this power imbalance that you've created at the table of this player has agency, none of the other players have agency. And yes, like there is a point in the real, it's in the real world all the time where like people have different knowledge, they notice different things and they react differently. But in something like D&D, I feel like this my kind of pitch is that this actively de-invests the other 7 players at the table because they don't know what to expect. They don't know what they can do. They don't know anything. They don't even know if they should be paying attention to Vex, if they should try to be like beating her to the punch for like a treasure. They don't know what's going on. And ignorance is cool. I think that ignorance and keeping that veil up is nice, but I don't think it feels good at a table. It's actually kind of one of the fundamental flaws with social deduction games, and why a lot of people really, really don't like social deduction games is because they are inherently imbalanced at the table. Like, players are in unequal positions of power. And the best social deduction games try to balance those as tightly as possible between knowledge and like mechanical power. But when you are setting up one player with more knowledge than all of the other players, you are, yes, giving them more agency, but in a corollary, you're taking away agency from everyone else. And I very, very rarely find that has a positive impact, personally. Bless Marisha for not forcing her way back into the combat and calling out, if we want to leave, I will facilitate that. Good team player. Totally agree. Yeah, 100% agree. I know someone at the table would not have been that gracious. Yeah. Especially over long periods and even with good notes, it can be hard to keep what you know versus your character knows straight, and that can lead to serious narrative consequences down the line. I don't disagree with you, Angus. I'm onboarding what you're saying. And trying not to be too reactionary. Because I have a gut instinct reaction to that, but I'm really trying to think about it. Because you are right. I very, very rarely, because what you're essentially, I'm gonna give a kind of extreme example, to sort of facilitate my understanding of what you're saying. It's like if you you are a DM that likes cutscenes, right? And it's a cutscene where none of the characters are involved. It's a very thematic or very cinematic type of like TV cutscene where we cut to the something that the villains are doing, and it's very dastardly, and this is creating dramatic irony between the players and the characters. And you're essentially saying if there's too much dramatic irony, it can be difficult to separate that, right? Like if there's too much dramatic irony in a TTRPG, it can be difficult to role play your character well and accurately into the future, which is fair. I don't like a ton of dramatic irony in my games. That's where I'm gonna pin that, and I know that you've commented more, so I'm gonna keep reading. If you're planning on making short clips from these in the future, something like "Why Whispers Suck" with a Matt Sierra thumbnail would probably generate some clicks. Are they generally called whispers? Is that like the critter term for them? Because yeah, that definitely would generate some clicks. And this is the character she built. Vex is a beast master ranger. Out of all the classes in the game, a large portion of the class strategy is having high perception and auto sharing without asking. I'm assuming you're saying auto sharing without asking is bad, but I'm going to give you a chance to finish because I think you are in the process of finishing. Sometimes a person has more power than someone else. It's life. Not sure why people all need to feel special equally. Matt knows his players like having the chance of revealing info they have over the table, and if they do, they like to act those scenes out. The broader discussion here feels like it could merit a deeper dive sometime, maybe with some guests to bounce off of. Again, it's not something for most tables, but see our adults and can handle it. Yeah, this might warrant a deeper discussion, because I think that like the way that you are that we're addressing this, that like the way that I'm reading this, John, is that you are interpreting my desire for power balance to be like being equal at the table to be relatively childish, which is a fair thought to have. I disagree, but I also agree with AKL that this seems to be really diatribing into something that might warrant an entire video or stream in its own right, to sort of address Angus, to sort of like kind of bookend my thoughts on Angus's points. It's in general, like when it comes to like auto sharing, this is a collaborative storytelling environment. This is not a and I find, and this is where I'll kind of like leave my general point, is that we are working on a story together, And to me, having these secrets, having these whispers, is essentially like trying to write a book with someone else and occasionally telling them that they have to write additional chapters while not being able to read the last paragraph of the chapter that you wrote. Right? Like trying to work on this story with incomplete information. We're not here to metagame. We're working on it together. And it provides the most agency and the most the strongest ability to write a good story if we are all on the same page about the in-fiction world. This isn't in relation to backstory reveals. I'll say that outright. But this is in relation to things that players observe within. So like Vex be observing this thing is her benefit that she provides to the party. It is not, and this may become a fundamental disagreement with how we see characters. The character is not there to serve the player. The character is there to serve the party. We are collaborating. We are all, as a group, puppeteering these characters in order for a good story to rise out of it. I love making my characters feel special. Half of my dungeon design advice is this design is too generic. You need to specify it to let people feel special. But information is sort of a different ballgame. Okay. And I think that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm going to read out the rest of your stuff so that I have an understanding of it moving forward, but we'll see. Yes, they're called whispers, and my impression is that most fans either like or love them. There's also the reverse whisper, which is sending everyone but one person away briefly. Yeah. The game ostensibly is for the players, not the audience. The CR players enjoy it. Yeah, and that is like, and I've said this before, at the end of the day, no matter what advice I give, if the people, if the players at the table like it, obviously Laura loves every time she picks up 10 gold. I think it is terrible general strategy for a DM. I do not think that most players will like that. And I have a million reasons why. And that is how I feel about whispers. I'm sure that the players at this table love it, but I don't think it's good general practice for like new DMs or DMs that might not be sure about it. Given the influence of CR, I do think it is valuable to regularly remind people that some of the things they might do may not work at your generic table, and especially why and when with examples. Yeah, which might lead into the need for a larger discussion on whispers, because I think I would need some time to my thoughts are too vast and complicated to express in a video chat. Yeah. Which is kind of the fundamental disconnect that we have here. I don't think your sense is childish. Perhaps via voice I might be able to get at what I mean, but it's really not important. And, this does come to something that I have thought about, is especially for some of these maybe more controversial topics. There is a Discord feature that's like the stages where I can pull up individual people occasionally to like express their views. And we can have more in-depth discussions because, speaking of power imbalances, there's a huge power imbalance between like me and you guys. It is immensely more difficult for you guys to get across your opinions to me. Because I can just talk and talk and talk and talk. And I can only react to, a paragraph of your stuff, and I might misinterpret it. And that's why when I was reading it, I was trying to distinctly vocalize what I thought you guys were saying, not in like an attempt to straw man, but just so that you guys know specifically what I'm responding to. But I'm a little bit worried about the stage thing because it could turn into like a debate stream, which I generally hate. I don't want to sit here and try to like win against you guys. I want this to be collaborative and fun. So maybe a stream where I focus on it, I have some examples of what I'm talking about could be interesting. Or it might be just something that we like long-term leave at and agree to disagree. Yeah, I don't know. Might be. Yeah, I'd love to have a larger conversation about whispers later without bogging down stream right now. We can move on. Yeah, our first fight. No, and I want you guys to not agree with everything I say. Like, I am a guy, I have my style, and I'm also just wrong about stuff occasionally. So I am totally fine with everyone disagreeing with me. I'll need to work through my style on exactly how long I talk about it so that we don't bog down the pace too much. Cough, cough. My shit that I say about Matt all the time. I don't want to bog down the pace of this too much. So we will move on right now, and I'll think about it in future. If any of you guys have any ideas about how to engage with this sort of long and deep discussion in future, let me know in the comments. That'll be like a good place to like collate all of them, or in the Discord if you have ideas. Let me know, because I'm interested. I love getting into the details and the dirt on these, but I want to also keep the pace of this up and keep it an interesting entertainment product. So I'll move on. Let me know. I respect all of you. And yeah, I respect your opinions.
Almost nowhere. The only reason you picked it up was your acute vision, and as it lands, it's right around the corner from the two of you. It has this long, kind of almost spined tail, and this jaw that opens up with this nasty, toothy, gaping maw. All right. Initiative rolls of 25 to 20.
22.
22.
21.
25.
5. All right.
And the shark.
20.
20.
At least my picture's
Nice.
sexy. Yes, sir.
All right. What were you? 20.
22.
22.
Plus Asher was a natural 20. I know.
And yours? And Grog was yours again?
21.
21. All right. All right. 20 to 15.
18.
18. There it is. 15 to 10.
11.
11 for Scanlan.
10.
10.
Sorry, Scott.
It's all right. I'll see you next
We're
match.
all over 10 though.
It'll be over before I get.
All
to
over 10. That's pretty good, guys.
Yeah.
We should be proud of that.
All right. So top of the round, as this creature sits there, it's giving off this weird, horrible moaning sound. That's
No.
just kind of emanating from this like
Asthma's contagious.
sound that's starting to just fill your ears. At the top of the round is Vax.
What should we do? What's
Um,
next? Command us. Command us.
Command us.
Stay.
Run! We've never done it before.
Never mind.
Right?
We've never run before.
I'm gonna use my how's it called? My quick action to dash.
Just leave
So,
me.
yeah.
You're leaving me behind.
Can I grab her by the scruff and run?
If you want to try and move her, you'll basically move both of you. Yeah, you can do that, but you'll have no other action.
That's what I want to do.
Okay.
Grabbing my sister.
Grab your sister.
Get on the damn carpet, you fools!
Carp. Oh, can it fit us?
Currently, you guys be able to get onto the carpet.
I think if I'm not mistaken, cloakers are kind of a pushover, and I think that's what this is. I'm pretty sure this is a cloaker. I think they're like CR5. I don't think they're crazy. Yeah, that's interesting. Honestly, stylistic differences don't make either one better. Both can be great and work for different tables or different DMs. Is a paintbrush better than a guitar? You make art with both. Fair enough. I'm holding myself back. I mean, a lot of times I want to I really try to highlight when I think that something is a stylistic difference, and when I am trying to give general advice that I think is right most of the time. And that is, I think, the case here. But again, I don't want to dive too more into it to bog downstream again. But you are generally right. Like there are, I don't play hyper gritty. I don't play out with like, I also on the other side of it don't play with like, what's the downtime homebrew rule called? It's like heroic fantasy or something where a long rest is 2 hours and a short rest is 15 minutes. Like, those are like stylistic differences, and I have reasons that I think that they are bad for your overall table. But there are tables that enjoy them and have more fun with them. So even things that I think are bad for the general populace can just like work better at some tables. But I'm holding myself back. We don't need to get into more of this. To the maw account, according to Chris. Dude, that is something that I often experience as a DM is using the same. I like find like a cool descriptor and I use it and I'm like, whoa, that was a cool descriptor. I feel so proud of myself. And then it like bakes itself into my mind as a cool descriptor. And I overuse it. So I'm not surprised by that. Could use epic hero whatever rules for a mini arc where PCs are powered up by god juice or a buff or has a set timer. Yeah, totally. I mean, this is sort of a side tangent, but I'm very in favor of temporary debuffs and buffs. So like, I think that unfortunately in practice, Vax's is kind of lame because he has the cloak. But I mean, or maybe it's not lame because it does like give him, neutral rather than advantage. But I think it feels weird because he discovered the cloak the episode before he rediscovered the cloak like the episode before his foot got burned. So I think that punishment feels a little bit weird from an audience perspective, but from his perspective, it probably feels fine. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of big temporary buffs, big temporary debuffs. I really love that shit. Come on, y'all. We're just delaying the megaphone man from the Kavard reveal. It's true. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Oh, I don't know that one. Is that another inside one? Or am I just being dumb?
What if he flies?
All right.
He probably does.
What? How about a giant winged thing fly?
He looks like he flies, guys.
Wait, can we have an aerial battle over water? Let's do it.
Percy.
I'm on the boat. I hear.
No, you're on the boat. You guys are coming to the cavern at this point. When you gave chase, you returned. You guys are in the cavern.
I started heading back to the boat because I was.
Oh, you did? Oh, you still down. You still have the boat.
So I just heard someone.
Ooh, it's a Mean Girls reference. Damn. That's one I've only seen once. I'm not. Maybe weird after I talked about Hitchcock earlier. I'm not a huge movie guy. I'm also not a huge movie guy. I'm a big YouTube guy. Surprise, surprise. So like internet references, I'll get like 9 out of 10. But yeah, TV and movies, and I'm low on my reference meter for those.
Yell run.
Unfortunately.
So I'm just going to start getting I'm unhooking the boat and I'm getting the boat ready to go.
Okay, so you take the butt of your gun and you start bashing against the ice that you set against the wall. It cracks and eventually you get the rope free from the side of the wall.
And I'm just like bringing the boat around so that people can get on really quick.
Okay. That brings us to Grog.
I would like to rage and run. Passing as many people as I can.
All right. So you just bolt out. I say rage run and barbarian speed. You're going to get nearly completely out of the cavern. Healith. Are you staying out in shark form of the boat?
Yeah, I guess I feel Percy like unhook and I start
crashing around. Okay, this is a lot of. I know. Oh, geez, I don't know why that happened. I know that we're technically in combat, I think, but I'm gonna slow it down because it's a lot of it is like fun narrative stuff. It's not actual like, roll to hit or whatever.
I'm pointing that direction.
Okay.
Manta versus shark.
Pike.
Oh wow, I'm up so soon. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna start running.
All right, so you turn to run. You catch up to Grog just because he traveled twice the distance than you could have with your tiny little gnome legs and your full plate armor. You're like, and plus it's sand, so your feet are sinking with each step. It's kind of rough for you to get around just because of your size and
Can
the
I
terrain.
like jump on his leg or back or something?
You can try to.
All right.
All right. Go ahead and make an athletics check. With disadvantage because you're in full plate armor.
Ash, nothing's free. You gotta roll for everything.
All right. We got we got a 19.
All right.
That's good.
And we got a 9.
All right. What's your strength?
My strength.
What's your athletics total?
My athletics is a 1 total.
That brings you to a 10. 10's what you needed.
Oh.
Hey.
So as you run up, you leap and grab onto Grog's back. Grog, I want you to go ahead and make a.
No, hold on. Just because I need to be honest. I rolled an 8. My athletics is a 1. So doesn't that make me 9?
That makes you a 9.
Oh, sorry.
Honor code.
All right.
That
Look
was
at that.
So as you jump to grab onto the back of Grog's back, you manage to find
Fucking Orion could never.
purchase. Grog instinctually just reaches back with an elbow and hits you right outside your armor, which knocks you flat on your back. You're currently prone in the sand right there. And Grog just keeps running. You kind of glance over your shoulder for a second, but because you're raging, you don't see her. You just see shadows in the cavern, and you have so you start just moving your hand in the air, freaking out, holding your axe in one hand and your greatsword in the other, going,
Mosquitoes on my back. Mosquitoes.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Whack, boom.
All right, so
That's alright, it's alright, I'm tough.
the large ray-like cloak creature swoops down towards the top of the.
Oh shoot, we gotta get out of here.
All right. It is going to.
Oh my god, this is even better. No, just attack us.
We just gave up.
Yeah.
All right. It's going to go ahead and make a bite attack against Tiberius and a tail attack against Scanlan. So those are the two that are immediately visible to it. So the bite attack against you, Tiberius, that's going to be a 21.
Yeah, that hits.
All right, and then the bite attack against you is going to be it's 23.
Man, that's hilarious. Maybe.
So the tail whips around as you're on top of the carpet, about to try to get everyone out of there. You turn around and see this thing just go piercing by. It strikes across your chest. Your armor takes most of the damage, but you can feel the bruise underneath. It doesn't actually pierce the skin, but you take 7 points of damage from the impact of the tail. Okay. Tiberius.
Yes.
All right, so it comes out and sinks its.
I will also note Kavarn's second command was Steve Irwin. Fuck, I don't get it again. I know Steve Irwin is the fucking crocodile hunter, I think. Is it because they're talking about this guy being a shark? I don't get it. Oh no! Fuck. I feel so uncultured right now. I was about to say that I like that description of taking damage, because I think something that a lot of DMs. I don't get it either. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not alone. I think that something that a lot of DMs, especially newer ones, struggle with is the concept that he was killed by a giant ray. I see. That makes more sense. Got it. Okay. It is the fact that like taking damage and losing hit points is not like actively getting like, cut a lot of the time. And I think a lot of like DMs will like narrate like, oh, you get stabbed, you get cut, it's a gash in the side of your ribs. And then like, if you kind of think about it too hard and you're like, how is a long rest like healing all that shit up? Like, I don't know. And you have to think about it that they are hit points, not health points. And that in general, in 5e, hit points are a substitution for both your health and your overall like stamina. So when you are in the same way that AC as an armor class also incorporates like dodging, right? So stamina is also like how like HP is also like how tired you're getting, how weak you feel. So Matt narrating like your armor takes most of the damage, but you still feel the impact through your armor. I really like that sort of narration for taking damage, especially for like the first half of your HP. Normally, I try to make it like the first half of the HP is you're feeling tired, lethargic. You only like barely missed the cut, but you like tweak your ankle. You get a fucking hit in the chest and the wind gets knocked out of you. Like all of these things are representations of taking HP damage to me. And it's only when you go like below half that I start to narrate like taking cuts, taking bruises. And most of the time I don't narrate things like deep gashes or profuse bleeding until you actually go down to 0. Because, again, I want to narrate something like serious, but something that it is reasonable for you to kind of randomly stabilize from. You know what I'm saying? So I liked the way that Matt did that. Concussion protocol, yeah. I mean, fucking narrating how like you get hit, the ogre hits you in the side of your helmet, and your fucking vision swims and you're seeing double for a moment before your eyes straighten themselves out. It's a great way to narrate taking damage. Yeah.
Teeth into your form across your shoulder area and kind of just bites down. You end up taking.
You're ruining my robe!
10 points of piercing damage.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And the creature wraps around you, completely envelops
Him or
you.
me or both?
Him.
Like Beastmaster.
It completely surrounds you and wraps you like a blanket. All of a sudden, your vision goes dark, and you can feel yourself like you're unable to really move. You are blinded and unable to breathe. The air is not able to get to you at this point in time.
Shit. It is poppycock.
So, that's going to end its turn. Tiberius, your turn.
Your
Come on.
Fire breath!
Okay.
Off me!
All right, because
it's attached to your head, you're gonna have disadvantage. Fair. I'm a big like, ooh, cool moment. You know, fire breath is normally an AoE, but I feel like I'm giving him like double damage if he manages to pull it off because it's around his fucking head. Like, I'll sometimes give just random benefits if I think that a player choice or action is really cool. Normally that's like advantage, but in this case where I really want to give him disadvantage for it being around his head, maybe I'll give him more damage, or I'll give the or maybe I'll like let it like auto free from his head, like auto succeed on the grapple, something in that vein, because that's a really cool decision to make. D&D news reporting: surprisingly large number of former adventurers doing up with CTE.
it is attached to your head. It's gonna have disadvantage.
It's true.
Yes.
Is it a
Because
dexterity
it's
saving throw?
attached to your head. It's gonna have to.
Yeah, it's kind of right in your mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
Had a nickel.
Just roll two really high numbers.
I rolled a natural 20 and a 6. So, because of the disadvantage, it does not make it save.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so he gave it disadvantage against the fire breath. That also makes sense. Again, like little benefits for creative play, or like satisfying play. Like it's not that creative. It's using one of your features, but it feels so good in this specific scenario that I would totally give it a little something.
Oh.
D6 times something, I think.
Yeah, so just go ahead and roll the damage for your fire
How many
breath.
D6?
Depends on your level.
8.
Depends on your level. Is it Dragonborn? It should be on your sheet.
8. Is it?
No, it's not here.
Fireball?
No, this is part of the Dragonborn ability. Let me pull it up real fast. Hold on.
For my son.
I don't want to roll wrong. I think it's 2d6.
That's for
You know
low
nothing.
level.
You know nothing, yeah.
No power.
Okay.
Only there was a way.
We are
There's a way to
peons.
look
There was some book that had all this information
yeah.
available.
It is 3d6.
Oh, awesome.
Dome.
Oh,
Ancient
awesome,
tome
yes.
which
And
set
then,
the answers
so,
Spicy breath needs an Altoid.
21.
21 points of damage. So you all hear this muffled sound as bits of flaming begin to shoot out from the corners of where it's wrapping around the torso
Awesome.
of Tiberius, surrounding his head. The creature's tail flicks around in pain. You hear this like muffled sound as it keeps still tight around his head, just fighting through the damage and maintaining its hold on him.
If I do something, I'll have disadvantage, right? Correct?
What's up?
Well, I'll just try it again. I'll spend. Fuck. Jeez. No.
Don't spend all your sorcerer's points, cause you know.
No.
We'll get you out.
I fly around and ping hit one of my stones, and I'll spend. That's a 1, 2, 3. I'll spend 5 points, sorcerer points to cast telekinesis and fling it off me.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and do a contested roll on this. Go ahead and roll.
Wait a second. Is he doing that right? I'll keep it playing while I look it up. I don't.
It's
What's that?
Contest.
It's like an arm wrestle. It's like arm wrestling with dice.
Oh
That's
yeah.
cool.
Arcana, and then plus.
Well, no. For this, I believe actually it's the roll plus your spell modifier should be 5. So roll d20, add 5.
20.
20. All right. So as you your island stone, which is floating around your head, which is currently surrounded by the creature, and it's kind of clinging to your head. You can feel it kind of grinding in the top of your skull.
That's what I thought. I think he's trying to do Quickened Spell, and Quickened Spell is only 2 sorcery points. I think he's using the cost of like Twinned Spell, I believe. Because Twinned Spell is 1 sorcery point per spell level. Ooh, it's weird. I don't know.
You instill the Ion Stone to trigger. As you do, the force begins to pull it off of and flings it off of your head. The creature is snatched and thrown back at that point of the wall off of you. You take a deep breath.
I use my movement to get the hell out of there.
All right.
Giddy up!
The better that way.
Trinket, run!
All right. So that brings us to
Tell him to go.
Scanlan. Are you staying on the carpet? Anything else you want to do?
I am
That's
staying
my
on the
turn.
carpet. I'll wait. Is Pike off the carpet?
I'm laying in the
Pike's
dirt.
laying in the dirt right
Okay. I will jump off the carpet.
Wait, I'm also looking. I think he's using the reserve Ion Stone, which can only have 3 levels of spells, but maybe he got a stronger one. I don't know. I am so confused by everything that just happened there. I was so complimentary of you for a second, Orion.
Grab her.
What's going on?
And say, Pike, come with me if you want to live. And I just hold her really tight, and I snip her hair. And it smells like strawberry.
Gotta make it weird, man.
Yeah, gotta make it weird. It was almost not weird for a second, Scan.
And then I dimension door us to the boat.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
that's
as Scanlan grabs you and holds you for a second,
tight.
for a moment you're confused and you hear that strange shrieking moan in the distance, and then suddenly the darkness gives away to this flash of purple arcane energy, and the two of you poof, fall a few inches into hard wood, and you feel the boat rock for a second as you're now on the outside in the
Yeah, I don't need to be worried about it because Orion will just always have sorcery points, so it doesn't matter how much he spends.
boat being tugged by Keyleth the shark.
Scanlan, thanks!
Don't worry, that hardwood is the boat.
Okay. Hey, you were back.
Trinket!
Nice.
Run!
Trinket runs up, and you staying on the.
Yeah, creative is certainly the word for whatever that was. Because if I am looking at the stats right, and we know that sometimes they change magic items but call them the same thing. Hint, hint, Cloak of Elvenkind. But unless it's homebrewed, the Ion Stone, he's not using the Ion Stone right, and he's also not using his meta magic right. So I don't even know what the fuck was going on there.
Can I jump down and I jump off the carpet and then I climb on Trinket and we take off.
All right, you go ahead and you jump on the top of your bear and you start just mounting down the hallway. All right, that ends your turn. Kima, Clarota, just.
Dude, I've always wanted to make a Cavalier Artificer Battle Master, because the Steel Defender is a medium creature, and so if you play like a gnome, get that int bonus. You can take like Fighter Cavalier or something as a side, or as either a dip or just like a regular multi-class. You could also just like take the Mounted Combatant feat and like use like I picture like this like steampunk lance that you wield on your Steel Defender. Oh, I think that'd be so much fun.
Vanishes.
Awesome.
Kima goes running on her halfling legs towards the flying carpet. She takes her full turn. She just manages to get on top of the carpet, and that's her turn. And she goes, "Go, go, go, go! I am."
Yeah, thank goodness they got the boat.
I'm going.
Although honestly, I'll give it to them. They're probably gonna have an easier fight on the boat than them all crammed onto the magic carpet. So maybe I'm the fucking idiot. I don't know.
All right. So for the time being, we'll say at this point in time, you guys managed to make your way outside of the cavern to the ship.
For now.
Go.
Can you
Oh, you're a shark.
being towed.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Would you
We're
want
fine.
this
We're
back?
fine.
We're good?
That's
We're
why I wanted
good.
you to
We're good.
get out.
Everybody on.
Farthest
Everybody
thing
on.
can fly.
Well, we'll find out real quick.
We'll find out, and we have lots of ways to hurt it before it gets there.
That your
Guns.
And
icon
guns.
is
We
a
have
shark.
arrows and guns. We're fine.
As you guys all get onto the boat,
Follow the Macy's Day Balloon Shark.
This is the craziest thing.
as Keyleth begins to pull away, the boat begins to take up speed into the water, and you hear that moan sound begin to get louder as the creature out of the cavern giving
I take a
chase.
shot.
All right, so for the purposes of this,
You've been waiting to use
This
this.
is a James Bond water chase.
Oh my god.
all right. So going off the same top of the round, Vax, you're up first.
Okay, so I throw dagger at McRae there.
Okay.
Okay.
Correct.
Due to its distance, the darkness behind it, and the fact that you're in a boat, you're at disadvantage on both these attack rolls.
Plus, I had a 1 on the first one.
Okay. So you super miss on that one. The dagger just.
And another.
No, it was a 7.
Oh,
7.
God.
7 plus, it was a 13 on the second.
Okay, so you throw both daggers. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to make the form of the creature. It seems to almost, I can't say change its color, but it embraces the shadows around it, and it gets harder and harder to see. And for a moment, you swear you see 2 more appear at its sides.
Mirror images.
You fling both daggers, and they vanish into the dark.
Is that something the cloaker can do, or is this a homebrewed cloaker? I'm down with it either way. That's very cool for a cloaker.
Then return to your sides. That ends your turn.
why
Proceed
not?
up.
All right, I'm going to take a Deadeye Sharpshooter shot. I'm going hardcore with this.
All
I
right.
guess assuming it
with
is a
bad news,
cloaker.
I'm sitting down.
So you've leaned your
I've leaned in.
crafted
Let's go, bad news.
giant sniper cannon that you constructed up against the side of the boat. Aim it up
Tracy.
best you can and take a shot.
Do it.
It is you're at disadvantage for the shot.
I'm at advantage for the shot.
Oh, it totally can. It has phantasms, dude. And the cloaker's at CR8. That's... I mean, fair enough. Also, damage transfer. While attached to a creature, the cloaker only takes half damage dealt to it, and that creature takes the other half. Did I miss that, or did Tibbs not take that much? I don't know. Interesting. That could also be like part of it being like part of the benefit that Matt gave to the creative play. I don't know.
Switching cancels out. It's just a
So
regular
it's
shot.
just a regular shot.
Or this just isn't a cloaker. Also
13.
possible.
13?
Yeah.
13 unfortunately misses. The ship actually rocks from the impact of the explosion. For a second there, you all feel like it's going to list and take on water.
Are we all in the boat or are some people still on the carpet?
Oh, a bunch of people on the carpet.
We're in the boat.
Who's on the carpet still?
We're in the boat.
We didn't all fit in the boat. That's why we didn't take the boat originally.
I'm still on the carpet. Okay. So Nibirius is on the carpet.
That would be. You're the only one still on the carpet then?
I guess so.
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, if anyone wants to make us a little 6-square carpet, that would be
Oh, that would be so
awesome.
cute.
Someone like crochet us a little
6 squares, about 6 squares.
carpet?
There you go. That'll work.
Magic carpet.
Throwing that out there.
So we can put
All
our
right.
little floaty deal.
Cool.
So I reload.
So you go ahead and reload. Yeah, that'll be your turn. That comes us to Grog.
How close is Manta Ray?
The creature is approximately, I'd say, 40-ish feet away. At an angle, it's about 50 feet away from you, up in the air.
How long's that chain on the ice?
I was gonna do something else. I would like to.
You can try and shift your way to the back of the boat and get closer with your movement if you want.
I don't think the chain's long enough. It feels like 50 feet long. 50 feet.
I need like a wide cam of the rest of the living room to show the bug the bug breaks, because I was just down there playing with Bug and none of you could see. Very sad. Vax is totally failed at son of a bitch, Richard, you get there sometimes. Cloaker and dagger's pretty good.
Is that chain of returning long enough to get to him?
You can certainly try.
I'm gonna hold off. I would like to hold off. And maybe he'll come closer.
Okay.
Since I seem to be an intimate sort of fellow.
All right, cool.
That's very interesting for like a homebrew magic item, is because like the artificer obviously has like the returning ammunition, or is it returning ammunition? Repeating ammunition, or the like returning weapon, which just like automatically returns to you. But there is an interesting homebrew of like essentially giving them a returning weapon, but it is it is like locked by this range, so like it's a shorter range than you would normally be able to throw it. And so if you want to throw it outside of that range, you have to like not use the returning aspect. That's pretty cool. I like that as a magic item. You're not a pro streamer until you have a dedicated dog, cat, ferret cam. That's I'm saying. I've been saying.
Keyleth, you're pulling the boat?
I'm gonna just use like a run action, just double speed. I feel action above, and I'm just shark instincts. Just
Okay, so you managed to actually you managed to get some distance
awesome.
from the ship, pulling it from
I have a
behind.
swim speed of 40, so
Yeah, so as you're pushing that, and you're moving slower than that because you're throwing the entire boat behind you, so you're
That's
running
true.
20, but you're putting distance between you and the creature for the rest of the party,
okay.
which makes it harder for it to catch up. All right, that brings us to Pike.
Okay, I'm gonna send a guiding bolt to the flying manta ray.
All right.
So I have to roll
I had
7
a
hits.
nickel.
Yes, I just fell on fire too. We found your sheet.
Yeah, I did.
Awesome.
It doesn't hit. It's 12.
12 does not hit, unfortunately. Once again, you go ahead and fire, and you think you hit one of them, but it seems to hit one of its kind of one of the group of 3 that's now flying overhead, and one kind of shimmers and vanishes, seemingly unaffected by the bolt. But that one image of it disappears.
Can I do anything else? Since I'm just sitting.
No,
Not
I
really
mean, unless you want to
anything
move somewhere in the boat.
else. No. Dang it!
But, all right, it's now its turn. All right, it is going to move. It gains up on the boat to about there. It actually gets a little lower, and it's
That is so cool.
so it's starting to gain on you guys and make its way gliding down towards the front. And you see now there's a secondary. There's now 2 of them side by side that are coming down towards you guys.
Are those real?
I don't know.
It's then you can now that strange moaning sound that it's making begins to go louder and louder, and all of you kind of close your ears for a second. Everybody
Oh, okay, definitely a cloaker. Cool.
make a wisdom saving throw.
Including me?
You don't actually hear the water. You're
I'm in the water,
but
yeah.
it's to a point where it doesn't actually affect you. Plus you're in shark form.
Oh crap!
Okay.
Wisdom?
Yes.
Yeah,
All right,
so
it's
you're
I rolled a 2, but my wisdom is -2. So I'm at a 0.
Right. 4. Percy.
1.
Oh no! Our whole party fucking sucked.
13.
12, 11.
14.
Oh boy.
We are killing it.
Oh
Rob.
no.
And Vex.
Facts.
No, because you rolled a what? You rolled a
I rolled an 11.
11. Okay, yes, no. Vax ever. Okay, so Kima, Vax, and Grog, and Clarota all just kind of hear this whole moaning sound, kind of plug their ears and shake it off. Not a problem. Everyone else.
Instant peril.
This creature, all of a sudden, its form becomes far more frightening than you ever saw before. It almost seems to swell with the caverns.
Is it casting a spell?
Fucking frightened.
Let's start rolling
It's
the
an
character.
ability. All of you are considered frightened.
Oh, wait.
Oh my lord!
Trinket. Trinket.
Hermite.
Is it charming us?
Nope.
Guys,
It's
I'm
not
trying
a
to
fear
take
effect.
that
It is a fear effect. You are scared of it.
It's like the scarecrow.
Yeah, isn't Trinket? Trinket is
what does
like
that do to us?
immune to like being scared.
You want to attack?
It doesn't matter because I'm scared.
You're scared. Trinket's not affected, but you.
Trinket's immune to be. I don't. Why? I don't know.
are.
Okay.
Essentially, until the end of its next
Ooh,
turn,
yeah.
it's disadvantage on all attack
No,
rolls,
it's a bear.
and
Can't
you cannot move
bear.
closer to it.
I can scare you in a bear.
But you can. You can take that turn now. Yeah, it's moaning.
Now, since I shook it off, I'm like, that's lovely, and I would like to try for the first time, intimidating presence
Is that a spell?
on a creature within 30 feet.
It would be within 30 feet currently. Yeah, turn around.
Get it.
All right. So what's the DC on that?
13.
13 for what kind of saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, for the creature wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god, pretty much exactly what it just did.
It rolls a 12. So, after there's this moaning sound that sends the entire boat shaking with fear, everyone kind of grasping the side of the boat, looking at each other like, we're gonna die. Grog turns around, steps forward, kind of pushing Pike and scaling to the side a little bit, and just glares at this creature, gives a giant bestial Goliath shout, out into the cavern that counteracts the moan that it's doing. You can see the creature, which looks teeth bared, its wings out, looking extremely frightening, looks visibly shaken, and begins to flap backwards and actually give about 30 feet of distance between you guys instinctually with its movement.
That's right, bitch. Just frightened until the end of the next turn.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Oh, that's so cool.
What does that do?
Cancel
to us?
yours.
I don't have anything fun to say about that. I, gave that whole rant and speech about transformative content. And that's just a fun moment of like the cloaker comes out and intimidates her whole party and you just fucking turn around and stare it down. Eee.
We're fine.
Which means it's further
That's
away.
that's my fun moment squeal.
Get closer to Grog.
But we're still scared of it.
You're still scared of it until the end of its next turn, but now it's keeping its distance from the boat. It was starting to catch up to you guys, and now it's like actually pulled
Be
back.
scared of the boat.
Not wanting to get
Right? That was fun. That was really fun.
near Grog. All right, Tiberius.
What's the creature made out of? Like, what's his skin like when I look at him?
It looks leathery. It has like has almost the texture of like a very very thick bat or lizard skin, but it's very dark. From what you can see, you've had only just little glimpses of it here and there. Most of it's been shrouded in shadow.
Okay.
This part of the song always makes me crazy.
It's almost like a thick leather cloak that's come to life.
Well, I don't really.
Hey, what do you think I should do, guys? Knock it into the water, let the shark out of it.
faster?
Yeah.
Can you haste her or anything?
Can you like?
He doesn't work that way now.
Can you knock
Can
it
you
out of
push
the
it
air?
down? Like how high
And
are
let
the
the
stairs?
shark
Can you
go to town?
pillars it down into the water?
Just defer. I'll defer for now.
Okay, so Tiberius, you move your movements.
We can't sail away because it's going to shake
I'm
us.
frightened.
Can you shake us? Can you shake our magic?
Unless you have an anti-fear spell. Scanlan, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna attack at disadvantage, I guess.
With
I'm gonna create a big hand right in front of it. To stop with the Big B's hand.
all right.
Scanlan's hand.
It's nice. It's this guy. No, he's named Bigby. He has a big hand.
You had to be there.
You take your turn. Are you just using the which one?
I'm going to grapple and try to get it into the water.
A grasping.
Dude, I will say there's a I've been reading the 1D&D stuff here and there. I don't know how I generally feel about using the new rules at my home table or, what I recommend or whatever, but I've been keeping my eye on them. And in one of the recent drops, the wizards have an ability to essentially modify spells in their book. And to basically permanently save those modified or improved spells. And I thought that was I think that should be the core. I saw that and I was just like, oh my God, that's a wizard. I saw that, I was like, that should be the core class identity. That should be the core feature of wizard. In the same way that druids wild shape and rogues sneak attack. It's wizards modify their spells. Which is currently kind of a sorcerer thing. And I don't know how to exactly to balance it to where they don't step on each other's toes. But I really like the idea of wizards permanently crafting their spells, and in the 1D&D version they have to spend a bunch of gold, I think. So I liked this idea of investing material, gold, your physical wealth, essentially into your spell book to gain access to more powerful spells as you continue to modify them and improve them so that you can get essentially something like Big B's hand, or, as I know it's later named in the show, Scanlan's hand. That would be so cool for you to take this base spell and work on it and improve it and invest into it until the point where you feel you can call it Grog's hammer or something like that. I feel that was such a cool identity for the wizard. Okay, I don't know about 1D&D as a whole, but that sounds cool as hell. I'm gonna have to read this. Yeah, man. That it wasn't quite what I wanted, especially because you can't improve the same spell twice. So it's a little too spread out for my taste. I would really love if wizards felt specialized. Right now you have signature spell is a whole thing later as a wizard. I would really love it if maybe you can't learn spells off of the wizard list. You have to buy them from a market, and your level just determines what ones you physically can transcribe into your book, but you don't learn any on level up. And so, or maybe you learn I don't know, fucking one on level up, but then you can work on them and tweak them and make them more powerful than they should be. Oh, it felt so cool to me, and I was I feel there's really something here, but they were just dipping their toes into it in 1D&D. I think it was the drop before last, where they talk about spellcasters. Ooh, if you skin a cloaker, you can have it made into a cloak of displacement. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I've talked before about how I love letting players have magic items that they want, craft magic items that they want, but I almost always make there be some sort of material component, and that is an ideal material component for the cloak of displacement is the skin of a cloaker. Or even, fuck it, you could use that for a cloak of elven kind. You could use that for all sorts of shit. Yeah, I love that. Sam gets fake salty because a wizard wouldn't name a spell after his character. That's really funny. I like that a lot.
Okay. All right, so go ahead and attempt to grapple. Use the hand strength score to resolve the grapple.
What do I do? What do I roll?
Strength of 26, so roll a d20 plus 8.
Come on.
With it, I don't know what that is. Is that a 6 or a 9?
That is
There should be a dot on one side.
Which one is it?
It's a 9.
It's a 9.
It's a 9.
Okay, so 9 plus...
Dude, this is fucking canonical. I feel every time Sam has ever rolled a 6 or 9, he has no idea what it is. I don't know if it's the dice he's using or his dumbass eyeballs, but I feel every time he's rolled a 6 or 9, he has to ask someone else to read it for him.
Say you're at 17. Okay. Its contest was at 15. So Oh, but you are at disadvantage. So roll again.
Come on, don't be lower, don't be lower.
14. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So as you like rear back, your eyes squinting, like just scared to even do anything with this creature, you try out this new spell that you've only just recently kind of managed to conjure to your attention. Talk to the hand! As Scanlan finishes singing his note, the rippling sonic energy from his singing shoots out from front of him and forms this giant, kind of slightly ethereal-looking arcane fist the size of the creature that reaches out, grabs onto it like a giant hand as he's moving his hand, kind of controlling it sonically from a distance. It grapples the creature, holds it in place as its wings also are folded on itself, and you pull it down.
Yes!
Let's see here. Now grasp my hand. All right, so you are trying to then...
Okay. Fun thing, but also kind of sad for Grog because if it can't move away because it's frightened. I mean, it's fine overall. I'm just like, oh, poor Grog.
Well, I don't know. Does it fall from gravity, or does it just stay there locked?
You hold it locked. It's locked in where you're holding it.
Okay, then I'll just lock it there.
Okay, so you lock it there. Great.
Is it see-throughable, your hand?
It takes 2d6.
Oh yeah,
use a bonus action to crush
I can crush it. Yeah, so I also sort of give it a little squeeze, a little tickle.
Okay, so as you're holding it in place, you use your bonus action to squeeze it. It takes 2d6 plus 5 bludgeoning damage, I think.
11 plus 5, 16.
16, nice. As it's currently held in place, screeching up. You hear like the strange crushing sound of bones breaking on the inside of its strange...
This is the strongest I've ever been.
All right, and it is considered grapple, which is
Except
bad for
for
a
you
creature like
chopped
that.
the guy's head off
Scanlan's
with the
turn.
dawn blade.
Good job. Hunter's mark.
All right, you hunter's mark the creature.
Woo!
Okay.
And I'm gonna attack him twice. Guys,
Okay.
I'm the original.
One thing I do.
Hey man, that's Marshall's man,
Okay,
baby.
16 does hit.
You do
And,
stuff
28.
outside of combat.
Technically, because it's
Cancel out the disadvantage.
it does not technically, it just means you can move it, so yeah, it does not cancel the
Oh,
disadvantage.
so I gotta roll a couple more times. They both hit. They're both
Okay,
high.
great. There you go. So as you're on the boat, you can see the hand grasping gives you a moment of bravery. You pull out, let loose 2 more arrows into the kind of slightly dark shrouded exterior of the boat. Both arrows strike true in the currently grappled cloak-like creature.
26 for those 2 plus Hunter's mark. Oh wait, no. 30 for those 2.
Nice.
And 9 for Hunter's mark.
Wow, man.
Nice. So, the portions of it that are trying to squeeze free this arcane hand, one just strikes through its wing, leaving a gaping wound in the middle where you can see it's going to have a hard time maintaining height at this point. The second one strikes it and actually pierces one of its red glowing eyes. You can set this horrible, painful screeching sound into the cavern as you can now see what was once
What a great screech.
2 gleaming
That was
red
like a
piercing
sound
eyes,
bite.
left with only 1 and darkness on the other side of his face. That brings us to Kima and Kurota. Kima, at this point in time, is kind of, unfortunately, at a disadvantage of finding out what to do. At this distance, being a paladin, she's going to attempt...
The middle finger.
Wait, so everyone has
Nothing, she's going to wait. She's going to wait it out.
Has one eye? Yeah. I see what happens.
Okay, so you're taking your turn after.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I'll follow suit. I'm going to give my little... No, I'm going to just straight up cast this because I have to. I cast telekinesis and I pull the eye out. The other way.
Kill Bill style.
You're on?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. So Kurota at this time is also going to go ahead and attempt the mind blast on the creature. It kind of moves to the back of the boat, and while it's currently grappled, it's going to go ahead and attempt that. The saving throw does succeed, so it only takes half damage. Okay, lucky that. And then as you do telekinesis, go ahead and roll a d20 plus 5.
Okay, and do I have advantage because of grapple?
The grapple's not going to give you advantage. So you have disadvantage roll technically because you were scared of it.
And that's my what?
Plus 5.
17.
17. All right. So as you focus your energy once again, like even just facing this creature is a terrifying thing. You see that one gleaming bit of red that's kind of piercing through the darkness. The secondary form around it dissipates. You can see where there was once like 2 gliding. One of them just vanishes entirely as that gleaming red is suddenly much brighter, yanked from its socket. It now gives out another painful screech as it's blinded, being crushed by a big hand, and you now have drifting amongst you at your control one of the eyes of this creature.
Put it in a little vial and keep it later.
I'm going to float it over and put it in one of my pants.
Okay, so
Make a good
go ahead and
cocktail.
write down in your inventory cloaker eye.
Cloaker. I'm going to smell it first.
Yeah, good.
You know exactly where
That was a bad idea.
That's like home.
All right.
Telekinesis for blinded. That's all right. I like to really think through because I described it the first time when he used telekinesis in combat, and I even described it during the Dragon's Breath. Like I like creative applications of spells, but I don't like them to be I don't like them to be so powerful that you like want to do them every time. You don't like want to do spells normally. I think that blinded's a pretty good trade-off for the resource drain of a not guarantee of like a save or suck type of spell. Yeah.
Oh, this guy's not having a good day. Vax, you're up.
All right, dagger, dagger, funk, funk. Dagger. But a disadvantage because of dark, or
Well,
I'm not afraid.
No, you resisted the fear.
Okay. All right. So first one.
You have low
is-
light, so you're fine.
Okay. First one's 26.
Hits.
Second one's 26.
Hits. Because it is blinded, you do have advantage on it, or don't have advantage. You have you're able to sneak attack.
Ooh.
All right. Okay. So.
It's currently held aloft, grappled by the hand. It has no visual sight currently.
I had no idea we were even fighting.
Okay. 24.
23. All right, how do you want to do this?
I'm just going to. I saw where Tiberius pulled the eye out, and that's what I'm aiming at, is his eye socket. So I flip it up in the air, and when I catch it, I immediately let go and fill in the blank.
Okay.
Suck it to me.
So, as the creature's flailing about in torturous pain, suddenly the dagger slinks into the empty socket in the front of its face. As it does, its body tenses up and kind of reaches out against the force of your arcane hand. You actually have to kind of like focus to keep it in place with its final death throes. All this tension. And then falls limp within your grasp. You now have this limp creature at your disposal.
I'm going to bring him to the boat.
Nice. I will, speaking of things that, Matt does or doesn't do, that Critical Role does or doesn't do, that may or may not fit at every table. I love how do you do this, or how do you want to do this? And it's something that I have carried into most of my games, if not all of them. I think it is a way to encourage, because it feels taxing as a DM, as a PC, to describe each and every hit. Sometimes you're feeling the role play that night and it all just flows, and you can think of unique shit for every single hit. Other times you can't. But how do you want to do this is a moment where you are given a really nice opportunity to be fun and I don't know, just kind of crazy with it, where because it is dying, because you're killing it, you can kind of be a little bit ludicrous with the description in a way that you can't be when it has to continue going. If you lightning bolt it and it doesn't die, you can't talk about it the fucking lightning, electrocuting it and you seeing its skeleton or what the fuck ever. Because it would feel weird that it kept fighting after that. But the how do you want to do this gives the players basically carte blanche, total free reign to kind of describe whatever they want in the best way. So yeah, I like how do you want to do this, which I don't think is a hot take or a spicy opinion. All right, it is 1:18 through this. I am going to take my break to get bathroom, water, all that. Before I go, reactor suggestions. There's some 10-second clips here that Richard posted from Dumb and Dumber. It's called Vax's Foot. And also Vax's Foot. Ooh, this is 2 minutes 43 seconds. Oh, it's from Scary.
Well, who'd like some appetizers?
I'm debating if I can play all of this and not get dinged on stream. I don't feel confident enough. I might try it out during a shorter stream where I'm less concerned about potentially interrupting it. Maybe I'll try it on Wednesday. But I'm a little bit concerned about having to end the stream and reset if I get a content warning on that. But I'm going to run to the bathroom, everything. Everyone go take your bio breaks, get water, hydrate, and or dihydrate. And I will see you all in a second. I am back. What's up? Watching content. Oh, the dog wants attention. She actually doesn't want attention. She is she is right here because I got a snack for myself, which happens to be her favorite food in the entire world. I will give you the chance to pause and guess. It is the illustrious string cheese. Oh, she just sat down when I said the words. I don't even know if you can. Oh, sitting so pretty for the string cheese. All right, Bug. I'm gonna eat like half of it, and then we'll do some fun on cam treat beating. All right. All right. Can you catch this? Oh my gosh. Look at that. I need more string cheese. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, good girl. All right, last one. This is the last of it. Whatcha? Oh, good girl. Good girl. I'm pulling up the rug. That's it. I got no more. All right. When are you gonna eat your almonds? Dude, I didn't even try one. The other day when we had that whole fucking discussion, and then my wife comes in and are like, "Are you stupid? We have almonds right here." I didn't even try one. I still like I know generally what almond tastes like. I've just never had one like single. And I don't know. I'm not like the biggest fan. I'm never eating my almonds. Brennan Mulligan is a weirdo.
Escalon slowly drifts over the limp body of this creature to the edge of the boat.
Almond review live? Okay, 1 second. All right. Let's see. Let's go back to story time. There we go. Ooh, blue is not a good color for that. Oh no! All right, pause the almond review for a second. Blue is not it. Chat only left side. Your stream's chat. We're editing it live. We're doing it live. Okay, I feel like white to gray would be good. Save. Okay, we'll see. All right. Almond review. Almond. Dun dun dun. It tastes like ice, but less cold. I kept thinking that it tasted like water, but I was like, but it was hard and chewy. It tasted like chewy ice. That had like no flavor. I don't even unsalted nuts are inferior nuts. Well, yeah, that's just true. Now put on a vest. Yeah, I'm really inhabiting the DM style. I like cashews. I was eating pistachios earlier. I like nuts. These are just like, they just have nothing to them, which is crazy. I've tasted like almond flavored things, and I don't even feel like they tasted like this. I feel like I have like the ghost of almond taste on these. Maybe they're just trash almonds. I don't know. Those are not good. If I want to eat something, if I'm gonna, you know what? It's kind of like my fucking DM advice of, I want it to be extreme. I want to hate it or love it. bro, I got no shame when it comes to clips. We could do a fucking 10-minute session where you guys just put shit in chat for me to say, and I'll take the chat off screen so that we can just get all the clips out of the way all at once. Like I'll talk about it. I'll talk about whatever. Almond flavored things tend to include sugar, which makes a big difference. That's fair. Sugar makes a difference in most shit. That's super fair. Anyways. I'll only say things I will specify. I'll only say things that are sus or like can't believe he said that. I'm not saying shit that'll get me canceled. But anyways.
What was it? Can we loot him? does he have teeth and scales that mean things?
It's a cloaker. Because that was the design.
So we fashioned him into a sail.
Oh, that's a good idea.
There is no wind in this tunnel.
We can make wind. We can
We can make
wind.
I rolled a 16 for like a history check on the creature.
History's not gonna do much for you. Nature.
The Blue Angels.
Nature or Arcana, those are the two.
So that's
Dude, this is something I've said a million times, but what a crazy example of like the way to not engage with a skill check.
We can make wind.
I rolled a 16 for like a history check on the creature.
I rolled a 16 for a history check. Brother, did I ask? And then Matt just has to say, like, dude, history's not gonna do anything for you. Like, why? What? Like, I don't even know what you're wanting to get out of this interaction. Like, even in a system like Blades in the Dark explicitly has the player choose what skill they are using at any given time, but they also have to explicitly state their goal and how the check facilitates that goal. And that is what the DM uses to set the DC. Well, the DC equivalent in Blades. So in that scenario where the player does choose it, they are forced to state their goal and to justify choosing that skill. Like, the onus is put on them. Just saying, like, I got a 16 on history, tell me shit. The fuck is that? It's not, number one, how you're supposed to play D&D. And number two, it's, like, not, like, a productive way to engage in this, like, fictional world. That is just, I used mechanic, give me reward. And Matt here just has to say, like, hey, that's, like, not gonna work. Like, choose something else depending on what you want to get out of it. I rolled a 17 on my insight check on the dog, who's a good girl. She is a good girl. That's for... I don't even know where she is. She's a great girl, though.
History's not gonna do much for you. Nature.
The Blue Angels.
Nature or Arcana, those are the two.
So that's 14. Oh, no, Arcana then...
roll for Arcana.
Yeah, like 25.
Yeah. No, this creature is a cloaker. It's an aberration. It's one of those creatures that kind of drifts over from the far realm, or at some point in time drifted over from the far realm, and is an unnatural entity to this plane. They normally live subterranean. When not moving, they are nearly invisible and blend in, almost looking like just a straight leather cloak left and discarded to the side.
Great.
Hence the name cloaker.
Where's the map?
I've got a great idea. I want to sit and I want to skin this thing.
Well, yes.
Okay.
I want the teeth. Also.
You can have the teeth. I'm gonna skin
Okay. So you guys are now currently in this boat, drifting along in the open area, kind of over on that side.
Can we make our way to the little island?
We can or we could go to those strange buildings that are off on the northwest.
All the way up and over?
Yeah, we could.
Oh, well, I was gonna say we could go into this cave here.
You know what? Maybe move it this way so the people can see.
Oh,
It's not
yeah,
off.
it's
No, keep going. There you go.
But what about this cave?
And
Well-
you're a big
Director Sam.
pint is in the way.
Right there.
The only thing is I'm afraid that if we keep using up all our spells, then we won't be able to take down the big baddie if we come to him.
Oh, we need a rest.
We're gonna need a rest.
I want to be able to use my scrying spell before we try and.
Oh, okay. So maybe we make our way to this cave.
Yes.
Sure.
Good, we'll do that.
How close are we? How long will that take? Like,
Well, if you guys start heading that direction, you'll find out.
Let's start heading that direction, and I want to skin this creature.
Okay, as you guys are moving along, you leave a little space for Percy, and it's a little unwieldy in the ship. It's hard for you to keep enough room to do this, so it's not going to be the best job.
I'm not going for craftsmanship.
Fair enough. As you're kind of plucking what you think might be interesting from this creature's body, as in the process of skinning it, you probably take a moment to realize that a normal blade is going to have a hard time cutting through its hide, so you might have to borrow one from...
I sing a little song to inspire him.
I will... This is something that has been rattling around in my brain for a while, that I've never done before, and that I'm not sure if I would do. But to me, skinning something in 6 seconds with a single check, or even like in a couple of minutes, always feels a little too fast and a little, not necessarily too easy, but it feels like it would take like a lot of attention and focus and tools and like potentially even like a special area to like make sure you don't miss shit or like do a worse job. And so I've always felt like skinning things should be like a downtime thing, or maybe even something that I allow over like the course of a rest. But I don't know. It happens so infrequently, unless it's like really part of a campaign, that it almost feels weird to restrict it, because it's like, really, how often are you skinning shit? I don't know. It's one of those things that is kind of a pain point for me in D&D, of like, it doesn't quite feel right, but I don't know what I want to do about it. I don't know. Because like, it feels like this is sort of like when Percy's like, can I tinker during like 6 seconds? And Matt's like, no, you can do that during a rest. That makes sense to me. And like, Percy wants to tinker all the time, so it makes sense to restrict it. Skinning feels similar to me, but I don't know if it happens often enough. Would you say nature, tinkering? For the actual like aspect of the skinning, I'm a big fan of giving players options, so I would probably say survival or nature, and tell them that like survival is going to be an easier check. Like the DC on survival would be lower, because I feel like that's like practical knowledge, whereas like you can probably get by with nature knowledge. I'll also let them, if they want to pitch me, this is something that I do at my table pretty often, that is kind of the opposite almost of the stuff that I describe a lot as bad on this, is like, if I give them if they tell me something they want to do, I say, oh, that'd be like a history check. I'm down for players to pitch me on different checks, for them to say like, ooh, really? I thought it would be this for this reason. And then I'll agree or disagree. I'll say like, oh yeah, that's a good point. Or I'll say, oh, maybe might be a higher DC, or maybe it's a lower DC, or maybe it'll give you a slightly different type of info. I'll normally give them like the vague outline. But I'm totally down with people to animal handling. I mean, it's not the most ridiculous thing. That would be a high DC. But if a player comes to me and they say, like, I want to use animal handling for skinning, I'm down to let them. It's just, I'm going to modify the DC accordingly.
I sing, when you're trying to skin a cloaker, here's some inspiration. When we're on a creepy boat, here's some inspiration. I wanna be near me. All right, that's
All right, so you gain a 1d10 inspiration.
First one I knew.
Hey, I'm making a camo canopy for the boat.
Okay, this is going to be a survival check on this. So go ahead and roll survival.
That's fun.
I rolled a natural 20 to
17.
Help with any Arcana enchantment to help the if he succeeds.
Okay.
17.
17? Did you add it?
The fuck? What a terrible position to put your DM in. Of like, oh, by the way, I know that you didn't ask me to roll, but I've now rolled a natural 20, so make something special happen. Fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, that... Yeah. I don't even know what to say about that. That's insane. Yeah, the fuck. It is already I'm already on the fence about like 20s on skill checks giving like special stuff. I generally do it, but I try to make it like flavor stuff rather than like mechanical stuff. But the idea that you can just, without the DM's prompting, just be like, I'm just going to roll. And I'm just going to roll again. Because he could have just rolled, and if he had rolled low, he wasn't going to be like, hey, Matt, I rolled a 6 on Arcana to help him with any magical enhancements. Do you think that's good? Like, obviously, he's not going to tell him that. So he's just rolling until he gets something good. And then he's like, hey, Mr. DM, I rolled something good. Give reward. Fucking insane, dude.
Inspiration as to that?
I didn't.
Okay. You don't have to if you don't want
No,
to.
I'm keeping it for later.
Okay.
No, it only lasts 10 minutes.
Oh, does it? Only lasts 10 minutes?
A lot can happen in 10 minutes.
Oh, in that case.
I also can't wait SSH. I can feel it ramping up in like his behavior, and I'm glad that I'm forming my own opinion. But it will be. I've been waiting to say one thing so many times. Yeah. I will be very excited when we can have a full-blown Orion discussion. Dude, talk about fucking dramatic irony where the audience knows shit that the characters don't. But that interaction was fucking crazy.
26.
Ooh, look at
26 will make a difference. Okay, so in the confined space on this ship, as you guys crest around towards the northern side of that island, you begin to move around. You can see to the right of you there is a tunnel that filters outside of this cavern that is just a continuation.
And it looks like ostensibly Matt just ignored it, which is the right decision, I think. That's the right call in the moment, and you have a discussion with him later about that shit.
The water, a river on the far end. Yeah. You don't know where it goes, it just appears in the darkness, and you can hear in the distance a light sound of rushing water.
Can I kind of use my shark eyes to look down the tunnel?
It begins to curve about 20 feet in, so you're unable to make much past that distance, and it just looks like a continuation of the water flowing through or into. You're not quite able to tell from this distance. As you curve around the top...
Man. Do you see anything? Oh, I can't.
Proceed. You managed to pull from it all the teeth in the process. So that comes to about roughly 45 cloaker teeth. You don't know what that'll be worth, but you have that.
I want to make some jewelry.
So you can write down 45 cloaker teeth. You managed to skin most of...
Yep. I've got it written down here on my sheet. Don't worry.
If it get most of the top of its hide usable, it's still wet. It's not, nothing dry, or it'll take a while to do that, let alone any area where it's dry and surface. But you managed to pull most of the top of it off, so you have this kind of wet, skinned portion of the back of the cloaker at your disposal.
I'm going to function. I'm going to build a relative canopy specifically for the left side of the boat, so that anything.
How big is a cloaker? Is it large? I don't mean to this is again like part of like my it is large, and the boat's pretty small, but you lose a lot of hide when you skin things, man. And like I assume that part of the cloaker was like the movement or lack thereof. I'm curious to see how Matt handles this, because I don't know how I'm handling this in the moment if my player asks.
Anybody so that we're protected and visibly obscured from anybody in the city.
Okay, go ahead and make a tinker check.
What's the bonus on that again?
That should be Dex, I believe.
Dex, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Tinker's tools, which, I mean, I guess you can call it Tinker check, but I know that that's a Pathfinder thing.
+4, because you're proficient with it.
Oh,
so it's your Dex plus your proficiency modifier.
That's 5, 6, 9, 10, 11.
11?
I rolled really badly.
Yeah, you did. You managed to find. You still have the hide.
No.
In the time it takes for you to get to the beach, you don't have much material at your disposal, and to fashion anything that's on that side, most thing you manage to get is a slight lift to it, and by the time you get to the beach, it just collapses on itself.
Okay, so once we're at the beach and we have all evening, I'll make another attempt.
Okay, it'll take you some time to probably do that.
Yeah. Sir, there's a boat. Yeah, I mean, I won't even comment on the efficacy of his plan. But in terms of actual like mechanics, this is again why I feel sort of crafting things on the fly, especially things that you want to be good, is something that I try to stay away from. And so that's why I've been really kind of keeping my eye on how Matt handles Taliesin, who very, very, very frequently wants to craft things. Whether it's like the bola arrow, or little doodads or contraptions, which almost inevitably feel like it would be better in a downtime. Same thing with like skinning it. Like if I'm here, in my mind, I don't even know how I'd run it in the moment. I might just say, that sounds like a downtime activity. But like the action of like skinning it and fastening the canopy all sounds like a single downtime activity to me. Because it's just doing a little bit too much, and it needs a little bit too much patience and time and precision to do on the fly, while you're sailing on the ship and are taking minutes, hours, maybe. I don't know. There's just something about it that doesn't feel quite right, but I'm not confident enough to really state what I would do otherwise, which I normally like to do with my criticism. Yeah, I don't know.
Unfortunately, it's doable, but it'll take a while.
Another one.
I
All
rolled
right.
a 2.
It's okay.
It's better than a 1.
As you make your way towards the beach, Keyleth, you see in the distance in the water what looks like something slinking on the very, very bottom of this underground lake. Probably a good 50, 60 feet down. You can just barely make out. Looks like a dark form. Probably about 100 to 150 feet away, and it's only because of your shark form you're able to make out any sort of semblance of it. But it looks
something you do while everyone else short rests. Yeah, that is my. Yeah. It's like if you want to replace your short rest with doing that seems very reasonable to me. That seems super reasonable. It's like, okay, if everyone else wants to short rest or, do this sort of thing, that's something you can do over the course of 2 hours while you're short resting, you're not in danger, you're not moving. Yeah. That does seem reasonable. On that note, I think Matt makes these tinkering things more of a, you're going to need a workshop type deal in the future. Yeah. Yeah, which is weird because I know that people skin shit in the wild. In terms of tinkering, you're gonna need a workshop makes total sense. Or at least you're gonna need a bedroom or a private area where you can lay out your tools and everything. That makes complete sense. But like I kind of said before, the skinning is one of those things where it almost feels weird to restrict because of how rare it is. But maybe that's just what it needs to be. Is it's you can only skin over the course of a short rest, maybe. I don't know. Remember this thought and keep an eye out for how Matt handles it once they're out of this mega dungeon. I have a feeling that I am going to have a lot more probably positive opinions about Matt's DMing. I already think Matt's a good DM. That's been my takeaway on 2 episodes. It's wow, Matt's actually pretty good. But I have the distinct feeling that once they get out of the Underdark, I'm going to get an increasingly favorable view of Matt's DMing style.
It's big, and it looks like it's just slowly moving through the bottom of the lake. It doesn't seem to be moving towards you.
It's just a thing. There's gonna be things here.
Loch Ness.
What if it's just like one of those party cruises where they
on the bottom
But
of the lake.
Tiki,
Submersive party crew.
How close are we to the
Tiki
the
cruise?
cave? Are we still really far away?
You guys are about maybe 200-300 feet from the beach.
But we don't. But
that's
we don't
not-
see it
that's super
because
close.
we're on the
No
we're on
idea.
deck, right?
No medical.
yeah,
What if we?
We don't see it, right? Only
Preaching now, only Keyleth does.
only kids.
Yeah, still fucking dripping Iker. Just so like deflated and gross looking.
I dropped them off the beach.
Let's dry dock the boat.
Okay,
Pull
I'm
it up.
gonna go ahead and ask. I'm gonna ask Keyleth. Go ahead and make a stealth check. In shark form.
A shark stealth. Stealth shark.
While this is going on,
So yeah, the dex bonus of a shark's form is 0. So just go ahead and roll a d20.
That's not true. It's +1.
Giant shark, according to
Not
here,
true.
says 1. It's 0. Dex is 11.
giant shark.
I
Yeah.
was looking at my.
Shark argument.
It's okay. It's okay. 17.
Yeah.
17.
Shark
Okay.
argument.
As you deftly drag the boat at just the right distance to curve around this large subterranean form, it doesn't seem to take notice, and eventually drifts far enough away where you can no longer make any sort of visual connection with its form.
That is quite a few cooks for one stew. I think for something that everyone has to do, I love the way that Matt handles skill checks, especially for this many people. When it comes to a project, I think number one, you have to be proficient in whatever the check is that he's making. So and I think a lot of times that's enough to filter out all the cooks. Like, if you really want to assist in like a project type deal, you have to be proficient. So only other people that are proficient with Tinker's tools can help. I think that's relatively fair. And maybe if you have like the safety of something, or you have additional tools, you're in a workshop, maybe an unskilled laborer is still enough assistance to grant advantage. Like, just someone carrying things back and forth so they don't actually need to be proficient, but especially in an environment like this.
For now.
You make your way to the side of the beach. You drag up to the point where the ship begins to hit the gravel. You kind of curve to the side, and it lifts up and comes to a rest at the top of the gravel beach. You guys all step off the boat, and you're now. Okay, so Groggy, go ahead and haul the boat up.
I'm gonna
onto the
cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us right now.
Okay.
I go ahead and unshark myself.
Okay.
And I'm going to look for bad things.
Yeah. Okay, what's the layout of the bee? Is it just?
I think we should all.
God, Pass Without a Trace. I've said this before. When they cast a Pass Without a Trace, for this size of group, is just so fucking powerful. Whew.
Stealth just in
beach?
case.
Okay, so
We can.
looking at the beach here, it's an open beach. You can see there are a few rock formations, like small 10, 15 foot tall portions of like stalagmites or stone that have been either originally been here for a long time or have been constructed or put there to jut out of part of the beach. But for the most part, it's just an open gravel beach that slowly comes to stop at the edge of the cavern, and there is a tunnel about 15, 20 feet wide ahead of you.
Is there like a half submerged Statue of Liberty or anything?
Planet of the Apes.
Perception check?
You blew it up. I got a 16 for
16. You do not see any sort of half-submerged Statue of Liberty. My apologies.
Are we? How far away are we from
Too many cooks.
the main island? Is it like Dumbo to Manhattan distance, or?
I'd say it's probably about a good half a mile or so.
Okay.
All right. Not bad.
I would like to perceive if Lady Kimo has been giving me any
Yeah, I guess with Pass Without a Trace.
second looks after I intimidated on flapping wings.
Make a perception check.
10 plus probably nothing. Yeah, nothing. 10.
It's hard to tell. She seems very focused on the task at hand. Her eyes have been.
It's just like, it's an area buff, right? And if you think about them all as sources of power, right? They can wield a certain amount of power on their environment. You are buffing 3 more sources of power than normal. I guess 4 more if you include yourself. So providing that buff and making them more able to wield their power in like a better position, it like scales up with the amount of people that you're affecting, right? In a way that some spells just don't. But especially like these area buffs are really, really strong. I mean, it's sort of like thinking about like, fireball is more powerful the more enemies you hit. Kind of same general concept. But just for 8 people, man.
For the most part, up in the air around you. Unfortunately, Grog, you don't think she's paying much mind to you at the moment because she's more concerned about keeping the group alive and where you guys are currently headed.
Yeah, Grog.
You have to try harder to get her attention.
Try again next time.
It's okay.
It's okay, Grog.
Can we look around and see
she's
if anything,
playing
anything
cool.
dangerous looks like it's around? Look, I'm looking up on the ceiling of the anything.
Now that you know kind of the idea of what to look for a cloaker, go ahead and make a perception check.
29.
Okay. You guys glance around and currently looking at the walls and the exterior of this beach area, nothing matches the description of what you saw in the previous cavern. For the time being, it looks relatively safe on this part of the beach.
Okay.
And there's cave.
There's a singular cave on the far end. Like it lets in. There's a slight outcropping, and then it leads into that 20-foot wide cavern that goes deeper.
I'm gonna creep.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Richard, that's why a lot of spells do have creature limits. Is because, like, if you let them just scale up with an area, they start getting fucking silly. So, yeah. Picture a gnome ranger with Pass Without a Trace riding a centaur paladin into a stealth flank charge. That would be glorious. Pass Without a Trace is a cool fucking spell. Like, it is a good ass spell that I really like. It's just I find it interesting to point out how certain things can scale up kind of accidentally when you have these many people in the party. You know what I'm saying? Like there are some kind of unintended almost consequences of just having this many people in the party.
Creep up just to the edge of the cave. I'm not gonna go in, and then is it a separate perception check?
And that's not even to say that like I would nerf it. Like I wouldn't touch Pass Without a Trace in a campaign that I was running with 8 people. I would just take it into consideration in my DM prep. It's a way for like Vex to feel like super useful and powerful within the party, which I love for her. I'm just gonna keep it in my mind with that. The gnome ranger riding his trusty steed Electrum. Don't even get me.
For the inside of the cave as well?
That would be yes.
Yeah, all right.
But we want to make a stealth
No,
check.
no, no.
Up there?
Yep.
Stealth check first.
Stealth check is good. It's a 31. 31.
31. Okay, so making your way up, you kind of dodge from low to the side of the beach, jumping from these strange stone platform to stone platform, kind of keeping them for cover. You make your way up against the side of the wall. Begin to glance inside. Go to make a perception check.
And that is 19.
19. It's pitch black in the cavern. You have no light source. Unfortunately, you have dark vision, which does help you to a certain extent. You cannot see the entirety of the cavern, but you can see about, let's say 40 to 60 feet in. The beach gravel comes to a halt, and it becomes to this kind of smoothish stone flooring. You don't see anything particularly that catches your attention.
Manufactured or made, or just cave?
It looks like it has some natural kind of change to the topography. Like it doesn't. It's not like a polished floor,
right?
But it's definitely been worn over time.
Can we?
From water.
Is this cold?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I talked about. I mean, you literally just have a map that has like a thing in the middle, and then it has a couple of side areas that are just kind of blank circles. Again, it's sort of what we were talking about before. Of like, we're telling stories, things should be interesting. Sometimes things can be boring, but the boring should be limited where possible. And like, it's all right to have one cave that is a blank battle arena that's, just a white box, but to have both of them be white boxes, that's pushing it a little bit. Have one of them have a stalactite in the middle, or stalagmite, whichever one grows out of the ground. I don't know. Just a little something to break up the flat white box. Good place to find loot, though? Yeah. You can put loot in a flat white box, but it's still a flat white box. It's still like bad arena design. And like you can have, and that's another thing, is like you can have bad things to break up the interesting things. Like if things feel too interesting, they can sometimes feel unreal and can like take you out of it if like every single thing has like a new gimmick. But you need just a little something occasionally. It's like we went from one blank white box to a second blank white box. Like, have this blank white box have a skeleton or a pit or, again, some stalagmites that are dotted around the landscape. I don't know.
It could be a tide
We have firewood bundles and stuff.
I'm
Wanna make
wet.
fire?
So that was a really cold thing.
Prestidigitation.
Oh,
Now you're all dry.
It's very hard to know
Should
though.
we-
It's dark in there.
Should we just light it up and see what's
Light it
happening?
up
Let's
or
light it up
inviting
and see what happens.
All right.
Inviting a party.
Hey, Tiberius.
Yes. Oh, light.
Okay. So as you cast light on the arrow, it's blinding you. You know at this point to close that one eye as you release it in the distance.
Oh wait, wrong.
There you go. That's the one.
Right.
You fire the arrow into the depth of this cavern. Before the light spell distance wears off, it kind of arcs inward and it hits the back wall and ricochets off. Looking inside, the far wall, it all looks like a natural cavern interior. The light is the same glowing white light that you're used to. Once it enters the deep part of the cave, the light almost gets a purplish hue before it's snuffed out.
This doesn't seem very good.
wait, the light. It's a purplish hue.
I take back what I said. Something interesting. It's not a blank white box. Matt, I'm intrigued.
Yeah, the white light becomes purple and then is snuffed.
I want to check.
I'm
check
intrigued.
the team. So check for any.
I don't even want to talk about it anymore. I feel like I have to like make it clear that I saw it and it's bad. But Orion, come on, dude. I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Nasty magic.
At this distance,
Check for any. Check. You want to kind of check 18? So check for any nasty magic.
Again, I mean, he's choosing Arcana, which I'm sure he has a great spell in, but this could be Perception. This could be like so many other things. I don't know.
at this distance, it's hard to make up any sort of source. You don't sense anything directly at your distance. You probably have to get deeper in the cave to make
Kima's in there. Kima's on the boat, Richard.
a true,
Well,
make true assessment of the magical source.
Well, you didn't add 10 to your stuff.
You get past for the other trace now too.
So then,
Oh, I already-
So my
I
stealth was
already-
at a.
yeah.
So my stealth was at a 41.
Jeez.
Okay, good to know. All right.
What do we do? We gotta get someone's going.
Fucking silly, dude.
Man,
Oh, you want me to go in?
yeah, man.
No, if anyone's
Stealth
going
that.
in, send me, and I'm at a 41 stealth. And if we stay on the beach, we're in view of the main island.
We gotta try to hide.
I mean, that's hilarious. That's great. I mean, that's just like, that's expertise shit right there with, you know, the Pass Without a Trace buff. I love that shit. That's just, rogues can be so silly sometimes.
So the arrow's not still lit anyway.
No.
It just went through. Can you light Tiberius?
Angus, that would be crazy. I know that that's not the case because you said it, and I've always said no spoilers. That'd be insane if this was a doppelganger, Kima. That'd be wild. Or if this is like a changeling.
Yes, and
Just get some light in there. Can you put some daylight in there?
Tiberius.
Or, like, they don't know what she looks like, yeah? They have no idea if this is actually Kima. That's crazy.
My dagger. Do the
What if
dagger.
it's dark?
Are you sure? That means that thing will be bright the whole time.
Man, I would lose stealth.
Yes.
But I will say, if I was gonna pull that sort of shit as a DM of like, oh, this person's been a changeling the whole time, I would foreshadow it. it would be really like difficult to detect foreshadowing, but it would not go totally unforeshadowed. It would be like which right now it's been totally unforeshadowed if she's a changeling. Or maybe it hasn't. Maybe I've just been thinking about it wrong. I don't know.
You would.
Pike, can you check to see if this is...
I have dark vision.
Can you see if
as do a lot of
Do
these
you see
guys.
this
You can walk-
evils?
We all do.
Like evil, bad?
evil entities? Is it bad? Like
Throw some.
Yeah,
just
detect
light a fire. Let's just light a fire and throw it in there.
A non-magical.
Oh, well, I mean...
Yeah, throw a torch in.
Yeah, let's just toss a
Sure.
torch.
That's not magic. So.
All right, I pull one of the 3 torches we have, and Tiberius, will you? And I'll give it a nice long throw.
All right, so Tiberius's flame breath coalesces and begins to ignite the tip of the torch. As Grog lobs it in, end over end, you see it hits the far end of the cavern, topples and hits the ground. The fire itself, the bright red burning, as it comes to rest, takes on once again
What I
a
see is
strangish purplish view.
Do the half elves and the gnomes see anything when there's light going through?
Yeah.
You see nothing in particular. You catch up what looks almost like small whiffs of almost like a mist or a fog, but like it just kind of like and then vanish.
I don't think we should go in there.
I do.
Like there's just
detect evil?
Okay, I take back everything I said. All of the shit about the blank white rooms, wunderbar. The other one was like normal, had some enemies, got gravel, like not as interesting as not interesting enough to say it's an interesting battle arena, but not every single one has to be. I think the majority should be, but it's good to throw a boring one in occasionally. And this one's super interesting. I'm very into this one.
almost like there's this perpetually materializing and dematerializing.
My gut still tells me like maybe throw a fucking stalactite on there. But because it's still like you look at it, and even if there's fog in it, like nasty bad vibes fog, it is still a blank room with bad vibes fog, you know? So I maybe do a little something, but I like it overall.
Materializing tufts of small cloud or smoke.
Forget this cave. Keyleth, can you do that thing you do where you make the beach look like an empty beach or something other than it is? Can we camp on the beach instead of
can
going
you like
back?
just block off the cave so they can't come out?
Let's do that. I agree. I'm tired.
What if this is like a clue or something important?
Yeah, we've never shied away from a confrontation before.
Pike, can you sense if there's any
could
nasties
I
down
use
there?
dispel magic?
You can attempt to, yeah.
Okay, I'll attempt.
Okay. So, Pike, as you step up to the mouth of the cave, you kind of looking where the torchlight is, you go ahead and cast Dispel Magic. As you formulate your divine energy, grasping onto your symbol of Sarenrae around your neck, you see this kind of strange pulsing shimmer of divine energy that clears out the area. The purplish hue to the light vanishes, and the light becomes a natural torchlight for a moment, and all the whiffs of smoke vanish. And slowly filter back into the space.
We don't need to go in there.
Indeed.
Love it. Oh, they're learning things. They're getting through the mystery. Like Matt is teaching them things about the puzzle when they use their resources, even if it doesn't solve the puzzle. Love it.
Yeah,
If only we had someone who could go under the ground and be one with the earth and just sort of pop up in there and look around. No?
But she'll be popping up into the wisps.
Yeah, but she'll be fine.
Oh.
I don't know about that.
Wall it up.
Max, what do you
Wall
think?
it
I
up.
think just wall it up. Can we see anything sparkly?
Oh.
Can we look in and see if there's
We don't
anything
need-
that
Yeah,
looks
do I see any shapes and colours or
useful?
sparkly things?
Dude, that's hilarious. First she says second she goes anything useful, but the first thing, do we see anything sparkling? The shiny disease is strong with this one. Not something important, and she corrects herself to something useful, but is there any loot in there?
It's hard to tell. You
that's
can't
so
see the
good.
entire cavern from this distance because kind of like the cavern opens up and then curves around. There's a whole portion you can't see without entering it.
Here's what I think. All right, we don't need to whack every problem over the head, and we have something far more important than whatever's in there.
Right, Lady Kima?
Right. I suggest we
Kima-
go and rest. I believe we can
Kima
get some
comes over to you
answers
and
if we can get some respite.
I think we have a specific goal at this point in time, and who knows what dangers or terrors roam these tunnels.
Yeah, Lady Kima, crazy that you didn't voice that when we were fucking around with the boats or in the other cavern with the cloaker. Crazy for you to be so hell-bent on this mission until the point comes for the party to put themselves voluntarily into more trouble. Until they suddenly ask you, oh, hey, Hitler, you've been rather quiet this whole time while the liberals have been shooting each other. Do you have any ideas about what we should do? Interesting, right? Interesting. Shiny is not a disease, it's a lifestyle. You know what? It certainly is on Vex. She makes it look good. She wears it well. Yeah. Crazy for Kima to all of a sudden be like, yeah, let's go to the thing. The moment that someone asks her, not before. I don't know. Shoot them.
Aside from our specific directional choice at this moment.
The only question is, do we want to try to rest here under some sort of illusion, or do we go to the island? We can see.
No, because that island's way
I
all the
believe
way
we-
back there.
We rest here and we take shifts. It
This
should be
is an
fine.
island.
It should be fine.
I meant
that
this.
island.
We could
Yeah, if we did
sail
that.
there to the northwestern edge of the island. There's some
Just
sort
the
of
tip?
structure
I
there.
think we rest up before we do that.
What if there's something in this cavern? that-
Hit you all.
Yeah, John. That is... Yeah, I should probably find a new social deduction game reference that's not that game. Because it definitely is the most famous incarnation of a social deduction. I should just use Among Us. I should use Among Us. Among Us is actually probably more famous and totally fits. I'm going to use Among Us from now on because I just thought about it and I was like, ooh, the keywording on that for the YouTube algorithm is probably not desirable. Yeah, Among Us is better. You're right. Yeah. I'm going to go with that from now on.
Well,
Can you wall it up?
between you and
and
Tiberius
close off
with those
the
columns
cavern?
and stuff?
Could.
Yeah, and then
Let's
you'll
do that.
rest. See?
How about this? How
Yeah,
about-
to make to restate the point, it's all of the crew members gathering around and going to all of the tasks and getting picked off by the imposters, and then finally the crew members look at someone who hasn't talked the whole time and are like, "Hey, do you think we should go off and keep going off alone to get murdered?" And that crew member's like, actually, I don't think we should do that. All of a sudden, when, earlier they were very vocal about everyone not going off alone. Every meeting that we have, they're super vocal. Never go off alone, guys. Never go off alone. But then the moment that people do it, they don't say shit. And then someone asks them and they're like, hey, you haven't said shit about that except during the meetings. And they're like, no, I think we should not go off alone. That's the energy that Kima's giving me right now.
This.
I don't need to rest, so I can
How about I
just
do
stand
what Scanlan says?
Oh, hello.
And because
That
we've
rolled
had a
weird.
short rest. Yes, I know. I think this is the first time I've said this ever. Well, maybe I'll try what Scanlan says, and I'll turn into a rock elemental and just bamf in there and see if there's anything good. And if it's bad, I'll just run out and make a rock wall. And
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll all be
Good.
ready to attack on the outside.
Maybe.
Scanlan in shock that someone listened to him.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, let's go for it. This is a terrible plan. I think it's a great
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's send in one person.
I like it.
As soon as I see
Oh my god, Liam is giving like a death stare. What is going on?
the royalty going.
All right, so you all kind of gather yourself around the exterior of the.
But in terms of button pushing, it's a little weird because they kind of already pushed the button of like we're not investigating, we're resting, and then Keyleth's like, never mind about that plan. I am gonna go in and look at it, which is not necessarily bad. It's just weird, a little awkward in the moment, but it's fine.
Cave, you get into.
It's something that I think you can have character interaction and drama and like arguments, like character arguments about after the fact, and can make for some interesting roleplay.
Defensive positions and
Can
prepare.
I ask one quick question before we go? Regardless of what happens, if there is something shitty in here or not, are we camping here afterward?
Yes.
Yes.
For sure? All right,
Yes.
then I click my boots of haste.
All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Enhance Ability on myself before I do that and give myself extra wisdom.
All right, extra wisdom.
I want to be a perceptive bastard while I'm in
So
there.
Keyleth transforms herself into her Earth Elemental form.
That's what rocks say.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, kind of like that SSH gaming. It's a good, like, I think it is rarely, I don't know. It's a balance, right? Because you don't want to spotlight hog like someone else in the frame. But it is okay sometimes to do something that the rest of the party does not want you to do. It can lead to good character interaction and drama. And I think probably the core difference is whether or not it feels right for the character to have done that, or like it feels good enough that other characters can engage in drama with them afterwards. Like, I think the reason that it doesn't feel as good when Tiberius does shit like this, where like he just totally disregards the plan, is because it feels very main character syndrome. It feels very much like, not necessarily that Tiberius cared about the plan or what was happening, but that Orion hadn't done anything in a while and he just wanted to. It is very, very rarely foreshadowed or discussed with any amount of like Tiberius talking about what he wanted to do beforehand and then doing it, which is exactly what the situation here is with Keyleth. Keyleth wanted to go in there. Scanlan like kind of made a plan and she was like, I don't know, something interesting might be in there. So she's foreshadowed her character's opinions on this. Same thing with Marisha and Laura. They really wanted to take the carpet. The other people really didn't want them to. And because they've established those motivations in character, when they go off and do it, if something goes wrong, that is something that can be addressed and aggressed and argued about in character, which is fantastic narrative and drama in terms of their relationships. Whereas if it feels weird that Tiberius is doing something all of a sudden contrary to the plan, it doesn't really feel like the other characters can actually aggress him about it, because it didn't make sense really why Tiberius did it in the first place. So then it feels like an attack on Orion, which it kind of is. So then it becomes like spotlight hogging, right? So it's a fine line. It really depends on like how you're role-playing your character, because your character can have flaws. Not just can, should have flaws. But it goes back to something I've talked about with Scanlan before, is the other characters need to be able to engage you on your flaws. They need to be able to look at your flaws and say, hey, those are shitty. We don't like those. And, maybe sometimes they won't for their own in-character reasons, but they need to be able to. If they can't, if the player doesn't feel like their character can engage you on those flaws, then that creates this really, like, nasty, gross grease layer of like the players can't penetrate it. It's not good. Then it's the players looking at Orion, dude, really. Exactly. If the characters engage with, Scanlan on like the weird sexual advances, or with Orion on the button pushing, it feels like the players looking at the player rather than the characters looking at the character. It's a bad distinction. So yeah, it's a kind of a heady topic. It's a little complicated. And it's hard to address in the moment. It's hard to think about in the moment. It's kind of something you can only think about after the fact. Because it's kind of hard to see in the moment. I don't blame any of them for not kind of making that distinction. But it's definitely something like if you think about it afterwards and you're like, that person felt like a spotlight hog, like think about why and maybe like formulate a plan to address it either in character or out of character.
Inspire her with a little just a little dolphin dance or something. Whatever that is. I don't know. I'm just gonna.
It's hard to explain why, but his strange shimmy is slightly inspiring. You've learned something about yourself today that you hope nobody else wants to bring up in conversation. You get a D10 inspiration dice.
As soon as I see Keyleth go off, I rub my ring and go invisible.
Okay. So as you guys all mount into your defensive positions, Keyleth, are you going straight through? Are you burrowing beneath, above?
I'm gonna burrow beneath.
Okay.
So we'll go.
So
bye.
This large
She's so
earth
cute when
elemental
she's a
form
rock.
takes a few lumbering steps forward and begins to just sink into the sand and gravel below. Just
Oh wait,
eventually
have
it's
you guys
flat.
seen this one? As I go into the ground.
Most awkward earth elemental exit ever.
I laugh.
I'll take the elevator.
I think it's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Grog's loud laughter billows echoing through the cavern. You make your way underneath the ground, kind of using your tremor sense to formulate where the top of this cavern would be, and you poke your head through the floor. Looking into this, you can see now there are portions of this cavern where it looks like elements of the mithril veins that you saw that the subterranean Craghammer mines were currently pulling from.
Okay.
Seem to now spread down into this cavern network. There are small kind of veins that kind of trickle through the rock in this cavern of mithril. You also look up and make a perception check.
With advantage, right? Because
This is wisdom, yep.
Because I asked.
That's a 13. There's a 19. I'll take that one.
All right, so
29.
Nice.
29.
Yeah.
You take a moment and formulate your vision. The firelight kind of still trickling through, although you have dark vision. You look about the room and you can see there is just a strange energy about the room. There's something about this room that feels similar to when you encountered the frost plane during the first Western Winter's Veil encounter. There's a type of energy that seems to be brought into being whenever you've caught a mind flayer shifting and bamfing out of any sort of combat you come into. There's something about this room that seems like it's crossing over or has a thin barrier with some other planes.
Ooh.
You don't see a particular doorway, but it's
very fun, very cool. Love it. I love random magical areas that just have weird effects. Love that shit. Also, the original reason I paused was because I was gonna say bamfing is a great onomatopoeia. Well, it's a verb version of an onomatopoeia. The onomatopoeia bamf is so evocative of exactly what it is, and I like that a lot.
just feels like there is a very thin veil here, and as you kind of focus more on the vicinity, you can see what looks like little bits of energy that leak through. That mist you were seeing seems to be elements where the actual reality of this room is warping temporarily and shifting.
It's like Stargate. Can I take a little piece of rock and just kind of
chuck it in?
Toss it up.
You take it and you throw it up. It arcs across, hits the other side of the room, and clatters to the ground. as it clatters to the ground, you suddenly see, lightning quick, 5 of these large, fast-moving, slithering, weird creatures, all of a sudden, that were up against the wall and nigh visible at this point, strike at the rock and seem to almost start fighting each other for whatever that movement was. You see them, they're large, kind of bluish and purple in color when it shifts in its form, with these sharp beaks and what looks like 4 tentacles that kind of wrap out from the face.
What?
That's familiar.
Maybe they're friendly.
Make a nature check. Actually, no, this would be Arcana.
Are you making this up?
A what?
Arcana, this wouldn't be nature.
Arcana. Alright.
It does indeed. This is a badass motherfucker.
You've got like a number there.
I've got a vague number.
Do it.
Nope. 11.
Okay.
Wait.
Yes.
Plus 4, 15.
Is it Arcana is intellect though? It's not wisdom, is it?
I used Scanlan's die.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
15. The best you unable to really make out more than you've heard of creatures like this. Like most aberrations and creatures that seem to bleed over from different planes of existence, this one is not an aberration in its form. This is just a subterranean monstrosity. It's known as a grick.
A Rick.
And essentially, it looks kind of like
I like his name.
that.
Oh, show the people at home.
So you can have a look at this
I
strange.
automatically don't like it.
And as they all take a moment and realize that whatever they were fighting over is not living and not moving, they hiss at each other and then slowly kind of find other alcoves, and what you can now see are small kind of caves that are dug into the rock nearby. Something draws them to this room, as any natural space with this type of strange fluctuating energy would do so.
But they're not necessarily bleeding from the other plane.
Correct.
They come from this plane.
It seems to be.
I'm really interested if this has any bearing on anything. Kind of same thing with the intelligent zombies or the blue crystals. Like, this cavern just seems like a grab bag of potentially interesting and like weird and wacky stuff. Which is fine. But I would rather have it kind of be all themed in a particular direction, or be very, like, obvious that it's a weird and fantastical grab bag. Like whenever you hear someone narrate in the Feywild, right? Like, right now, I can't really get a feel for, like, the type of environment that we're in. It's like there's, like, smart zombies, there's blue crystals, there's, like, shit in the lake, there's the mushroom forest, there's an extra planar thing, and then obviously there are the mind flayers. And it's like, all of this could be explained. Like, if I was forced to, I can wrap all this together of, like, the mind flayers are experimenting, created the intelligent zombies. The mind flayers both, you know, sewed and, like, created. It's from Nightcrawler originally. I don't know. You mean like the Grick? I don't know. It might have been. But it's like, you know, they sewed they created and grew and cultured these crystals in order to provide light. They grew the forest the mushroom forest for protection. Some mind flayer experiment gone wrong opened this planar rift. Like, I can explain all of it, but it just feels like, oh, like, mind flayer did stuff. It's kind of like all just like random, like, like, sure, they did something. There's no, like, cohesive through line yet. And maybe there will be, maybe there won't be. You know, it's something that I try to think about a lot in my dungeons and my biomes, is even if I have ostensibly random stuff, I like to have a clear through line. The easiest way to make a clear through line is to use colors. So make everything blue. Like honestly, that's the easiest way to indicate that all of these things are connected and come from a similar source or were produced by the same effect, whatever. Is, you know, use all yellow or all orange or whatever. But beyond that, you can also not do that and have some other through line that clearly connects them. If they are not meant to be clearly connected, just like I said with the Feywild, I would make them more obviously disconnected. Yeah, and that's where I'll leave that.
Yeah, they're not too weird. To put it in a weird.
I mean, they're like,
they're weird, but they're not too.
beak worms with tentacles, but they're not too.
Yeah, you've seen it all.
Yeah.
Yes, they're not wearing sombreros
So I
or
take
anything.
my
So what are you doing, Keyleth? Are you staying in there?
No, I'm just gonna seep back down.
Okay.
Take the stairs, though.
I'm gonna take the stairs. Cheers.
All right. After a few moments, Keyleth reappears, and her.
But before I reappear, I go, Grog, we're a boat.
She's in the floor. She's in a boat. It's magic.
It is pretty funny.
Will you teach me that?
For a moment,
No.
for a split second, as you're doing that, you realize that laughter is probably very audible.
It's worth it.
I'm not an elemental.
So as you start laughing, you revert back from elemental form.
I go,
Wait, what did you see, Keyleth?
Wait, is she back?
Yeah. Yes. The elemental form is back, and she's now back in
We're
the
all
Keyleth
laughing like
elemental
kids on the beach.
I'm not.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Ty.
we're still laughing.
Thanks, Ty.
I'm laughing just a little bit.
Dude, that's the fucking... that is a great encapsulation of Spotlight Hog main character syndrome versus in-character, like, disagreement, drama, separation of motives. Of just like, I'm not. Thanks, Ty. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? How are the characters supposed to engage with that? It's just whatever.
I maybe peed a little.
Pike is chuckling at best.
What was it?
I stopped laughing.
Was there anything in there?
It seemed like it was.
I don't know, but maybe I'm being too hard on him. Maybe it's just, it's a nothing throwaway joke. They're all joking. This is a ridiculous moment. Maybe I'm being too harsh. It's very, very possible.
It had like dimension door properties, but I don't know if it was necessary.
But this is also something that I said very early on, trying my best to hold my tongue. Dude. And this is kind of, I said this pretty early on where I went on not a tirade necessarily, but like somewhat of like an in-depth criticism of one of the players. And then after that, Grog did something incredibly similar. And I straight up said, I was like, I'm biased. Like, I'm willing to give Travis and Grog the benefit of the doubt when they do anything. Because, like, they have such a good track record. Yeah, body of work. They have a good track record. And so, and this is exactly why, I'm really trying to avoid bias coming into these things and form as much of my opinion as I can on my own, is because, like, when you start to develop this reputation as someone that does these things or that, is this way, it can unfairly, make me, like, hypercritical of fucking everything you do. Even if it's kind of a benign joke. I'm suddenly like, ugh, fucking Spotlight Hog, give me a break. So, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess.
Really at full dimension door strength.
Creatures?
There were creatures. There appeared to be these things that I've heard of called gricks. They're like
bears.
worms with beaks and tentacles.
Oh, I've heard of Gricks. They're really fast.
Yeah, they're super fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're slither.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I studied the Underdog. Come on.
All right.
They did this whole kind of like.
Chat seems to be lagging pretty substantially right now, or is it just on my end? Could be lagging. I'm not sure. I have it set to ultra low latency, but I've noticed sometimes like someone will like a chat will come in about something that I talked about a very long time ago, like a few minutes ago. I've noticed that a couple of times. So I don't know. You should be able to tell objectively by when it shows up on the screen versus like, you know, the sidebar. Just heard chat was lagging. Yeah. I mean, okay, we'll do a test right now. We'll do a test of like when I'm going to say a word, and like the moment you hear the word, type it into chat and I'll count down. So 3, 2, 1, ping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got about a 5-second delay. Richard, you fucking dickhead. I got about a 5-second delay. Ooh, Angus, yours is a long delay. And we're still waiting on AKL. Although AKL might not be trying, to be fair. He might have, you know, been letting other people do it. So, I mean, I guess, you know, test that, you know, consider that what you will. I didn't think that chat lagged like separately for separate people, but maybe it does. I will look into it, but I cannot promise to recover answers. 5-second delay for YouTube live stream is normal. Yeah, it's about what I figured. I read some people's ping before I heard yours. What the hell? Oh, damn. I reloaded. It might have been me then. Yeah. Maybe you aren't live. Maybe you accidentally like hit pause or like hit rewind or something. Like maybe, yeah, reload and maybe make sure that you're technically at live. I can't wait for episode 8 to start. Yeah, Richard's all the way in the back. Crazy that he's predicting all these things.
Hungry hippos thing.
Oh. But you said it was a gate to another dimension.
It seemed to be some sort of dimensional type of gateway. I don't know
We should just,
which dimension.
if we come across any people that we can beat information out of, we might want to ask them if this is a known thing, like a gateway back to maybe
somewhere.
Our whole,
or
the
no, I think they would
overworld
probably
or
go to like the abyss or something.
Or inside.
Or a
Or maybe
shortcut into the
temple.
Oh, Samuel, does that like regen it? Interesting.
I wonder, do
it
they
out, but it
attack
could be.
things that, like, really fast? They seem really fast, right?
The click things, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if, Percy, can you make a bomb?
He did already.
Hungry hippo
I've got
bomb.
It. I have a bomb.
Can you throw the bomb in there and they would all maybe attack it?
Oh, it buffered for 6 seconds, so you weren't right at live. That would make sense.
And then maybe blow them up.
Oh, maybe. Or maybe just hit some of them.
Do
we want to go in there? Because we can certainly do it.
Well, once again,
see what happens.
If we take a few minutes and I take another breather, because you know, being a rock elemental kind of takes it out of you for a little bit. If you guys can make some bombs, I can kind of go back in there as an elemental and.
Actually,
still,
I think that's a good idea. Percy,
Yes?
The bomb that you, Scanlan is holding, could you possibly fix a thing around it to possibly hold magical properties?
I have not the slightest clue how to do that.
You can use some of this, one of the glass, one of my what do you call those? Things.
Vials?
Yes.
So you want?
Are we right outside the mouth of the cave
We are
right now?
kind of really close to it.
Can we just get away from the mouth of the cave? Just like take a few
Who needs
steps
to
back?
rest?
Let's just
Show of hands. Who needs to
I'm
rest?
gonna rest while they talk.
This is a good
Rest
idea,
while we
though.
figure out a plan.
Tibber Hoods, do you have any fireballs left in you?
T-Money, what do you think?
I cast silence on that.
I cast Dispel Magic. Counter spell!
Do you have counter spell? You don't have counter spell.
No.
Yeah, man. I mean, Scanlan does kind of come up with the best plans, honestly.
All right, go ahead. Both of you guys go ahead. Wait, no, you go ahead and roll your counterspell roll. So roll.
Counterspell just fizzles his shit.
Oh, what level was your spell?
It's a level 3 spell?
So yeah, no, your spell just.
Yeah. Damn it!
And I don't silence it.
Oh.
Did I have to roll anything to do that?
No.
Oh, cool.
He has to make a save. 6 sounds.
Oh, counterspell, the fun and engaging spell. I had someone ask me, and I promise this is not like a talk shit moment, but in one of the previous VODs, I mentioned that none of my characters have ever taken counterspell. None of the players I've ever DM'd have ever taken counterspell, even though it is like an objectively like good and very powerful spell option. I don't like the moments it creates. Like, I don't think that was like fun. And this is something where I am fully open to like different tables, different types of funds, different styles. Like, I think that this is like fully deeply entrenched within my opinion, and this is not general advice at all. But someone was like, how have you never taken counterspell? And they said, wait until you get further in. I assumed a Critical Role. It won't change my opinion. I think I've never seen counterspell where I was like, wow, engaging spell. It leans more into like the chess game type of play, which is totally fine. And like that's what like a lot of tables like, especially for combat. Like combat is a puzzle. That's how I generally think about it. And people like different types of puzzles. And so if you and your table really like to think about combat as like this chess type of war game puzzle, counterspell is a great tool in your arsenal. It's just not an engaging one in mine, for me personally.
Am I silenced or
make a what's the save on that one?
17.
Right, but what's the actual save? Is it wisdom? Is it intelligence?
Brother Angus, you can't. No. Oh, fuck me. All right, whatever. I'll wait until I get further in. I mean, and maybe I'll change my tune. I cried, okay? It was a moment. Okay, shit, maybe. Okay. Clip that comment and save it for the right time. Yeah, I'll start like pulling up a compilation. I'll clip the other guy's comment. I'll clip Angus's comment, and I'll pull them back up when the time is right. Counterspell, Silvery Barbs, re-roll that shit. Lucky Feet, yeah. Yeah, CR likes combats as a chess game. I mean, and that is a fair way to go about it. Like, I always say, and this is general advice, that you should treat combat like a puzzle in D&D. Because you are not competing against the DM. The DM is presenting you with a situation and is giving you really confined rules within which to explore that situation. And there is a way to like do it right and to do it wrong. And a lot of puzzles have multiple types of solutions. And so even when I say chess, I don't even mean like person versus person chess. I mean like a chess puzzle. Like this is very, very common. Like you can buy whole books of chess puzzles where it's like, oh, like what's the best move in this situation? And that's a very valid way to approach combat. I approach my combats a lot more like, I would say, like word problems or like riddles or things like that. Like that's more my type of D&D combat puzzle. But I think as long as you are approaching it in that way, that there's really no stylistically wrong way to go about it. Yeah. To me, counterspell is like someone attacks you with their queen and you just move up your queen to sacrifice it. Like, it's not engaging, it's just a trade, and it puts you in a better position probably, but it's not super fun. And you know, in the riddle word puzzle area, it's like someone trying to ask a question about your riddle and you just say no questions. kind of. Those are kind of ham-fisted metaphors. I could do better if I think about it more, but you kind of get what I'm saying. Clip this topic discussion for the next CR campaign episode. That's all I'll say. DM versus players, episode 114. Whoa! I am very interested in that. My general advice is to never think about D&D as DM versus players ever. And maybe that's another conversation, kind of like the Whispers. But like, the thing about it is like the DM can just beat you. Like, let's talk person to person real quick. The DM will win. This isn't a chess game that's like player versus player where you're on equal footing. If the DM wants to win, they will. So it's almost like impossible to actually think about it as DM versus player. And when it does feel like that, it can be problematic. So I'll hold off any, more detailed stuff for then, but I am interested as to what you guys are talking about. That sounds interesting.
Well, I rolled pitifully, so it probably doesn't matter.
I just know it's 120 feet range. I should write the other stuff down.
I'm going to drink.
But it will be interesting.
There's no say.
No.
You're talking about the temple showdown. I'm sure it's like a full episode of combat, so it will be really interesting to see. I am cautiously excited for this. I feel like this is going to be the most in-depth combat we've seen so far, and I'm really cautiously optimistic for it. Because I think I'm cautiously optimistic that it's going to be like a really cool battle arena and we're going to see like a lot of interesting stuff in it. I don't know. I'm crossing my fingers.
It wasn't. But yes, I do have fireballs left. And I dispel it immediately.
I didn't know he was gonna.
Okay.
I'm unpredictable.
I could try to, like, because I have spiritual weapon.
Going to die.
So maybe I could try to create.
Okay. At risk of criticizing Orion too much. The problem with that is that none of them are going to aggress Tiberius about it. And that is why, like, it's bad. And that's, like, why Tiberius is, like, kind of a hole in the party. Is because he's doing things that other characters don't like, but they're never going to talk to him about it. Unless they do, and that's episode 34, and all of y'all are biting your tongues until they bleed right now. I don't know. But, like, that is, like, why this is a problem. It's because, like, it's okay to have flaws. It's okay to be unpredictable. But someone should be able to grab you by the scruff of your neck and be like, sit down and stop being unpredictable. And that should be, like, an okay character interaction where you don't feel awkward as the player doing that. Ooh, we'll see.
Like a crazy ass.
Oh, y'all bite your tongues. I know you're doing it.
Type of thing.
That's what we're talking about. We have a bomb.
I'm so curious to talk. I might have a whole fucking Orion live event regarding this. Lol, just wait, my friend. Yeah. I feel like it is going to be an extravaganza. Once everything is revealed, I'm going to have people on the mics. I'm going to pull them up into the Discord stage. I feel like we are going to get down and dirty with it once it's all revealed.
You do know that in the essence of spiritual weapon, it creates a weapon that is partially in form with your deity's weapon of choice or preference. It's mainly melee weapons. Like, nothing too intricate.
We are not making a holy hand grenade.
We already have a bomb.
I have a bomb.
They attack it, blows them up.
I have a bomb.
Just fucking blow.
With what Vaxer
throw
was
it.
getting to, Percy, is if you could fashion such a thing, or if I could I'll just
Throw the
try
bomb
to
in,
enchant
they
it.
attack it, then you can
Then
throw a
hit him
fireball
with
at
a
the
fireball
same
at the
time.
same time. We just
have to get them in a cluster.
Yeah.
Can I attempt to imbue the bomb with a fireball in it?
No, that is a delayed blast fireball, which is a higher level spell.
Okay.
Throw the bomb in,
I
guys.
won't do that.
1-2 punch.
1-2 punch.
Dude,
Stanley, toss it.
Wait, I'm not a good thrower. Is that what you call a thrower?
Give it to me and I'll go in as an elemental.
But you can't, can you?
No, we just throw it. We just throw it. Dexterity.
How far? Yeah, but then you're gonna have to hit it to light it.
So how
Time this well.
How far?
Someone just throw it. We're just debating various ways of engagement. I think that this is one of the kind of textbook definitions of analysis paralysis, is when you are debating ways to get marginally more advantage before triggering an engagement. If you find that you are in a group and you guys are debating a situation and, you're just debating how to best prep, the very best way to engage this fight, 1, 2, 5, you're debating the very best way and you feel like you've gotten 90% as good as you're going to get. Like you feel like you've got 90% of the way there. We're all just debating that extra 10% power or 10% advantage. I think you are well within your rights, if it makes sense within your character, to push that button and just start things. Like, you should want to get the best advantage you can, but Dawn, they'll play. Yeah, I don't know. I've struggled during this stream series to really define when it's okay to push the button and when it's not, and that's kind of what I'm trying to elucidate here. Is it's like, if you've got 90% of the prep, like max power you're gonna get out of that, just push the button and go. Just do it. You're never gonna eke out that extra 10, which is I think what they're going for right now. You know what I'm saying?
Who has the dexterity?
You have a bomb?
I have a bomb.
Hold it out in your hand, please.
I don't want to touch it. It's a saddlebag bomb.
I'm not trying to get it into a basket. I mean, we've thrown
just need to
several
throw it into
things
the
in.
cave.
Yeah, Grog.
I cast
Are you a good
telekinesis. I pick up the
person?
bomb.
That'll work. That'll work too.
And I start guiding it in the cave.
So hard to just throw
Very
a
fast.
freaking bomb.
Wait, it's in. It's already in.
He's done it.
Pay attention, Ranger.
So the bomb that was constructed ages ago by Percy, originally intended to put on a summoned pony,
Yes. Never got to use it.
but now it's finally being used. Tiberius, you approach the edge of the cavern. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
But how do we
He'll light it. A what check?
A stealth check.
You just hit.
We
them.
don't want it to be
still,
stealthy.
I'm still invisible.
Right, so you would have advantage on that.
Oh, dope.
And you have passed without a trace.
Yes. Whatchamacallit? So,
Invisibility and telekinesis are both concentration spells. You would lose your invisibility to cast
all right,
telekinesis.
well, 21
A 21
10?
total.
is what I rolled.
The first roll.
Yes.
Okay.
Plus
all
10.
right.
I rolled
Plus 10 from
Plus 10 for her.
Vex.
I rolled 13 the second time.
Okay, gotcha. So as you make your way up to the edge of the cavern, you come in partially. You guide the bomb towards the back.
Get it. Wait, I'm in the middle of some calibrations.
And
Yeah.
you lock.
I'm tired. I like to be fun critical, especially like of Matt. I feel really okay criticizing Matt because I have so much confidence that he gets better. And it's not as fun criticizing someone that I don't think will get better. And now I'm tired and my energy is low. But maybe this will bring it back up. It'll bring it back up. We'll get into it.
Hobbit towards the far end. This kind of large, awkward saddlebag style construct of Percy's design, made of leather, metal bands. Hits the back wall.
We're proud of that. As soon as I let go, I cast invisibility on myself again.
Okay.
And that's on my way. What happens?
Okay.
Let's find
The
out.
bomb hits the wall, hits the ground, tumbles for a second, kind of awkwardly slumps over in itself, at which point, in a blur of motion, this strange hissing sound, a bunch of momentum hits the room, and you see all these creatures begin attacking.
As soon as I hear that noise, fireball.
Okay, you aim down, release the point. So, the fireball impacts the far end of the wall where the cluster of these strange worm creatures are, and explodes with a loud, blasting, echoing explosion sound.
I'm doing this.
Hold your ears, go ahead and roll damage on that.
I take my shield and put it in front of a couple people, maybe?
Scanlan said.
Also, just to beat a dead horse, he took the verbal time to say that he's going to turn invisible when he knew that he was going to be casting a spell which would break his invisibility. And he interrupted Matt's, explanation of the scene and of the fiction to be like, I'm going to turn invisible, uselessly, I might add. Now what happens? It's like, I don't know, man. Maybe if you would have shut your hole, you would know what happens.
Any way that you can absorb the sound?
The sound, yeah. Can we cast silence? And...
Too late. He's casting 7 spells right now. So
It's not even a bad plan. It's not a bad plan. I think it's a ring of greater invis. Oh, is he using it improperly too? Of greater invisibility, yeah, but oh, I don't see that. Oh, you're saying that casting the spell wouldn't actually break it. Fair enough.
All right, so how much damage is that?
Shit.
Once we finish this math, this explosion is going to be really cool.
And really
32.
32 points of damage?
Yeah.
At blast open, Percy, go ahead and roll 4d6 points of damage from the actual bomb as the fireball detonates the saddlebag simultaneously with the explosion of the fireball.
Good. 14 points of damage for 46.
Okay. All right, great. So, simultaneously, you guys hear you can feel the sand shift and move, and some part of the beach, kind of some of the gravel moves and kind of rocks a little bit. Smoke comes, black, pitch black smoke comes pouring out of the cavern. You kind of have to like guide yourself. As the smoke slowly clears, you kind of get a glance in there, and you can see there are bits and pieces and chunks of Grick matter across the wall on the inside of the cavern, with some gaping half bodies of these creatures just kind of torn open from the explosion. There is nothing living and nothing moving from what you can see in the center of this cavern.
Let's go in.
Nice.
With the occasional chunks dripping off the ceiling.
Magic spell?
Take a couple steps in and perception.
Perception check.
Oh god.
15.
It was a good bomb.
It was a very good bomb.
Thank you for crafting it for me. What do I owe you?
18 plus 6.
Your life at this point. And a song.
Okay.
You owe me a song.
Glancing through,
Maybe
you can see the small tunnels that these creatures kind of house themselves in as kind of a defensive position. These creatures are not hunters; they're more scavengers, but they fight in packs and wait for things to find their way in. This tunnel was definitely a place where they do that to keep fed. However, this tunnel appears to be empty, other than the strange phenomenon of this energy in the tunnel.
I feel we should
more
camp
magic?
here for the night.
In
Or
the-
day,
in
or whatever the
the
heck
cave?
this is.
Is there anything that can come through the portal?
I have an idea, everyone.
Is there a portal before you?
It's more of just an
before we make
energy-
plans.
as a- as
Is
an
there
energy
a
shift.
portal or
Make an
something?
arcane check.
That's so funny, John. I have no comment on that. That's just hilarious.
Okay.
Something funky in here.
It's honestly one of the items that if you asked me, like, if you just gave me an item, it would be like that and the Chain of Returning and the Cloak of Elvenkind, that I could immediately tell you who they belong to and who had them, because he rubs that shit all the time. Oh, man. That's so funny. Grick matter sounds like CERN found in the particle accelerator. True. Good night, AKL. Have a good one. Man, oh man, I am not close to the end. I'm going to turn it on to 1.25 speed because I have work tomorrow. But good night, AKL. We'll try to get through the rest of this a little quicker.
Of course.
16. As you take a moment, kind of step inside and kind of feel the essence of it, there is no portal. There is no doorway, there is no tear, there's just a very thin veil between this plane and another. You're unable to really ascertain the nature of what this energy coming through, but you can see there is these strange warps in reality. As you walk into this room, you look at your hands, and for a second your fingers kind of bend and go back to form. As you look at other people's faces, they kind of twist and shift and then go back. You don't know if it's just a purely visual thing or matter itself is actually twisting, but it's a very discombobulating being in this room for an extended period of
Clarota,
time.
what are we looking at in here?
Clarota, as he kind of enters behind you guys, his hands together and goes,
Too far after the intermission break. Ooh, good to know. Good to know. When is the intermission break? Episode start, break, end at 2:14. Interesting. Okay. Oh, so that's pretty close. Interesting.
This, I believe, is the veil where Kavarn stepped into the cavern.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say earlier.
Okay. Tiberius. What?
Me, Clota.
If it wasn't continually interrupting Matt's cool and fun monologues, maybe it would be less grating. And again, it's a pattern of behavior. It's a body of work. I am trying so hard not to be hypercritical and not to be overly biased. But oh my god, dude, shut the fuck up. It's not funny. Oh, I'm in like a bad mood now. I need to warp myself out of this because it's about to be a super fun and cool reveal. Deep breathing exercises. 2:58 is end of session. 2:14 is timestamp for after break, and 2:58 is end of session. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. We're getting up to it. It's gonna be a cool fucking thing. We're excited. We're balling. I'm also Again, I think the reason it annoyed me more is because I was super interested in this monologue because it answers the question that I kind of ranted about before. Is like, okay, how the fuck is all this connected? You know, what like this cave is like some elemental shit? Like, what's going on? But it is narratively important. This is a good interest point within a battle arena, within a dungeon. This is a fantastic interest point that is optional. Like, you don't probably need to know what's in here, but it drives home the overarching narrative. Ugh! Very exciting.
That's what I do for that.
Tentacles kind of writhe around Clorota's maw.
That means he likes me.
Oh, John, that's a good idea. I could just make it an on-screen element. Kind of like I was doing, I've been doing with like the noses for like, whenever Matt like actually says something that I like, yeah, I just start making tally marks in like a corner element up here or something. It's a good idea. I legitimately will probably start doing that.
This is a boundary, a thin membrane between this prime material plane and elements of the far realm.
Ooh. Clota.
Far realm?
Yes. Do you think we could, after a rest, of course, conjure a way to break the barrier and possibly go to that side?
Wish not to do that.
Clorosa.
Your mind won't break.
Ooh, that would be awful. I need it.
Clorota, is this a possible
Okay, that was really funny.
thing that we should maybe shut down? Could Kavan send his allies through?
Look, funny's funny. I'll throw my hands up at that. That was funny.
You have not the power to shut this down. It is how they overlap.
Is it safe to be near it?
I don't know.
Oh.
Well, at least
I can't even replicate that. I can't do the inward singing thing already. That was so funny.
we know this beach is secure. We should go out in the front and
What would happen-
seal this up for the night.
You're rather loud. I'm afraid things might be drawn to this beach.
Could this
Atlas.
veil-
We could keep watch and kind of.
I don't need to rest.
Could this veil exist in sunlight?
They were hearing stuff inside.
I do not know. I have not traveled the boundary myself.
I wonder what would happen if Kavan was cut off from the other side of this.
That was exactly what I was thinking.
Yes.
Maybe it would be good to block it off.
Or collapse it.
At least wall it off on the way out.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I like it.
Do that, you two.
Like completely cave it in?
Yeah, just
Use your rock.
Earth melded.
I don't think throwing up a stone wall is going to necessarily stop
No,
that.
but can't you like use your rock changing ability and
I can
squish all the rocks down and close the cave off?
I can
Just
spend
happens.
time essentially collapsing the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like-
I start kicking sand and gravel.
Wait, how wide is the slimmest version? The
Keep
slimmest
going,
tunnel?
Rob. You'll get there.
Hell yeah.
It's about 20, 25 feet.
we can camp, but it's only
Keep going,
been
Rob.
6 or 7 hours since we woke up, really. So I know
Well,
we're
it's been long. It was 6 or 7 hours when we were on that side of
beginning-
the thing.
We did
It's
take
been about
about
8 hours or so since you.
8 hours. All right.
Some of us can stay up. I can stay up, keep watch.
Me too.
Well, here, there's still things I want to do.
Yes.
Spill it, girl. Spill it.
Clarota,
His tentacles quiver as you call his name, and he kind of looks over at you with a curious, hungry to be of service expression on his tentacled mind flayer face.
do you have anything that might assist me in a scrying spell to help spy on Kavarn? Maybe, something in his image, or even...
I've not seen Kavarn with my mind or my eyes. I've only heard of him arriving after I was cast out of my colony. I have no...
dream.
Wait, but I had a vision, I had a dream.
So you know what he looks like?
Do you know what he looks like?
Well, what I saw was like a...
All those Cheez-Its you're eating by.
It's just, it's what I...
In my dream, he said, "Come sail away. Come sail away." That's why we had to get the boat.
do, and I'm thinking, I had a little snack pouch.
Crackers.
Sounds legit.
Lembas bread.
I saw sort of like a...
Cheese it.
A single, twisted, sort of unnatural black horn.
Which Kima mentions to you and says, that is what we're trying to prevent making its way to the surface.
I see.
That's the horn of Orcus.
Maybe you can envision the horn.
Oh, so that's not...
The
Would that work?
I don't know. I'm not a scrying type.
If you'll excuse me. I reach into my pouch and I pull out the scroll of telescription. I enchant it to reach my brother Gerard.
Of who Kavarn is, you mentioned Kima, any others. Okay. All of my crackpot theories. I will I will probably make a mega cut at some point. Okay. So, that's a good question. And I love that you asked it. So I don't think it's Clarota, cuz that would be weird. Because Clarota has been presented as I don't know. Clarota has been like so suspiciously portrayed of like, yeah, he's our ally for now. So that it would almost be like weird if he was the villain reveal, because like we've been suspicious of him, you know? Like it's not like as natural of a twist. Yeah, Kima's my big one. I also think it could be potentially Allura, and Kima has been keeping the fact that it's Allura from them, and that's like part of the Vision Quest bullshit. And maybe Allura hired that. I don't know about that one. That one just like feels right to me. I don't have like solid basis for that of like why it's Allura, but it feels right. I don't know why she would have hired them to go. Maybe she just wanted to kill them. I don't know. Beyond that, we don't know a ton of other people, honestly. There's like the dude from the Magic House. Be kind of random if it was him, honestly. I don't think it's like the merchant dwarf that like runs the mines from the city. But the thing is, and that's also the thing, is that the episode around 222 starts the process of the thing is it's called Kavarn Revealed. Like there's a situation that I thought was like, you know, in the back of my mind, I knew they were crackpot theories, and my assumption was that it would just be a big bad that we had never met before. But the fact that the episode is called Kavarn Revealed makes me feel like I'm right about it being Kima, or like someone we know. And the only people that we know that's not like a party member, it would be insane if it was a party member. If they're like, fucking take the mask off, it's Scanlan. Scanlan's Kavarn. My mind will be legitimately blown. And if Keyleth is Kavarn, and that's what the whisper about, and fucking Liam Bax has known this whole time, I'm changing my whole tune on whispers. That's insane. At least as like from an audience perspective. But I don't know. Maybe it's Pike? Could be Pike. But okay, this is a little bit of meta knowledge, but I feel like I've seen a lot of like Pike and Grog best friends forever. And I've gotten a little bit of that, but I haven't gotten enough to where I feel like those memes would have gotten made, especially if she was Kavarn. Grog's Kavarn. But so that's the thing, is it's like, who would it be that it would be interesting for it to be a reveal? And the names on my list are like, he hasn't guessed Orion. I know that the Orion drama doesn't happen until 34, so it can't be him. But it's like Clarota. They killed the king and queen. It's like Clarota, Kima, and like maybe like I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe Allura. I think Kima is my top contender though. Or maybe Allura and Kima are working together. And maybe they need like a blood sacrifice. They need like a power sacrifice. Trinkets Kavarn. What a reveal that shit would be. No, okay. I'm putting together like a full theory based on everything that I've seen, which is that Kima goes on her vision quest. Her vision quest is fake as fuck. She is looking for the horn of, not Osiris, of Orcus. She's looking for the horn of Orcus to become a big bad evil guy. And Allura and Kima definitely work together. And so Kima's on that track. Allura is on the same wavelength. Like, they're friends. Allura is like taking like the political route towards like gaining power, and Kima's out there adventuring, finding artifacts, looking for this horn of Orcus, right? And so then Kima gets down into this shit and is like, I found one of the horns. You know, like, hey, you know, calls up Allura on the cell phone. And is like, yo, what up, A-Dog? I found one of the horns for me. But I know where the other horn is. Again, like calling her up. I know where the other horn is. And I can get it, but I need a blood sacrifice. It's hidden behind fucking the 1,000-year door. It's hidden behind Paper Mario and the 1,000-year door. And I need like a soul power sacrifice in order to get the door open. You need to hire a bunch of powerful mercs, get them down into the temple. It's a temple ritual sacrifice. You need to get them down to the temple. I'll meet them halfway. I'll make sure that they come down, because every single time it was like, oh, let's leave, Kima's like, nah, fam, let's not leave. So Kima's part in the plan is, yeah, like I'll force them down there. I'll get them down there. And then at the temple, either maybe like Allura is Kavarn and actually did the whole shit, and then it was an imposter that hired by Allura. I don't know. And they're going to get there, and Kavarn is going to be either Allura or Kima, and the other one is also an imposter. Like, they are not the main imposter, but they are also an imposter. That is like, haha, whips out a dagger, get ready to get blood sacrificed, kid. Get ready to, open up this temple because because the mind flayers weren't from this place. What the fuck is the name of this place? Yug. No, I keep thinking Yugzaloth. Yug Viril. Okay, never mind. Viril kinda has a Kavarn type of vibe to it, and like the apostrophe in the middle of the word makes me feel like Kavarn and Yug Viril are connected outside of just the fact that Kavarn is currently in Yug Viril. Because like the assumption is that Kavarn is just in Yugg-Varil because the Elder Brain is there, and Kavarn has charmed the Elder Brain, right? But the names share a bit of etymology. Like, they kind of share some feel. So it could be that Yugg-Varil, because Clarota said, yeah, Yugg-Varil is not where the Mind Flayers are originally from. Clarota? Yugg-Varil? Kind of, but Kavarn sounds much more like it fits with the tone of Yugg-Varil rather than a name like Clarota. And Clarota has distinctly said that the Mind Flayers are not from Yugg-Varil, that they moved in here afterward. So the temple was already here, and there's this whole legend about this fucking guy with the horns. And so Yugg-Varil was the resting place of the original horn bearer, and Kima or Allura, one of the two, finds one horn outside, and there's another horn hidden inside. They need a blood sacrifice. That's why they've hired the party. That's why it's a ludicrous amount of gold. And why Matt has been giving them gold this whole time, because he knows that the 10K is fake. This is my final theory. This is my fucking poker table chips all in theory. Is that it is Allura and Kima working together. One of them is Kavarn. One of them wants to get the other horn. That's my theory.
I write on it, dear brother, it seems I'm a bit of a pickle with a certain type of creature who can take control of others with his mind and do nasty things. Goes by the name of Kavarn, and the only thing I know about him is he has a black horn. Please help. Love, Tiberius.
I put a little cologne on that page.
He can't smell it.
Yeah, but it's always a nice gesture.
And I send it.
Okay, so the scribe material rolls up on itself and vanishes in front of you.
Hopefully he answers back.
Wait, who was that to? I missed it, actually. I read on it, dear brother. Oh, my brother Gerard. Okay, sick. Backstory shit. I'm down. That's fun.
Back promptly.
Slow clap. We'll see.
Gerard is a warlock and is a wizard of the mind.
Gerard's a warlock, you say? Interesting.
Some arcana, things I do not know of. He could possibly help us and have...
Okay. I am so excited to be able to compliment Orion. Honestly. This is fucking awesome. I love working in your backstory shit like this to solve a legitimate problem. I don't love like if Gerard was made up, like if he was like unestablished with Matt at this point, I'd be a little iffy on it. Javarn. Yeah, it's Gerard. That's the big reveal, is that it's his brother. That'd be kind of whack. But like, I always, at the beginning of my campaigns, I'm like, give me an ally and an enemy. It, as part of your backstory, doesn't have to be long, doesn't have to be detailed, but like something that either I can work in or you can work in during a scene, if you want to. And so if this brother of his, this warlock brother, has already been established, this is dope backstory reveal. This is fantastic use of previous allies to gain information about a particular situation. Chef's kiss. Love it.
Quite access to great knowledge of this matter.
Phone a friend.
I like
That's
it.
nice.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess while we wait for him to respond, I'm gonna go ahead and start using all of my like stone shape and my. Yes, I'm gonna start bringing down this tunnel.
I'm gonna work on the boat.
Just start collapsing it.
Okay.
This
Can I?
cavern.
All right.
Yeah,
While
still
she's doing that,
kicking
can I use
side.
my primeval awareness and see if there's anything undead or aberrations or things that are around us that are like seeming more active?
And you have a long.
Okay. She can't just choose whatever she wants, right? Like, she can't choose, like, undead or aberrations or whatever, right? I don't think that's allowed. But regardless, dude, how crazy is it going to be if it's like, yeah, there's one aberration and it's right behind you? and it's Kiba. That'd be nuts.
Long distance you can pull on that one.
Yeah.
You take a moment and concentrate, not in your immediate vicinity. You do sense that across the way on that island, there are hundreds of aberrations.
That's just the mind flares.
Hundreds?
Hundreds. Different. You can't make out too many details. You just feel, you sense the presence. You see clusters. You see some wandering the outskirts of the island. In the center of the island, you sense there is one very strong source of aberration-based essence.
On the outskirts of the island?
That's just the mind flares in the Elder Brain, no?
No, in the center.
In the center. So wait, I'm sensing. Would that help you to know that Kavarn is an aberration?
I'd assume any.
I don't think. This is cool. This is cool. I actually like primeval awareness a lot as a feature, even though it is like an intensely powerful radar, and I think, it kind of reinforces a lot of the ranger thing about you're either immensely useful or not at all. I would like if it was, I think I would like it more if it was more flexible, like you could like maybe change the type on a long rest or something. And the distance like leveled up with your proficiency bonus. Like I think that's like my quick and dirty homebrew fix for it. To make me like it more. But regardless, I think it's cool because it is vague. You'll notice I love the visions. I love like vague types of stuff like this. Because in my mind, I hear that and I'm immediately like mind flayers and the Elder Brain. But she's hearing it and she's thinking Kavarn. Which in my head, if there is that sort of ambiguity, I actually like it a lot as a powerful feature. I think things should be weak but specific or powerful but vague. That is my like general like balancing sense.
Anything helps, I guess.
I'm sensing a really strong energy of an aberration in the middle of town.
Aberration in the center.
And that's something that would have come out of this portal, right, Clarota?
Clarota kind of gives you a look at this.
Most likely, or at least is related to the kin from the other side of the veil.
Wait, what?
Or at least is related to the kin from the other side of the veil. I speak Clarota.
Thank you.
Pay attention, Druid.
I was
He said,
taking...
pay attention, Druid.
I was...
While all this is going on, I just sort of go near Lady Kima and I start humming.
Oh, dude. Okay, so obviously it's, it's funny. It's played for laughs, whatever. But like that's actually a really good example of a character engaging another character on a flaw that character doesn't have. Like it'd be like, pay attention. And like it's a joke, but this is a good example of when you play characters with flaws that they don't have, you are actually just criticizing the player. Where Marisha's like, I was just taking notes. Keyleth isn't taking notes. It's Marisha. Again, it's a lighthearted joke here, but it's a great flashpoint for that whole issue that we were talking about. Wearing a turtleneck is like being strangled by a really weak guy, Mitch Hedberg. I don't even know how to respond to that, Richard, so I'm just going to move on. It did make me chuckle, though.
I'm going to cast suggestion on her.
Okay.
Or try to. I'm just going to say, no makes you want to check out Grog's bod. No makes you want to check out his bod and sweat him so hard.
Is that B-52?
Yes, it is.
I'll go over to the water and scoop myself and pour it over myself.
as you're doing this, Grog.
Oh, I'm so conflicted. Oh, because Grog is funny. But you're using mind control magic to try and get someone to sleep with someone else. Ugh. I mean, one of my most popular videos for a while was me ranting about how gross enchantment magic is in general. Mind control magic is terrifying and should be heavily criminalized in most worlds. Way above shit like necromancy or whatever. but I don't know about this one.
Kima, who at this point, as you guys have this conversation, is currently like rewrapping the leather on the handle of the malt that she found earlier in the cavern. Stops what she's doing, glances over at Scanlan with a very stern look, and goes, "No, I mean no disrespect when I say, toy with my mind again, and you'll find the business end of this hammer right up your rectum."
That is a part that I need for shitting on bed, so I will. I apologize. I apologize.
You bothered me
I'm
enough.
sorry.
Oh man, crazy how he brings up the other thing that like is a flaw that he did that like people can't engage with him really. Like Kima doesn't engage with him on like a hey, don't try to mind control me to go and have sex with someone. That's fucking creepy. Because that feels like criticizing Sam's choice. So it becomes difficult, and it's hilarious that he brings up the pooping in beds, which is also kind of difficult to engage with him in character on, because it's very clearly like there's like joking Sam and joking Scanlan, and then like actual like role play has flaws Scanlan, and they're very much like separate. It's very interesting.
Recently, with your antics, as she does that, she kind of motions towards your nether region.
I would like to state.
Yeah.
I watch it.
That's. I do call it my antic, but yes, you're right. I'm sorry. That was disrespectful. I apologize. I apologize. Grog, I tried, man. Come on, I'm your wingman.
What?
I'm your wingman.
She said she didn't say ant dick. She said antic.
Thank you, Vax.
Did it work?
I don't think so, Grog.
As we're taking a rest at this moment to prepare for whatever you guys want to do next, let's go ahead and take a quick restroom break for the group.
Oh my god.
Let's say about a 5-minute break. If you want to just play like 3 videos or so, we'll make it quick so we can get back to the game.
Hold up, guys. Before you get
Before we do that, all right, just a second.
There's things happening here.
Things are happening.
A present from the chat room. There's a happy 10th episode Critical Role.
Oh my god, that's adorable. Holy shit. Timestamp for after the break. All right, 2:14. 2:14:38. Okay, I'm gonna take my last break of the session. Gonna go to the bathroom, fill up on water, all that good stuff. Hydrate or dihydrate, you know the rules. And I will be right back here for the motherfucking Gavard reveal. Oh boy, I'm excited. All right. Kavarn's Wi-Fi went out while you were getting water. Is that you? Is that me? Hopefully my Wi-Fi didn't go out. Okay. Okay. Let's do it, fellas and ladies.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, no worries, guys. All right, so to bring this back to where we were, so you guys have been putting around after you're clearing out this cavern on the north end shore of this large cave surrounding Yugvaril. What is your current plan of action?
While they've been sleeping, I took my axe.
You guys haven't been resting at all.
Oh, no?
Just been
I
preparing.
thought you rested.
No, we haven't
I've
rested.
been collapsing that cavern.
You managed to make a way where, like, the central kind of focal point, or the pinch point of this cavern's entrance, you managed to eventually just carve all the stone to close it off.
Okay. Tiberius,
Yes?
has your brother gotten back to you yet?
I mean, he should have got the message also, immediately. I'm pretty sure he's either researching it or before he answers.
About 20 minutes of you doing this, as you're having this discussion, a small slip of parchment apparates in front of you with like a flash of purplish energy. Written upon it says, Tiberius, you speak of the Far Realm, which I am quite familiar with. There are many aberrations. However, I do not know the name Kavarn per se. In my research, there are many things that can fall into the description you say. It's vague enough. Unfortunately, I have not much to go off of. If you had perhaps an image or a visual description of this creature, I'd be able to help. But at the moment, I have no way of giving you any more knowledge. My apologies, and sign it above.
May I see this? Draconiar Noir.
You're astute.
Well, I say that all that
I
stuff.
start digging a ditch with my axe in the sand.
Okay.
I'm going to work on the camouflage.
Don't worry about it.
Go make a move, tinker check.
Can I?
Oh fuck. Oh no. I was troubleshooting something about the Discord and I got fuck. I did oh no. Okay. Okay, so this is the response from his brother. Okay. I'm so sorry. I need to be focused. I get distracted. I was responding. I will stop. And I looked up and I see Richard say purple. And I just had totally blanked out the last minute of whatever was playing on the screen. So I'm rewinding. I'm sorry. Yo, it's been happening the last hour. I had to leave for a bit. We're about to do the Kavarn reveal. And I actually gave my like full-fledged theory about what I think will happen. So we'll see.
Kavarn per se. In my research, there are many things that can fall into the description you say. It's vague enough. Unfortunately, I have not much to go off of. If you had perhaps an image or a visual description.
Yeah, true. Yeah, thanks.
Description of this creature, I'd be able to help. But at the moment, I have no way of giving you any more knowledge. My apologies. And sign it.
May I see this? Draconiar Noir.
You're astute.
Well, I say that all that
I
stuff.
start digging a ditch with my axe in the sand.
Okay.
I'm going to work on the camouflage.
Don't worry about it.
Go make a move, tinker check.
Can I?
Are we in the cavern? No, we're on the beach,
We're
right?
on the beach.
Oh, thank God.
Can we hear any kind of movement coming from the other island? Does it seem like they heard those explosions? Are we safe here?
I'm excited, Inspired. I'm excited.
The island itself, it's about a quarter to a half mile away. It's hard to be able to tell from this distance with no light source.
I should have got like a confetti popper for in case I'm right, or champagne or something. I got nothing.
Any movement what?
I got some Cheerios. I guess I have almonds. I'll eat a handful of almonds if I'm right.
Whatsoever over there. Any sound to make
Oh,
your
so
way
it's
there.
really dark.
Yes, other than the bioluminescent fungal plant life and forest that coast to the side, you have no light source on that side.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. I
whatsoever.
don't
It's
like
just faint enough where you
almonds.
can make the kind of the outline of the island itself, but beyond that, you have very little visual.
Let's sleep.
Can I gather Is there any type of like stone or rock or debris with the residual energy from the like purple misties of his realm?
It doesn't necessarily cling. It's more of a presence thing than it is a material clinging energy.
Can't be all.
Okay.
Shut your mouth. You don't know.
Also, I'm sorry.
you
if,
do
if
know,
it's
but
this dark in here,
there's
we
no
lit
way.
up the cave.
No shot.
They would have seen, anyone on that island would have seen that. I don't think it's very safe here.
Well, we can.
Where do you wanna
she
go?
can- He's doing a camouflagey thing, and she can make it look like nothing's on the.
I know that, but
I
no
don't
one
believe I'll need
camouflaged
'em.
the explosion of fire
Got
that
'em.
lit up the cave.
Then let's get out of here. Why don't we go to the island and see if we can make camp?
Let's head to those little buildings off the corner there.
Not yet.
I do not think
What?
that is
What's
wise.
I'm gonna sit down near where the far plane portal is.
Which you've already closed off at this point in time.
Yeah, I want to be like near it though.
So you're near the edge of the wall where you've already locked it off.
Right.
Okay, so you get closer to that presence.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of like just so I can be close to it. And Clarota, Pike, do any of you want to help me in this?
What are you doing?
Scrying spell.
Oh.
Can I do my scrying
so-
spell?
Okay.
I can assist because I have that as well.
You do
I'm
have,
so
You do have
impatient.
scrying as a spell.
Dude, what a crazy scene that would be if it was like we're scrying on Clarota and it's like you form a presence. You see your own group. You prepare to send this scrying presence to Kavarn's location. It blacks out, but you just reappear where you just were. It's a slightly different perspective. It's facing behind you, right at Kima. Dun dun dun!
I would say if you both expend, if you have it prepared. I don't know if you do you have scrying prepared.
Also
Alright,
true.
well, we'll see what we can do.
Also
Can I
true,
say that
Richard.
because I prepared it? I can be like, here's my book. You can borrow it.
Let's see.
I wrote it down.
For druids,
know
it's
you
not so
know
much a
it.
spell book.
Yeah, druids don't have a book.
More than an interest in innate nature equal. You have a book for your own note taking, but the actual spell itself comes from just you harnessing the divine energy of nature around you. So there wouldn't be a way that she'd be able to help you in that spell more than just probably a slight bonus to the DC. But I'll keep that in mind.
Scanlan, can you give me some meditation music?
Can I? Would that help at all? Okay.
Definitely an inspiration.
Your Highness, hold on a second. Wait a minute.
Oh,
What?
I think we're doing this a bit prematurely.
Why?
she can just do it again tomorrow.
If she fails, he will know where we are.
Yeah.
True.
He knows we're here already.
We just-
Yeah, he literally was like, "Yo, come to my temple, bitches." what is what?
Right, he possessed the queen and said, "Welcome, you're my treasured guests." Remember that? He knows exactly where we are.
That's a good
It
point.
is because he had eyes to look through.
He seems to be pretty powerful and all-knowing. I'm pretty
I
sure
think this
he
is a
probably
reasonable
knows
risk.
we're fucking
He's probably
here.
just playing with us right now, waiting for us to get there.
He said, "You are our treasured guests."
He knows
I
we're
wrote it
coming.
down. He knows we're coming.
To
He wants
inspire
us back.
Keyleth with her scrying spell, I hop in the ditch I've been digging and start going, look, I can do it too. And I start paddling in the ditch.
Good job, Grog.
I will also note there's nothing about scrying that like explicitly says that the creature would know that you tried. So unless this is like an innate property of Kavard that Tiberius is assuming, I mean, it's just as reasonable for her to assume that he already knows that they're there as it would be for Tiberius to assume that he would know if they tried to scry on them. Like that isn't an inherent part of the spell. I will note one thing that they were like, "Oh, she can just try it tomorrow." You can't if they succeed on the save. You have to wait 24 hours, but it's not that bad. I still don't understand how the cast thought that a target that gets scryed on can see you see them. I feel like they misinterpret. Yeah, maybe in a past session, or maybe it's a Pathfinder thing, or Yeah, it could be a Pathfinder thing. There are also like certain scry-esque spells. Scry equals friends, yeah. There are like certain scrying-esque spells that are like divination that you can see. There's also, if you have True Sight and you cast like Arcane Eye, people can see the eye. And I also am a creature that can see invisible objects sees the sensor of the scrying. So I feel like they must have gotten something confused and just saw like things can see it. And I just got away with that. I don't know.
Is that inspiration?
You feel inspired.
I will say I do often use this creature can see invisible things, i.e. the scrying sensor, as shorthand for this thing is powerful. I do often do that. If I have like a really powerful monster or BBG and they scry on it, the BBG being able to see the scrying sensor is like an indication to my party of like, this thing is fucking powerful. Like it can see you. But
besides, we're talking about moving anyway, right? So I might as well do it here if we're going to relocate.
All right.
Plus, I want to be near the energy of the far realm. Maybe it'll help a little bit.
Possible.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Let's go for it.
All right. So I'll sing to inspire her.
All right.
Scry, scry, Miss Keelit, scry. Put your eyeballs to the cavern and tell us why. Oh, okay.
That was almost.
This will be the day that I
That's a hard
scry.
A decent
This will
inspiration
be the
dice
day
too.
that I scry.
All right then.
So wait, how many do I get 2 inspiration dice?
No. You can only have 1 inspiration dice at a given point in time, and it's a D10.
Okay. But I'm happy because of Grog.
Yes.
Right.
You are.
get happiness.
And, I get
So you're
happiness.
smiling through the spell.
Yay.
All right, so you take 10 minutes to yourself to prepare the ritual. You kind of carve out a portion of the beach where the gravel is most easy to manipulate, and you begin to set up this extensive scrying ritual.
And I wanna meditate specifically on the horn, and I wanna like use Pike and see if I can channel her vision through with the focusing on the horn, since that's what we really know. It's pretty much the only thing that we know.
Pre-stream session could see invisible things. Oh, that would make sense, John.
What it looks like.
Okay, so as you draw the circle across the portion of the gravel and stonework, actually, this is further in the cave, so the gravel has given him to more solid stonework. You begin to carve across the ground with a small piece of charcoal that you use for your ritual drawings, this giant runic circle. You draw points for you to sit and a point for Pike to sit as well to help you focus on this vision. Once you've taken the 10 minutes to establish all the various material components and kind of littered it with pieces of dried animal matter, some herbs, and kind of lit a small bowl of incense to the side to help you in this spell, you sit down, take your place.
Okay, Matt, I love all this
Pike,
description.
take your place, and you begin to
Hurry up.
concentrate. You
I'm
draw
excited.
the essence of the nature energies around you, and begin to project your vision towards the description of this dark horn, pushing what you can best ascertain is the direction of the temple from where this ritual is being conducted. All right, so given the circumstances, bonus from that, let's go ahead and make a will save. All right, so you feel your vision project beyond you. It's a sort of out-of-body experience as the energy that makes up Keylith is no longer given physical form. It's just a drift in the darkness.
It's almost gonna happen. Travis does look bored. Nothing's dying.
You feel yourself drawn, pulled almost, like there's an energy that draws you as if poison from a wound. It pulls you upward and you're looking down over the top of this entire cavern suddenly. The darkness tends to fade for a moment and you can make out the general outline of this island. Once again, your vision zooms in and shifts. You can look over the city. You can see Yugvaril over top. You can see the glowing aspects of the forest kind of surrounding the outskirts of it. And you can see in the center of this ruined city that has been reconstructed in the image of the Illithid, the temple that stands. This giant pseudo-pyramid with a flattened top. You can now see it from the top overhead view of this temple. It is actually open, and that strange glowing source of green energy you can see is slowly emanating from the top. Your vision is pulled forward again. You feel yourself drawn towards it, and as you come towards the top, you can see the open portion of this temple's roof is a crossbeam made of gold or brass, and there is some sort of structure hanging from it that falls deeper into the temple. You then move past this into what is the topmost chamber of this temple. It's dark at first as your essence tends to coalesce and find some sort of visual here. You can see now this brass crossbeam that is held aloft in the center of this temple chamber drips down into what is a spiral of metal. This strange arcane contraption that does not match any of the construct of this temple previously. It almost seems like it's been a new addition or is taking the place of something else that was a central focus of this chamber. You follow this strange arcane structure. About 15 to 20 feet it comes from the top of the temple chamber to the center, where held aloft underneath it by another 15-foot drop. You see in this dark room a pool of a dull bluish purple liquid, and it's pulsing with life and with energy. You now look down, your eyes focus, and in this pool, this 10-15 foot wide round pool, you can see with this pulse, almost like a heartbeat of purplish energy, what look like small stones, small purple stones. But they're not stones. They're minds. They're brains. They're essences. And they're all working together, interconnected. You're looking upon the elder brain of Yogg-Varil, the center of the entire Illithid colony that resides in the center of this chamber. You can see now this green energy that's being brought down from this metallic structure at the top of this temple is being funneled down over and is acting as an arcane prison for the elder brain.
Okay.
It's sealing and controlling, essentially, in what you had gathered from your previous.
Small note: I was waiting for him to finish the monologue because I didn't want to interrupt it too much with pausing, but it's going for a while. Big note that's not a scrying does not fly. It teleports. It's a cool visual though, so whatever. If this is the way that he wants to deliver this exposition, who am I to judge?
Previous discussions with Clarota, this is what has taken the minds of the Mind Flayers and fed them to Kavarn's will. Your focus shifts now from the elder brain, and you look around the room, and in the dark shadows of this room you can see there are cages. There are metal bars. The metal itself, you're unable to really ascertain what the material is. But in each one of these small cages, you see some creatures, some of this realm, some of not. Horrible forms, mutated, torn, some missing limbs, some in the process of slowly dying because they're unable to keep a physical form intact. It's a collection, a horrible collection of malformed entities that are being experimented on, pulled apart, put together. This also serves as seemingly a laboratory for Kavarn. And you feel a presence in the room suddenly. Your essence shifts around and you look in the darkness and you see, slowly drifting out of the shadow, a single gnarled black horn. From underneath that horn you can see now a physical form that it adorns. Dark brown leathery skin with slightly pointed edges, almost like scales that form out of portions of this flesh. You see below this horn one large, piercing, sky blue eye that glances up and meets your gaze. As it does, from beneath that eye, you see a toothy maw tear into a wide grin.
Toothy maw.
And around the outskirts of the singular eye, numerous other eyes shift around. Coming into the light, you see now a fleshy ball that is drifting in the air itself under its own physical form. This aberration, this horrible entity is now floating forward. You can see metal plates that are grafted to the physical body of this creature.
Oh, come on.
Apparently, Kavarn has experimented on itself. These eyes are attached to strange finger-like stalks that twist out of its body. These eyes darting around the room, looking at different directions. And then they all singularly shift on you at once. As it does, you can feel, all of a sudden, your presence, which has been drifting through the scrying spell, locked in place. And for a second, you feel like you can't breathe. As Kavarn presses towards you, this fleshy sphere of eye stalks and teeth, this small chuckle billows up from deep within its mouth.
So, guest, do you like my home? You're welcome. any time.
At which point the horn seems to glow with this creepy greenish energy, and you feel this piercing pain blast into your head. You try and scream, but you can't. There's no breath. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Orion, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. You get 2 tallies for that shit. So it's a beholder? I mean, it's cool. I love beholders. That's cool.
Oh god.
Do I still have my enhance ability up?
No, because that's
What
concentration.
does Keyleth look like to us right now?
Since we're
Keyleth
holding
is
hands,
sweating profusely, and you can see she's
I'm walking up to
flinching.
Keyleth and I'm grabbing her by the shirt and I'm gonna slap her across the face.
All right.
27.
27. All right. Nice. Good. You take 11 points of psychic damage and are thrust out of the scry spell. Your vision is pulled out of the top of the temple, and suddenly you're back in your form.
I should. Hush, Richard. Oh man. Yeah, that's not how scry works at all. That's. I mean, it's cool. It was a cool scene. I don't know what to think.
As a sharp pain hits you across the side of the head. That's holding you.
Christ, what? Why?
It looked like
Why?
a matter of time.
You were in pain,
You
or
look
you
like
alright?
you were about to.
Are you alright?
You were in pain, so I thought I'd fucking slap you across the face. Gee.
Are we hitting each other now?
Language. Sorry.
Wow.
What did you
What'd
see?
you see?
Hey, we.
She tells us, right?
Kavarn's the beholder.
A beholder? What's that?
It is really not a thing we want to fight. It is awful. It is wretched. It will kill all of us if we don't find out a way to kill it. Oh my god.
Not
Wait,
only
so you
is
said there's
Kavarn
a-
a beholder, Kavarn has been experimenting on himself, and so he has armor grafted on him, and the horn, which I don't know.
Wait.
What is
So
a
you said
beholder?
there's something caging the elder brain, right?
Yes.
You're right, Sam. It does make way more sense with a beholder around.
That big green light. You see that? Can we see? Is it like the Luxor in Vegas? Can we see the green light?
It's not a beam, but you do see a slight green glow at the top of the temple in the distance.
Okay.
You saw it when you first entered, and it's kind of been this dull beacon whenever
So
you traveled around the island.
there's something connected to the top of the temple that's caging the elder brain.
It's like an arcane prison, and
As
all
they're
of
talking about this,
the elder
I'm
brain.
writing a note.
Is
Again.
is it possible to maybe collapse the top of the temple from far away and release the elder brain from its cage, and then the other Clarota, your brethren, could fight the beholder instead of us?
Clarota, do you know how we could possibly break this prison?
Could you tell me what a beholder is first, since I don't know?
Oh, right.
Big bad scary thing.
But
With finger eyes.
Right.
what? Yeah.
DM. I write a detailed.
I'm assuming I know.
That's a beholder.
Oh, the thing on the front of the monster manual.
Yes.
It's on the cover of a.
Worst
of a
possible
book.
scenario imaginable.
It's an
That's all you could have said.
The
You could have said that.
Could've said that.
It's on the cover of Dungeons and Dragons Monthly right
There's
now.
the dragon.
It is the cover.
Yes. There's
cover
dragon,
model.
then beholder.
Oh my god. Well, we've killed a dragon.
Yeah, he's got lots of teeth. Let's brush up.
They're tentacle eyes. Each eye tends to have a beam that does a different ability.
Oh.
So it can probably. It's a magic fun bag. It's probably.
It's a grab bag of random shit. I feel okay. I don't want to ever overreact for stream when I'm not feeling it. So I want to be like, whoa, a beholder. I'm sure it's very intimidating to people that have not experienced a lot of beholders, it's just like beholders are almost so famous that they're kind of like, it's almost like the answer to a riddle being Stairway to Heaven, you know? If you've never heard Stairway to Heaven, that's a crazy answer. But yeah, it's weird. I love beholders. I love beholders a lot. But yeah, I don't know. The title Kavarn Revealed set up my expectations a little bit, honestly. It shouldn't have. I shouldn't have let it. This is cyberpunk syndrome. This is how I was with cyberpunk fucking 76. Well, with Fallout 76. But also Cyberpunk 2077. I watched all the fucking trailers for it, and when it came out, I was disappointed. In the future, I'm pretty sure the cast would ask Matt if their character would have heard of this monster before. They allowed a lot more metagaming in C1. Yeah. I mean, I was kind of brushing past it a little bit, but at least 5 of the members have never faced a beholder before. It may be even more than that. Yeah. And I think that that's why, like, part of this stream is, like, me providing perspective as a longtime DM, but I also know as a longtime DM, like, things that I am just fundamentally aware of, are going to freak out and like be very impactful and like be a good DMing tool, for other DMs and other players. All right, cool. Yeah, if I had not had the expectation that it was going to be like a misdirection hidden Amogus thing, I would be like, oh, sick. A beholder, dope. Yeah, yeah, dude. Definitely 2 fucking check marks. Oh my god, man. Yeah. I think, honestly, the thing that I'm really coming to realize about Orion that is, like, kind of one of the cornerstones of my distaste that is growing is his tendency to interrupt Matt during climactic moments so that he can change that moment to his fitting. I don't know. Yeah. You're the one that's been pinning this on Kima. I have been pinning it on Kima. I still think that there's something sus about Kima. I still think that she's a little bit of bogus imposter. And that they're gonna like fucking kill the beholder and she's gonna take the horn and fucking snap it onto her head and then teleport herself out. I feel like I still don't trust Kima worth a hoot.
Cut everything from silence and dispel magic to petrify to a disintegration ray.
You're thinking about this wrong, though. You're thinking about this in the wrong direction. The Beholders that's not the goal.
The horn is the goal.
Even more than that, it's the hundreds of allies we could have.
Exactly. Right. Free the Elder Brain, they attack
Prison is the target.
Not the beholder.
Right.
Not the beholder. If we can free the Elder Brain,
we don't have to fight it ourselves.
Then we're not alone. Now, what was creating this green light? Where was it emanating from?
It just seemed to be emanating sort of from the top opening of this pyramid. That was the main temple of the center.
Can you just describe the top of the pyramid?
I'll give you a detailed description. Essentially, this pyramid comes to a top and then flattens off at the very top. Where you would be a flat surface is instead essentially a windowed opening. Mm-hmm. You don't think it's purely open, like you could just jump through. There is some sort of a glass that coats it, but there is a brass crossbeam at the very top, and then part of this crossbeam holds aloft this strange, like, series of metallic wires that spiral and intertwine that kind of serves as a conical focus.
Yeah, absolutely nothing could go wrong.
Piece. You can't see the interior of it, but that is...
It was almost like a beehive.
Essentially, like a slow beehive.
It was like focusing the energy and making...
We have something very important. We have a vial of yellow liquid.
So what does it do?
It might aid you. Don't know. It might do something.
It seems to be very acidic.
Okay.
So it could burn the metal?
It could melt the metal, and we could actually bring that entire structure just crashing down.
What, does anybody have an aging spell? Something that causes things to disintegrate, things to Or maybe we can rust
I
the metal
used to.
as well.
We have that yellow goop, and that will definitely help.
I have
No, it's acid.
lights.
We
It
suspect.
might be a form changer
We
because
also have-
the
we also
king
have 4
swallowed a
vials of
vial
acid.
and it made him strong.
Grog says we have 4 vials of acid.
Actually, I can learn heat metal, and I can.
Grog should be safe. I am very interested. I mean, this potion feels like a MacGuffin, and it feels like they're kind of latching onto that. The puzzle is being presented. I'm interested.
I can heat the beam and make it.
He's got vials of acid in his bag.
I mean, it's like a big heat.
Excellent. Okay,
We're gonna break the temple.
let's break the temple.
Breaking the
Clarose
temple.
At this point, as you guys look over at Clarota, you can see Clarota, for the first time in a while, looks visually disturbed. Has kind of withdrawn from the group and is kind of leaning against the side of the beach cavern wall. And the tentacles that normally just kind of slowly twirling are all tensed and pulled up into a knot. And Clarota just...
Clarota, you're gonna cramp your face if you do that.
If you have something to say, we would appreciate it.
Keep making that face, it'll freeze that way.
The fact that Kvarn is of this creature, it's a beholder, and carries this horn.
Small tips thing I only spotted on rewatch. I used to weird mean stare at the DM, toss his pencil down. Yeah, dude, I didn't even notice that because I was looking elsewhere, so I won't put it on the tally. But yeah, the Tesseract was a MacGuffin, and it turned out to be an Infinity Stone. Yeah, it was a MacGuffin that turned out to be a collection of 5 MacGuffins. Yeah.
Lady Kima has spoken of. It's a great danger. Also, keep in mind, the temple is not made of average stone and metals. This is the center of the Elder Brain. We reinforce it with magical protection. It's the center of our entire species' knowledge. Every brain in there is our elders. As we pass to the next generation, our mind is brought and introduced to the Elder Brain. We have that room protected from simple acids. We must make sure we are ready.
Clarota, Keyleth is strived the top of the building right now. It didn't look like it was part of the original structure. Is she mistaken? Is the top something that was built by your people?
No. It was open before. There seems to be some sort of new focus that Kvarn has constructed.
Would that be as strong as the rest of the building as you think?
I do not know, but if I've seen anything of the nature of this insidious creature, I would say plan for the worst. Nothing is more terrifying than underestimating a beholder.
I love it when the NPC tells me to not underestimate the main villain that the DM has prepped for me. I mean, it's fine. It's not that bad, but it's very hand of the DM, like, hey, you guys can't take this if you don't plan for it energy. Which I've talked about, like, I foreshadow fights that my players can't win and they, like, need clever and alternate strategies before. Maybe just with, like, slightly more tact. But, I don't know, it was just kind of funny to me.
Can beholders fly? They can. Okay.
Okay.
What can't they do?
Not much.
Not much.
Why don't we?
They're normally very fleshy and weak, right? But he put armor on himself, so now he's extra strong.
I'm telling you, the Tarrasque is not to be trifled with. You really, I don't know if you were thinking about trifling with him, but he shouldn't be trifled with.
Kima,
I'm assuming. Oh, go ahead.
Then Kima just kind of says, the key here is not to think how to fight it head on. We have to be smart about this. While he has the home turf, we have the element of surprise. We choose the grounds in which we attack, and we choose the methods in which we set the battlefield.
Underwater fight.
We could try to just draw him out somehow.
I highly doubt he's going to leave his home turf, but if we can find a way to perhaps turn it against him or use it to our advantage. Maybe some reconnaissance, I don't know.
Reconnaissance.
I mean,
I don't know.
It is glass on the top, so we could try the sunlight.
I have something called divine intervention, and
What is
you
that?
can call on your deity, and you roll a percentile die, and you can have them help you with something.
So is it possible to try to get her help before we do this, or is it something that
I
you
know,
have
is
to
this
do
something
on
we
the
wait
spot?
on? I don't know, because this is new.
That's up to you. You can attempt it once a day, and once it works, it can't be done for another week.
So if we attempt it, then she can intervene. She can be like on our side.
In some way, essentially, you formulate how you want your deity's aid, and if you succeed,
Hey man, I'll let Richard take that one of the real casual ability of a cleric to just like phone up their god and just get some real quick help. You know, super duper casual. Nothing to even really discuss. I don't really know why you're wigged out about it, Sam.
but you have a 10% chance of success. In some divine way, Saren Ray will guide power or aid to you.
10%.
Well,
Why
we
don't
either
you wait on that?
10%.
Fred?
Well, we either have a 10% chance right now for her to tell us what
Let's
to
wait.
do, or a 10% chance
To help us do
But
it.
once we
I
know
would-
what we're doing,
Yeah,
let's
let's
do
wait
it.
till we
Percy's
know what we're
idea,
doing.
though. I believe we should go and rescue the prisoners and build a small army.
Yeah.
Moreover,
But
I've been thinking, it all goes downward, correct? These all up in the pit, yes?
The world down here?
No, the beholder, Kavan.
He's on the top of a pyramid.
He's in a pyramid.
Up or down?
Up.
Ah, well, that
Yeah, well-
doesn't help me at all.
Bro, what? Oh for 4. Oh, fair enough, Richard.
Laboratory.
I feel like we should go for the top.
How would we free the prisoners, first of all? How are they all...
I mean, the
I think
prisoners are those
it's that
things
beehive
that-
structure.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
free
we
the
need
prisoners.
to take out the metal thingy.
It's not letting them out. We have to get them out of Kavan's control.
Which we
so
can't
how do
do,
we
right?
do that?
Right.
I think we destroy the beehive
Structure at the
structure.
top.
Destroy the structure.
It's the only thing. It's the only option that seems open to us.
Yeah. What
Unless
if,
we keep stumbling around and looking for some other weird thing.
We don't have any kind of corruption spell that ages things.
Well, we've
If
got
we
the
age to
acid
metal-
thing. And
What a specific spell to want. I mean, that actually sounds like a really dope spell. But what? How specific? We need some clay to call.
But it's
maybe
protected
Grog
by
can-
magic.
But what if we like hit it with the spell magic? Maybe get your goddess's aid. Hit it with the spell magic. Hit it with corruption. Rust the shit, and then it falls, and then
We
everything.
don't have corruption.
Dun, 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 dun,
Can
dun.
scan them. Most
Well,
of
we've
them
got that-
we mock the top
I
of
can
the
mock.
pyramid.
I can mock.
Acid.
But that will not
F you,
really do it
brass
for us.
cross.
I like Percy's idea. We've got that acidic vial, which
Can we-
seems
can
to be very acidic.
We have several vials.
Yes,
of
we're
acid.
carrying some acid.
We have 3 vials
Can you
of normal
take
acid
can you
and
take
one
the
yellow.
normal acid and can we make it magical?
Like extra bad. We don't even know
Well,
what
why
it does
don't-
yet.
I can always like be an eagle, and I can maybe fly, or maybe Grog can carry.
All at once.
Grog can carry like a big boulder. That
Can I
way,
just
after
put it
the
on my
acid
finger?
has like
I
sucked
thought
in,
about
you
making
can
an acid arrow. I
throw
really
a big
did.
boulder to collapse it the rest of the
Arrow.
way.
Question.
have to get
You
me up
built
there.
a bomb before.
Get you up there.
If we could
months.
hole up for months or weeks,
months.
was it?
Yeah, it took a
Months.
month.
It took me months to figure out how to build. Although that was a very
Now that you
complex
know
bomb.
how to build one, would it be quicker the second
Wait, the
time?
bomb we just threw in that room?
That's crazy. The bomb that they just used to kill 5 Grick was a months long bomb. perform ceremony and make holy acid? I don't know if holy... Maybe.
I could make an exploding arrow. I've made
waste.
one. I could make another.
I mean, we killed him. I guess that's good.
I would say your materials are very limited.
At this point, though, if I had a workshop, I could.
Well, let's take
very
Kima's
little
advice and maybe start with a little reconnaissance. We'll get closer, we'll rest for the night, and maybe send in just a little bit of a
Why do we
snooping
need to get
party.
closer?
My sister says that island is crawling with nasty shits.
We can't get close. I mean, to
We should just
Lure us
rest.
to attack.
We'll stay up because we're good.
what if we fly in over the top with the carpet in stealth?
Drop Grog in.
Look at how bored Travis is. I really like just watching Travis during this because I'm also kind of bored and I feel this. But it's like, it's all like kind of important, so I don't want to like tune out or like turn up the speed. And I also get it. This is like, if you're gonna have analysis paralysis, it should be on the big boss fight where the DM is explicitly like, this thing is too tough for you unless you really prepare. So like, this is just sort of the nature of the game. This is the nature of the beast. You just kind of gotta get through it. Acid Domain Clerics. Acid Domain Clerics sounds sick.
Camouflage on the carpet, maybe, so they don't see it. Fly in over the top, stealth in, spy, kind of get an idea of...
Inspect the top of the building and
Yeah,
see
what
where
we
the
can
acid
do.
will be put
See if maybe
to good use.
there is no... what kind of magic is being held on top of it.
I mean, we're
Yeah, John. Yeah, because I can't think of a way to... it's one of the things that makes, like, big boss fights fun is, like, intense planning and preparation, but it is not engaging content.
guessing that Kavan doesn't want to leave his little cubby hole.
I would assume not.
So even if we fly down on top,
I mean,
if
he
he
can fly
gets
up.
pissed, he could fly up, but we could fly away, and he probably doesn't want to leave the top of the...
There's going to come a point where chaos is just going to descend on us, and
Yes.
it's not going to
And
be
we're also forgetting that the second that he sees us or we get close enough, he can control
Question.
all of our minds.
Wasn't the point of us going
It's
to
one of
these...
the things he can do.
Wasn't the point of us going to these beaches to try to see if there was any other advantage we could find?
We were trying to find clues
Yes.
so that
Which
maybe
we
her
did.
scrying would be helpful, which it was.
Yeah.
Alright.
So, what if, okay, here's another option. Dimension door. What if you go and hug one of the beams and dimension door the beam
I
out?
don't think I can do that.
No.
I can banish a being, but
Not
not,
a
beam.
thing. You can't cast a portal on the door and make it fall.
No, sadly.
Not like portal.
Well, we've been here, and we've been here.
Should we go to one more beach before we all die?
Here or here,
That leads
or
it
this little
I was
nubbin right
thinking
here.
about
Not
that.
going to be anything there.
Those are just more things to find.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, but my sister, she studied the island, and she sensed the presence of things everywhere.
That
Right,
sounds
everywhere?
awesome. Let's go
It
there.
was
Yeah, I mean,
everywhere.
Everywhere.
We don't. There's no need for us to relocate.
Yeah.
There's
now.
wandering things.
Well, I am
So we're
curious
gonna
about
act.
this. Can we see this from the beach we're on? This. What is this?
At this distance, it's hard to make out
We're over here.
any
That's
sort
where
of
we have to go,
visual.
though.
But we could camp there. Like
Yeah.
that could be the next.
Yeah,
that
I
could
like
be
that.
where we stage our attack.
Let's go take over a little shanty town.
Wait.
The playing sesh doesn't last forever. Cool.
Well, why? Why?
Because it'll be
Why not?
that much closer tomorrow. We can do reconnaissance from there. We can be.
We can do reconnaissance from where we are.
We still have to get across this body
Yeah,
of water.
that's
You
what we're
said
gonna
there's
have to-
something swimming down there.
Plus, we're gonna have to.
We've
enter
got a
the-
magic carpet.
It'll be little victories.
I'm with Caleb. Or Caleb. I'm like, dude, just like. Yeah. I love, she's the first one that's been like, guys, we have a magic carpet. Why are we considering the water to be any sort of challenge?
We'll take over the shanty town.
Literally never been a
We
problem.
all fit on the magic carpet.
It's literally never been a problem.
No.
No, not at once. No.
But wait, but we're
I
not
can
all going for
water walk.
reconnaissance, right?
You can also do 2 trips
No, you're
on the
small. You
carpet.
can just stay on the carpet.
But we're not all going for
I'll fly
reconnaissance,
over.
are we?
No.
Yeah.
Stealthy,
You guys can fly.
stealthy.
If something goes wrong, though,
Fly,
it's going to be.
fly.
I would rather something go wrong with all of us than something go wrong with half of us.
But I mean,
Well, I tell you what, we don't know what to do, so why don't Vex and I and Scanlan go for a little ride and check out the tip of this
Maybe
island?
split up.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
gonna
either.
go.
Let's go take over the shanty town. Let's at least get on the island.
Maybe we can see what's
Baby
in-
steps.
Baby
Yeah,
steps.
baby steps.
Okay, well then you guys go check it out first.
I'll
We'll
get on.
get in the boat and we'll start heading there.
Are we getting
you
the
guys.
boat or are we doing the carpet?
Well, we can't all fit in the carpet.
Let's
so.
let Tiberius and the twins and Scanlan fly ahead of the boat. Quietly, carefully, see what we see. We have the earrings that Tibberhood's crafted for us, so we can tell you what we see.
Perfect.
And don't rush in. We're probably going to go here, but let's not rush in. Let's
Just
let
make
the quiet
sure
ones
it's
go
not
have a look.
crawling with baddies. How about that?
I agree to
So
that.
we'll start boating over.
We'll start the boat and then, but
You
you'll
need
be
to take it easy for a moment. You just went through some shit.
You guys going on the
Keelan.
carpet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
gonna go
I'm
on the
gonna
carpet.
take the
I got a
lifeboat.
big axe. I'll paddle the boat towards the island.
Awesome.
I've been practicing in the sand to impress Keelan. I'm working on the elevator. I haven't figured it out yet because I don't know what that is.
You know that thing a dog does when
But I
it
did
pulls
cast-
its butt along the floor?
I did cast pass without a trace, so everybody gets +10, to their stealth roll, so that's good. So
Yeah, that sounds good.
So who's in the boat with me?
Oh, we're going over by boat? Is that what's happening?
Percy, Keyleth,
Trinket.
Pike, and Trinket. So we
Woo! This is the least transformative I have felt. I'll be 100% with you guys. I've got nothing to add, unfortunately, because this is a big ol' I get why it's so slow, and there's nothing to be done about it. It's just a bit of a snooze fest, and I don't even want to speed it up because I feel like I'm gonna miss something important if I do. I'll go to 125. We'll see.
start paddling in the
What
boat.
about
Call it
Kima and
Clarota and
Clarota?
Kima. Clarota can float
Clarota
up.
should go with us.
And I mean, I'll turn it up a little bit. And this is even where, we get into advice for at-home games. And I wouldn't change a thing that they're doing if they're an at-home game. Like no notes, talk through shit, explore options. This is a fun and engaging part of D&D if you're a player. Just not if you're an audience.
Clarota can just hover.
Can Clarota be on the carpet then?
You can hover alongside.
Yeah, we'll
the
take
carpet,
Kima.
Yeah, Clarota come with us so we can kind of do stuff.
Percy, you on the boat as well?
Yeah, I'm in the boat. I'm
All right, you Scanlan, you're going with.
So we've got the
Are some of us
Clarence,
flying? We're flying.
Team Clarence and Team Kimmy Gibbler.
One question though, Clarota, I mean, I'm sure we've asked this before, and I wasn't here because I missed a part of a thing. What about your hat? What does it do? I mean, can you make more of them?
We did this already.
I could.
Yeah, even though they talked repeatedly about it, because Keyleth was like, hey, let's sleep on the beach. And they're like, no. And she's like, why? And then they're like, we're going. Oh, man.
But the time required would be months, weeks. Not in our time frame.
Alright,
That's squid for no.
Alright.
All right, let's do it. Quiet ones. Let's get on the carpet.
Try to
Tiberius.
stealth
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000,000%. Because you're it's the problem-solving part of problem-solving. It's almost like watching someone try and solve an escape room, right? It's from the outside, it's just boring, especially because you can't even see what they're holding. They're trying to solve a codex on the wall, and they're holding the key to it, but you're just watching them from a camera. You can't see the key. You can't really solve it yourself because you don't have their spell lists. You don't have their features. You have a lot of their knowledge, but not all of it. And so it's yeah, when you're in the session, you have all the tools and all the information to solve the puzzle. But when you're just watching it, you don't have any of those things. And even if you did, you might come up with a solution and then they just don't do it. And you're like, well, wasted that time as an audience member. Whereas if you come up with a solution as one of the players, you can make your voice heard. Yeah. Heroes feasts, heroes feast. I don't know what you're saying, Richard. Fuck. It's another fucking, I can't spell. Heroes feast? I still don't get it. Is it another critter thing, or is it a media thing that I don't get?
Are we camouflaging the carpet?
I'm gonna attempt to attach, just attach the skin to the bottom of the carpet. See if that.
We're saving the world here, people.
You're on the boat. Well, before you guys take off, I'm just gonna try and sew it onto the corners.
Okay, go make a roll.
Oversee. That's better. 12, 16.
16. Easy enough to do. All right, so you go ahead and you take a little bit of your thick, heavy leather thread, stuff that you use for something, you just kind of loosely attach to the bottom of the carpet.
I also, sorry, I did a quick scrying spell, and I know that we're 50 shirts away from the total, so keep going, get your mother a shirt.
All right, so we're going over the water? Yeah, we're already
over the water. Yes.
All right, let's go into it.
So, as Grog's pulling on, go make an athletics check, by the way.
Oh, it's probably a cleric spell. Richard is constantly putting in cleric spells that I've never fucking heard of. Like, like there was one earlier today that was like, oh, what was it? What is it? Hero Feast? That was like the retreat one that clerics, and I had never heard of the spell. And I look and I was like, oh, of course it's a cleric spell.
Watch out for the.
I know what main Richard is.
That's a 22.
Yep.
Yes.
Watch out for Nessie. All right, so you're going to pull it across. It's a slow speed, but you're making your way. I would also like Grog to go ahead and make a stealth.
I rolled natural 20 on stealth.
Where's my stealth?
You've got passed without a trace also.
19, so 29.
29 stealth as you very carefully breaking the water surface.
Dinosaur from Jurassic 4 is
all right, as you guys make your way across the channel towards the far end of the island, which is the beach that's in view, you see the water disturbed slightly about 200 feet off to the right. Something deep below, you can see bubbles rising up as you care.
Did the audio cut out for you guys? Was that? What just happened?
Off to the right. Something deep below, you can see bubbles rising up.
That was weird.
As you carefully make your way, ever so quiet, across the beach, you find purchase. Landfall hits you on the other side of the beach, apparently not disturbing whatever lies beneath the surface.
Immediately hop out, pull the boat up, just to beach the boat.
Okay, you pull the boat up, the rest of you guys bring the carpet over, you come to a landing part, totally fine. The beach comes to a steep incline that leads up onto the island proper. There's cliffs on both sides of this beach, and as the incline increases up about maybe 500-600 feet from where you are, you can see what looks like a few buildings or rubble of what was a small gathering of structures.
Can we check out the thing kind of in the air?
Is there a larger one behind it? Behind those smaller structures?
Or that was it?
What you're seeing now is that's it, yeah.
Are there any of those crazy trees you mentioned before?
You do see towards the right of those structures, those kind of fungal-based trees. They rise about 25-30 feet in the air. There's no leaves. It's almost like a cluster of weird fungus-like vines that just kind of drip from the top surface. And the trees unnaturally sway in place, almost like they have a rhythm to their movement.
Dr. Seuss trees.
So Rota,
Big nasty Dr. Seuss trees.
Will those trees attack us? Are they living and attacky?
No, those trees merely exist on this island. They feed off of the essence of it, and they provide food for other things that live here.
Huh. Trees are bad.
Wandering spores.
Wandering spores?
Oh, guaranteed knew it. It's a cleric druid spell. What up? It's a 6th level. What is it? The piece takes 1 hour to consume and disappears at the end of that time. Up to 12 creatures can partake. A creature is cured of all diseases and poisons, becomes immune to poison and being frightened, and makes all wisdom saving throws with advantage. Its hit point max also increases by 2d10, and it gains the same number of hit points. These benefits last for 24 hours. I mean, it costs 1,000 gold, so I mean, it's really fucking good. Like, fair enough, but it does have a pretty high fucking cost. That is an epic spell, though. Holy shit.
Other creatures. We feed our captives, our slaves, the colony with the fungal essence of the tree.
Other creatures don't scare.
Oh yeah, let's just remind us really quick that the mind flayers are not good beings. Are not on the morally good side of the area. Yeah, that's what we feed our slaves with. I like in C2, Matt made them shop for the bowl ahead of time. In C1, they just get to have it. Yeah. Especially because it consumes it, which is a lot, a little bit. The cleric is really clumsy with her mind shiner.
On the details, it's only our lives.
The trees are not dangerous, but whatever resides on this island is probably under the influence of the Elder Brain and my people, which are, in turn, under the influence of Kavar.
Yes, but as you're from this island, what wildlife can we expect to run into here?
Small, sightless rats, cavern insects, But the dangers lie in the spores that wander the forest.
I'm picturing like a big yellow thing with
Pus-
the legs.
puzzle?
Yeah. Is that what it is?
Ooh, spores that wander the forest. That sounds fun.
When you see it.
Oh, well, that's lovely. Thank
I
you.
notice your voice.
Spiny.
Spiny.
Dripping.
I take the cask of ale out of the bag of holding and I pour him a little bit
Oh,
of
you
the
know
ale.
what, Grog?
And
I
I'm like,
hate to tell you
it
this.
sounds a little scratchy. Would you care for some ale?
It's really good.
It's psychic discussion. He looks at you and gives you kind of some look. Takes the ale from you.
I have no need for such foul sustenance.
That was rude. Any one of us
forget
drank that
Claroto has made an. Oh my god, what was that accent? Claroto's. I'm trying to do grog. I don't know why I keep not. Clarota has not made an ally of grog. I'll just say it normal because I cannot do grog today.
All right. Can we go inspect those structures? Up there?
I think Matt said something similar. I always have a specific phrase if there's like a recurring NPC that has any sort of particular accent. I have a phrase that I say to get into that accent, and a lot of times I just can't do the accent unless I say that game or say that phrase first. Telltale Games. Grog will remember that. Fucking turning down his ale. You joking?
Everyone, wait here. I grab Scanlan by the scruff of the neck and nod at my sister.
I turn invisible.
Let's go
we're
take a
going.
peek. Yes, we're going to take a peek. Just wait a minute.
We can wait. It's fine.
I am actually going to collect a few of the vine thing from the trees.
Just where we are.
All right. Go make a nature check.
And a perception check on the beach as well.
All right.
I just don't know why I'm bothering. 11. It's a beach.
I rolled a
It's a
15.
With beach, 16.
16 on nature. Okay, as from a
It's
safe
a
distance,
beach.
okay, yeah, the trees do not appear to be anything beyond just a subterranean forest like fungal tree.
I wanted to collect some.
Oh, you want to go and collect some? Okay. So you guys, it's quite a ways up. It's like up the side of the cliffs, up the incline, and then the forest starts adjacent to the structure where they're going.
Can we keep
I
our...
want to wait.
So you can make a stealth check and make your way there if you'd like.
No, I'll wait. I thought we were like next to a tree.
No, most of the forest starts further up this incline as the island itself begins to level off.
Let the scouts scout.
Just be quiet.
Let's go scout it out.
All right.
So we make our way up to the structure.
28 for stealth.
Do we...
You get advantage on your rolls.
Are we rolling... Is it our old stealth check? Can I use my flying stealth check? Damn it.
Nope.
Did you roll?
3.
With advantage?
That was my advantage. The first one was a 1.
All right.
Wow.
So,
Plus fail.
Do the twins outweigh?
Oh wait, +2. That makes it 5.
Yeah.
Oh, +10.
Let's
That's
go.
15. We're getting better. Plus my inspiration from paddling.
So, you guys make your way towards this ruin, and as you come to it, you caught a small glimmer of it on the bridge that was constructed across the first beach you came across in this cavern. The stonework is interesting. It's kind of, it's almost like an influx of jade and marble. Like the stone itself does not seem to be anything you've seen naturally around the cavern. Either it was brought here or was crafted from some substance that resides on this island. But it has this weird kind of green jadish kind of marble, almost vein-like visual to it. And you notice all the structures aren't straight and smooth. Everything has this kind of slightly non-Euclidean bend to it. Every edge has a slight curve. It's off-putting. There isn't a rigidity to any of these walls. And the building
Doesn't Euclidean geometry is two-dimensional geometry? Am I going crazy right now? Non-Euclidean geometry is just like a sphere. I feel like I feel like I'm fucking non-Euclidean geometry. I don't know. Buildings
themselves.
I shouldn't nitpick his descriptions. He's trying to build a vibe, and I need to respect that.
Almost seem to look like they sag, or they kind of sit or rest at a strange, unnatural angle. Many have been long, crumbled, and you find some of these buildings have just fallen in on themselves.
I'm still very, very concerned and interested, and I feel like there's something going on with Yug'Vril as a city. Like, all of this is not the influence of Kavarn, right? Like, it's not like they are going to take down Kavarn and these buildings are not going to be, like, weird and veined and, like, all warped, right? Or is it? I mean, I guess Kavarn the Horn has, like, weird green energy. I mean, it's like the green veined marble, so maybe it is. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like there's a piece of the puzzle that Matt has not showed us yet that will kind of make things click into place for me. Because this doesn't. There's still the other horn just kind of hanging out. Kavarn seems like, okay, I'm actually not that nitpicky about when villains either like explain their evil plans or they're like highly not confident, what's the word? They're like highly cocky. I'm generally okay with that. Cuz like people in real life are cocky. Like I don't find it that off-putting. But Kavarn is like that to the max. Like, he's aware that they have killed, like, the Duergar general and the mind... And, like, 2 mind flayers? 3 mind flayers? A collection of mind flayers. And the Duergar, like, king and queen. And he's still like, yo, like, pull up. Come through. Like, we're good. I don't know. It seems... Again, I feel like I'm missing something. And I don't want to say, like, oh, fake Kavarn, because I feel like I'm setting myself up for disappointment and, like, a twist that just won't come. But something doesn't feel right. I feel like I'm missing something. And I can't pin down what it is. There's the big missing element of the second horn. The second horn is throwing me off so much. If there was no second horn, I would just be like, boom, like we're solved. Like everything's revealed. But there's a second horn. And the characters have called it out. Or the players or something. About like Keyleth was talking about how like she's after the horn. Like we can't let the horn get out of here. Like they're also kind of, I don't know. You're a beholder with a horn of Orcus attached to your head. Plus an army of elephants. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't mind when enemies are like highly cocky. You're right. You are right. It is an army of like hundreds of elephants. They've taken down 3. You are correct. But, like, I don't get his plan. I don't get his game. Like, he hasn't been even remotely proactive, which maybe he just doesn't need to be. Like, maybe he is of such a type that he's, like, only reacting to them when they actively do something to him, and otherwise he's just pursuing other plans. So he's like, hey, like, whatever, like, I don't care. I'm doing other shit. The second horn still bothers me. I can't pin down why. They've been burned too many times by their I don't know. There's something there.
You do notice as you approach the edge of it, there is a large circular structure, a pit, that is built kind of central to this. Parts of the wall have fallen in, but for the most part still remains intact. And in the center of this pit, on the floor, you can see what looks like splotches of dried crimson, long left blood splatters of some sort of creature. You see dried bones. But the bones, while dried, have some sort of fungus growing on them. You also see what looks to be, tucked against one of the walls, a campsite. But a very large campsite. The fire pit is 15 feet wide, and it's just a small cinder. You see what looks to be some sort of a pile of furs. There is actual embers in the fire pit. There looks to be a large kind of bedroll made of just patchwork furs, but the pile itself is huge.
It looks twice the size of what I would use for a fire, or what I would use for a bedroll.
3 times even, which means it houses a lot of individuals.
Or one big thing.
Or a really big thing.
Giants.
Yeah.
As you're taking this look too,
what up, Senor Chewie?
You're having this visual.
Hello.
Bigger than Grog.
Well, you immediately hear a sound. It's a slight rumble on the ground, and it sounds like a footfall. And as you glance over your shoulder, you can see what looks to be some sort of towering humanoid dragging something behind it.
There are giants in the sky.
It kind of glances up with its nose in the air.
There are big, tall.
Who goes there?
And you look to see what looks like a large, almost Goliath-like, bald skin. Skin is smooth, no hair, but its skin is purple.
I love watching Travis's reactions. You hear her Goliath, and he goes.
In color, where a normal giant would stand naturally, it's horribly hunched, like its back has a horrible scoliosis twist to it. One giant popping yellow eye glances out towards the edge of where you guys are. It doesn't seem to have found any of you immediately, but something has alerted its attention. It seemed to have caught some sort of trail in its natural homestead. You see it standing probably close to 15, 20 feet in height as it begins lumbering up towards you.
Stealthed.
Yeah.
Can we try
All
to
of
hide?
you
Is there
were
anything
stealthed
around?
as well.
Yeah. Can I do insight and see if it seems like a bad guy or?
It's definitely a bad guy.
I'm just checking to see if maybe he's a misunderstood guy.
Can I do a simple
way behind
recognize?
You don't see him. Oh, you guys are staying back at the beach while they're checking.
Oh, what have you
That
got
is
earrings?
17.
17. This entity looks like it's hungry. It looks malicious, and looks like it's kind of caught the thrill of the hunt, since it seems to have seen something near its homestead moving.
Shit.
As it begins to step forward, it
I'm
drops
picking up
whatever it's dragging
Scanlan and
behind.
moving backward.
Yeah, can we move into the shadows?
I'm invisible.
Yeah.
We know where.
Yeah. This guy is misunderstood. I thought he was bad. Turns out he's just hungry to eat me.
Well, we
I
can
was holding
sense
your
you.
hand the whole time.
And that is what
Come on!
Nowhere near Kavar.
No.
Nowhere near him.
Come on.
No.
Yep.
There.
But wait, maybe if we sell out shirts, we
3
can go
hours,
another half hour or something.
Yeah, how many shirts do we have left?
So we
21.
just wait another
Like
5
20 or
hours.
something like that.
How many shirts do we have
Didn't make it. Didn't make it to Kavar, didn't make it to the shirt.
That means you do not see Scanlan shirtless.
It's Kavar!
So we have to.
Dun dun dun. All right. Woo. And that, my furry friends, holy fuck, a 6.5 hour stream to round out episode 10, Kavarn Revealed. I am not off of my soapbox yet. I am not off of my crackpot theories yet. There's still... There's shit going on here. I haven't figured out what yet. But I'm gonna. And by I'm gonna, I mean I'm gonna watch the show and it'll be displayed to me. But good episode overall. We introduced award-winning new element called Orion Annoys Me so that I can stop talking about it. Because I have a feeling it's going to happen more and more and more lately. Yeah, we'll see. And now we get a cliffhanger until next week, depending on how you feel after 72 hours. Something tells me that we probably will not be watching episode 11 on Monday. Next Monday. I would guess by next Wednesday I'll be back in tip-top shape. For episode 11. Yeah. Good night, Jack. Thank you for the stream. Fuck you, Richard. I'll ban you. Can I ban you from tipping specifically? That'd be... I don't want to ban you from anything else, just from tipping. No Electrum. Is there no stream on WED? There will be a stream on WED. It'll be short. I don't know exactly what it will contain at the time. Part of it will probably be some manner of testing for the 72-hour stream, maybe some music, some different stream overlays that I want to test out and get feedback on. So there may be some of that, maybe some reacting to some like Matt Colville videos or something light, something with a much more short end point. yeah, there'll be something. Probably not the Q&A, because even the Q&A will be like an hour probably, maybe 45 minutes. But still, I'll probably have more to say about that. So it's gonna be something lighter, something less involved. Gotta save my voice. But yeah, so that'll be Wednesday. Stream on Thursday starts at 7. Be there, be square. And that's it. Shit, we're here. We know who Kavarn is. Or do we? I'm hyping myself up too much now. I'm drawing too much into this. But we'll see. I'm excited for episode 11. Yeah, we can probably clock that for like next Wednesday. And then the next 2 scheduled streams, this Wednesday and the following Monday, will probably be kind of shorter ones, just like maybe some check-ins, some tests, shit like that. So, I will see you guys then. Thank you so much for joining me. I had a blast. As fucking always, man. Even when we're arguing, when we're disagreeing, there's no place I'd rather be. So thank you all so much for joining. I really appreciate it. And have a good rest of your days. I'll talk to you later.